Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the Vanquisher? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku stood at the entrance of UA College, taking a deep breath as he prepared for another day of training. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the campus. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, knowing that today would be filled with challenges that would push him to his limits. As he walked through the halls, he passed by his classmates, each one focused on their own goals. He spotted Achiko, who greeted him with a bright smile. Her energy was contagious, and he couldn't help but smile back. They exchanged a few words about their upcoming training session, both eager to improve their skills. In the training arena, the atmosphere was charged with determination. The instructors laid out the day's activities, emphasizing teamwork and strategy. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline as he prepared to face the obstacles ahead. He knew that every moment was an opportunity to grow stronger, not just as a hero but as a friend. During the training exercises, Izuku and his classmates faced various challenges that tested their abilities. They worked together, combining their quirks in creative ways to overcome obstacles. Laughter and encouragement filled the air, creating a sense of camaraderie that made the hard work worthwhile. As the day progressed, Izuku found himself reflecting on his journey. He had come so far, but he knew there was still much to learn. The support of his friends and mentors fueled his determination. No matter how tough the training became, he was ready to face it head-on, knowing that each challenge brought him one step closer to his dream of becoming a great hero. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the campus, Izuku felt a sense of fulfillment. He was surrounded by friends, each one striving to be their best. Together, they would face whatever came next, united in their shared goal of heroism. Los Angeles, 7 a.m., Intercontinental Hotel. Inside a richly decorated room, an alarm beeped loudly, startling the lone occupant laying on a double bed. Despite his position and closed eyes, he was not sleeping but rather meditating. He had been awake since 3 a.m., not out of nervousness, but as part of his daily routine. Izuku Midoriya, also known by the alias Slade, stood up with a low growl, not due to any injuries but because of the ache in his muscles. This discomfort was a result of the contract he accepted from the government the night before, which involved taking down a newly established branch of a Mexican drug cartel. Stretching his arms, he walked toward the small table in the middle of the room, where he had left his sports bag. He promptly opened it and checked its contents. After a minute of rummaging, satisfied with what he found, he closed it, tied his long black hair in a ponytail, and donned his casual attire, a dark gray suit with a black tie and a white shirt. Checking himself in the mirror one last time, he nodded to himself before grabbing his bag and leaving his room. He then calmly proceeded to the breakfast buffet, where he picked up a triple espresso and a sandwich, using the caffeine to energize himself and fill his stomach. As he ate, he examined his surroundings. Even though it was early in the morning, the buffet was packed with people, many of whom were not your typical tourists. Their manners, posture, and body language spoke volumes. They were individuals who operated in the shadows: mercenaries, hitmen, and contract killers. Even in this new era of quirks, the underworld had neither disappeared nor waned. It had merely adapted. Ignoring the curious glances from the crowd, he stood up, left a tip, and walked toward the lobby. Putting on an emotionless face, he approached the reception area, where a lone manager stood behind the counter. "Good morning, Mr. Slade. I hope your accommodations were satisfactory," greeted the gray-haired, tanned man, dressed in an immaculate business suit. "Good morning, Mercurius. The room was excellent for my needs," the teen replied. "I'm pleased to hear that. What is your business today?" he smiled. "I am checking out," Slade replied politely, sliding a silver coin toward him discreetly. "Of course, Mr. Slade. Until your next voyage, it's always a pleasure to host you in the hotel," the man said, bowing as he covertly collected the coin. Slade nodded and proceeded to walk out, where a taxi was already waiting for him, as per his earlier instructions. An hour later, he finally reached the docks of Marina del Rey, where his boat awaited his mobile headquarters. A custom-made, carapace-style yacht, capable of staying submerged underwater for up to 10 days. Even as a man of simple tastes, he couldn't deny the beauty of it, despite the modifications he had added, such as the 7 centimeters thick windows made of aluminium oxynitride, capable of withstanding various projectiles. The walls were reinforced with a magnesium-based alloy, one of the most resistant and lightest metal alloys, allowing the boat to outpace even the fastest assault vessels. This 78-meter-long boat was one of his most prized possessions, purchased entirely with his savings, something he took great pride in. Initially built as a luxury yacht to host VIPs and hold secret meetings, it was perfect for functioning as his mobile HQ. Out of all the original accommodations, he preserved 3 bedrooms, the kitchen, a spa, every man deserved some rest, and a gym that was modified and expanded for more training equipment. The original living room became the meeting room, while the original meeting room was transformed into a panic room and control center where he could monitor everything. The remaining bedrooms were converted into cleaning and storage rooms for food supplies and his arsenal. He also reinforced part of the foredeck to serve as a helipad, while the engines on the lower deck were replaced with more powerful ones to compensate for the ship's increased payload. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked the main entrance and entered, preparing to do what any sailor does before setting sail, checking the ship and ensuring his food storage was full. It was late midnight when he finished inspecting the entire ship. He ignited the engines and navigated toward the Pacific, activating the commands for the ship to submerge 800 meters and conceal any thermal or electric traces. He then indulged in one of his few hobbies, cooking. Hours later, he forced himself to walk toward the control room, carrying his dinner on a tray, his favorite katsudon and some black beer. After typing a few codes, commands, and scanning his DNA, his paranoia was a necessity given his line of work. He plopped down in the seat and began to savor his late dinner while listening to some classic jazz and examining various contracts currently active or offered to him. As he took a sip of his beer, contemplating which contract to choose and what his next steps would be, his black phone began to ring, startling him. There were few instances when it rang. Either a close associate or an old contractor wished to contact him, or someone was using one of his favor cards, which he rarely distributed, only to those he owed a debt. He prided himself on being self-sufficient unless someone decided to cash in that favor. Without wasting time, he answered, curious about who would contact him and have the audacity to use one of his cards. Greetings, Slade. My name is Nedzu, principal of UA, and I wish to make a deal. Izuku's eyes widened. How in the world? The mercenary thought, alarmed, as it was not common for the principal of the most prestigious hero academy to call him for a deal. What do you require my services for? He asked, quickly regaining his business demeanor. I wish to hire you as a combat instructor, Nedzu stated. There was a brief silence on the line before Slade's facade crumbled, and Nedzu heard him blurt out a series of surprised exclamations. Pardon me? Izuku exclaimed, as teaching was certainly not among the reasons he expected to be sought after. You heard me correctly. I wish to hire you as a combat teacher, replied Nedzu with utmost seriousness, his tone indicating that this was no joke. Izuku took a deep breath, holding it for a few seconds before exhaling. All right, assuming I accept, what are your terms? You will teach our first-year students under a 3-year contract until their graduation. We will provide you with accommodation within the facilities and the same privileges we grant our teachers. As for the teaching license, you need not worry, as I can provide one. Don't you care about the repercussions of hiring me? A mercenary from the underworld as a teacher could tarnish your academy's reputation. While we pride ourselves on being the top academy in the world, our reputation means nothing compared to the safety of our students. As you may have seen in the news, we have already been attacked twice, and I will not hold back when the third attack occurs. The mercenary raised his eyebrows in surprise, gaining more respect for the principal. Even though Nedzu was not human, he understood his position as an educator well. Normally, when people sought to hire private arms of his caliber, it was the mercenaries who set the final price for the contract, unless it was a bounty with a predetermined amount. He could practically sense the principal holding his breath, knowing that negotiations were nearing their conclusion. Now, it all depended on the contractor to state his fee. However, this time, he was intrigued to see how far the principal was willing to go for his services. "Name your price," the mercenary said. $1.5 billion, the principal replied quickly, without hesitation. Without showing how taken aback he was by such a sum, he considered the overall contract. $1.5 billion was a lot more than he usually earned from hunting internationally sought criminals or dismantling entire terrorist or mafia cells. All this for teaching for 3 years, even if it was still a considerable amount for working with students his age. In all honesty, it was not a bad deal. Only a fool would reject it. He was also considering returning to his homeland. Ever since that incident, he wanted to see how his country was faring. Over the years, he had heard rumors about how biased Japanese society had become, with discrimination against those with weaker quirks and alarming suicide rates among the quirkless. Authorities tended to look the other way regarding these issues, not to mention the corruption plaguing the pro-hero society. It was a shame that such a great country could fall so low. But then again, taking a small vacation wasn't a bad idea either. "When do I start?" he finally replied. "1 week after the sports festival, to allow you to familiarize yourself with your students," Nedzu answered immediately. "I see. Consider the contract accepted," Izuku said with finality. "But," he continued as Nedzu was about to say something, the mercenary cut him off. "I will ask you to send me the files of the students I will be teaching. I will personally assess them and determine if they are worthy to be called heroes," he said, emphasizing the last word. "And about that motto your school is so proud of plus ultra, was it? If they are worthy of my time, I will train them to their utmost limits, far beyond what you have provided. See you in 7 days, principal." As soon as he finished speaking, he ended the call. Nedzu slumped back in his chair, releasing the breath he had been holding. What a stressful situation this was. Even though he prided himself on his intelligence and calm demeanor, dealing with an infamous mercenary of such caliber was a completely new experience for him. Reaching down to a well-hidden cabinet under his desk, he took out a bottle of bourbon and poured himself a glass, which he downed in 1 gulp. As the alcohol burned slightly in his throat, he set the empty glass on his table and took a series of deep breaths to calm himself. As the minutes passed and his shoulders began to relax, a maniacal smile crept onto his face, and he couldn't help but let out a soft, malevolent chuckle. Poor first years. They won't even know the challenge I've just presented them. "These 3 years will indeed be very interesting," he whispered, finishing his thoughts with a hint of his signature laugh. In the city of Mizudafu, civilians, students, heroes, and villains alike felt a cold shudder run down their spines, as if sensing that something significant was on the horizon. Little did they know how right they were. It was a peaceful day in the city of Mizudafu. The skies were clear, and the birds chirped joyfully as they enjoyed the pleasant weather. The citizens went about their daily routines in good spirits, some even whistling a cheerful tune. However, not everyone was having a good day. At UA University, in the teacher's meeting room, Aizawa Shota slammed his fists on the table, his voice rising in disbelief. "You did what?" Known as the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead was typically a man of few words and even fewer emotions, often appearing tired or annoyed. For him to lose his usual composure was a rare sight for his colleagues. "As you heard me, Eraserhead, I hired a mercenary to be the new combat instructor," Nedzu replied calmly, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he awaited the perfect moment to reveal more. "With all due respect, Principal, why a mercenary? Why not hire a pro-hero who is skilled in martial arts, like Gunhead, or even the retired hero Silverfang?" asked Midnight, the R-rated heroine. "Because, my dear Nemuri, the one I have hired is Slade," Nedzu said, a hint of excitement in his voice. The name confused most of the pro-heroes, as it didn't ring a bell. They assumed it involved the underworld, a realm they were not accustomed to dealing with. However, the pale faces of Eraserhead and, to their horror, All Might, spoke volumes. "Just wait a second. Who in the world is Slade?" Present Mike shouted, alarmed by the expressions of his friends. If something could terrify Shota Aizawa, one of the best underground heroes, and All Might, the #1 pro hero and symbol of peace, then it was someone to be taken seriously. He is an emerging legend in the underground society, Shota whispered. One of the best mercenaries with a flawless record, he has been hired for everything from simple bodyguard duties to the elimination of entire criminal organizations. Ruthless efficiency, that's him. To their dismay, All Might added, visibly shaken. My fellow heroes, what I want you to understand is that if you think dealing with the League of Villains is challenging, dealing with him, he emphasized, shaking slightly, is much worse. It's like comparing an ant to a lion. I encountered him once when I was in the States. 1 year ago, All Might was patrolling near the Empire State Building, trying to kill time while cursing his injuries and time limit, when he heard a huge explosion. Rushing toward the commotion, he found a man with a gorilla-like quirk holding a woman in a way reminiscent of an old movie. Haha, come and get me, puny heroes. I have a hostage and you can't do anything about it, he boasted, delivering a classic villain monologue. Just let me go, the girl shouted, her voice familiar, causing All Might's heart to race in alarm. Melissa, he thought, panicking. Why was she here? If anything happened to her? He wasn't sure if David would forgive him. How could he save her? Using one of his smashes would send both her and the villain flying. Maybe a chop instead? Good grief, and here I thought I could enjoy a coffee. A silky voice interrupted his thoughts. A green-haired teen stepped out of the crowd, dressed in a black suit with his hair tied back, a katana at his side. Who are you to defy me, tiny human? The giant ape glared, trying to intimidate the teen, who appeared completely unfazed. Just one human who will put an end to this, he replied dryly. Ha! Big words. But can you back them up? The villain shouted, hurling a car at him as if it were a toy. The green-haired teen sighed, unsheathing his sword in a blink. He cleanly sliced the car in half, the glass remaining intact. In an instant he sprinted toward the villain, moving with such speed that it seemed like a quirk. He appeared in front of the villain, whose eyes widened in surprise. With a swift motion he disappeared again, only to reappear behind him. With a powerful kick, he brought the villain to his knees. In an impressive leap, he reached the villain's head level and delivered a solid uppercut, knocking him out. As the villain fell, he released his grip on the girl, who began to drop toward the street, causing gasps from the onlookers. But the boy was there in an instant, catching her midair in a graceful manner before landing on the villain's chest. As they landed, the crowd erupted in cheers, while some heroes, including All Might, stood in stunned silence. The villain, who could have given even seasoned pros a hard time, had been defeated by a boy in mere minutes. Seeing the situation under control, All Might jumped down from the building, sporting his signature smile, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Haha, thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, this would have turned nasty, he proclaimed, then grinned. Still, can you put her down? This made Melissa, still in the boy's arms, blush furiously, while the boy seemed surprised, as if he had just realized he was holding someone. Without a word, he gently set her down and, bowing toward the two, began to walk away. Some policemen attempted to apprehend him, but a subtle hand signal halted them in their tracks. Wait! Melissa shouted, causing the boy to stop and turn his head toward her, his expression inviting her to ask her question. Who are you? I want to know my hero's name. The boy seemed to ponder for a moment before responding in the same smooth voice as before. I am no hero, but you can call me Slade. Without giving anyone a chance to ask more questions, he quickly brushed something off his suit, tossed it to the ground, and vanished in a puff of smoke. As All Might concluded his story, he continued, after the incident, I immediately began researching everything I could find about him. To my surprise, there wasn't much information available, only rumors and snippets, many of which turned out to be true. He took a sip of water to soothe his dry throat. That boy, no, that man is the sole reason why the underground has been so quiet lately. His first appearance was in Italy, where he dismantled an entire cell of SLV traders. While many dismissed him as merely lucky, it didn't take long before he started appearing all over the globe, making a name for himself. He began as a hitman, a gun for hire. If you had a job that piqued his interest, he would give you a price and see it through. The reason he isn't on the Heroes Council's most wanted list is that many of the contracts he took came from various governments, necessary evil, eliminating drag cartels, SLV traders, mobs, and corrupt politicians. During that time, he earned different titles: the Punisher, the Exterminator. But after he single-handedly took down the entire Menendez cartel, leaving no survivors. He winced, recalling the evidence and photographs in the report. He earned the title, the Vanquisher. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered the implications. The thought of a mercenary being powerful enough to be considered a legend in the underground within just a few years was extraordinary. The world of mercenaries was one where lives were often short. You could see the next sunrise only to be gone a few days later. Tell me, Nedzu. Aizawa broke the silence. How did you manage to hire him? Oh, you don't want to know. You really don't want to know, replied the principal with a grin that sent chills down their spines. Before I conclude this meeting, I want to tell you to expect great things from this teacher, as I am sure he will bring many changes. On another note, treat him with respect, for the legendary mercenary Slade, the Vanquisher, is only 18 years old. Have a nice day. Upon hearing this, most of the teachers promptly fainted, as the information was too much for their already overwhelmed minds. With a grin, Nedzu dialed Recovery Girl, instructing the now pale symbol of peace to carry his colleagues to the infirmary. Exciting times were certainly ahead. It was dawn when he began to see the beaches of Takoba Municipal Beach Park on the horizon. As his ship started to resurface, he wondered for the 10th time why he had to work, of all places, in Japan. But the pay was good, and he kind of wanted a small vacation and to do something new. Still, teaching was not one of the new experiences he had in mind, but who was he to complain? Disappointed by the view that welcomed him, he remembered from his childhood that Takoba Beach used to be a beautiful place, spotless and pristine. Now, it resembled a massive trash deposit. Vowing to make someone clean it or even to do it himself, he made his ship approach the small dock, quickly unloading his luggage and backpack. After ensuring everything was in order, he jumped off. Ignoring the grimace caused by the horrible stench that permeated the air, he pulled out a small remote from his pocket and set the ship to autopilot, instructing it to move 10 kilometers from the beach, activate all its invisibility sensors, and stay underwater until he called it back. Satisfied, he boarded the taxi he had called beforehand, heading straight to the first intercontinental hotel ever established on Japanese soil. Due to the century-long reign of a certain notorious villain, the International High Council had struggled to expand their territory. Only after he was defeated by All Might were they able to establish one of their settlements. Carrying his luggage, he walked into the reception area, attracting a lot of attention, particularly because of the long black suitcase he was carrying. Since Japanese soil was considered new territory and both heroes and villains had a significant influence, the underworld didn't offer many major contracts. Seeing a new face strutting around was, for lack of a better term, a big deal. "Welcome to the Intercontinental, sir. How may I assist you?" A manager greeted him from behind the desk, clad in a professional suit with the hotel logo pinned on it. "I wish to rent a room," he said smoothly, placing his baggage on the ground. "Of course, sir." "For how long?" the manager replied, pulling out a tablet. "A month, depending on business, possibly longer." "Certainly, sir. Just let me know if you choose to extend your stay. And your name for the reservation." "Slade," he said without missing a beat, sliding 3 silver coins across the table. As soon as the name left his lips, all activity around them ceased. Gasps and sudden intakes of breath filled the room as everyone stared wide-eyed at Slade, even the manager. But like true professionals, they quickly regained their composure. With the same discretion they had shown him, he pocketed the coins and received a key attached to a card from the mercenary. Enjoy your stay, Mr. Slade. It is an honor to have you here," the manager said, bowing slightly. The mercenary silently accepted the key and bowed back before picking up his baggage and heading toward the elevator. The manager watched him leave and chuckled, pulling out an outdated phone from under the counter. He pressed a button and whispered a single sentence: "The Vanquisher is here." 1 hour later, at 2 a.m., Slade left his room after unpacking his belongings and setting everything up for his future contract, completely unaware of the storm his arrival had unleashed across Japan. He had only 6 hours until his first day of teaching at UA. He didn't bother to watch the UA Sports Festival, having already contented himself by reading all his students' profiles on the yacht. With the event layout courtesy of Nizu, he had predicted how everything would play out. As expected, his former best friend and bully took first place, but his behavior was less than exemplary. Slade chuckled darkly at the thought. No surprises there. That ego tantrum and the bias of Japan were in for a rude awakening about how the real world worked. It wasn't all centered in their little world of heroes and villains. He had long ago forgiven them. As his mentor had told him, there was no point in letting rage consume him. In his earlier years, the name of his former friend had been enough to send him into an emotional frenzy, but now it only brought a small distaste. As one Scottish saying goes, forgive the enemy but remember the name. Walking toward the wine-tasting room, he opened the door quickly enough to avoid letting outsiders peek inside, but not so quickly that it seemed he was in a hurry. He was greeted by a spacious room, half of which was occupied by cabinets full of various alcoholic beverages, while the other half displayed rack after rack of neatly organized weapons. "Good morning, Mr. Slade. It's an honor to have you here in Japan," the sommelier greeted him. "I'd like a tasting," Slade replied, wanting to see the arsenal. "It's known that you have a fondness for Austrian varietals, but I can wholeheartedly endorse the new breed of Belgians, the FN57. Recontoured grips, flared magazines for easier reloads. I know you'll appreciate the custom porting," he explained, handing Slade the gun. "It uses bullets made of tungsten and titanium, powerful enough to penetrate even the mightiest Quirk armors." "What's next?" "I need something concealed, robust, with armor-piercing rounds," Slade thought. He was about to enter a school, and he couldn't just teach classes with an AR-15 strapped to his back. Concealing it in a small suitcase would also be troublesome, so he opted for a submachine gun. Concealed, robust, the sommelier pondered. Suddenly, his face lit up as he turned back and presented Slade with a piece of beauty, a P90. Old yet classic and infallible, P90 USG, 50-round magazine, lightweight and easily concealable, stocked with armor-piercing rounds as requested. Something more. Dessert, Slade finished. Desert, the sommelier repeated, bringing 2 metal cases from beneath the table. He opened them to reveal an impressive collection of combat knives. The finest cutlery, all freshly sharpened. After examining several of them, the mercenary selected a Navy SEAL SOG tactical knife, a cold steel tie pan, and a Microtech knife, one for combat, one for throwing, and the last for concealment. "Shall I have everything sent to your room?" the sommelier asked as he closed the cases. "Yes, please," the mercenary replied, turning to leave the room when he was stopped by a final sentence. "Excellent. And Mr. Slade? Good luck with your business." Slade nodded and exited the room. 5 hours later, at 7 a.m., after sleeping his usual 3 hours, taking a shower, and enjoying a relatively peaceful breakfast if one ignored the discreet glances from civilians, mostly women, and various figures from the underworld, he returned to his room. There, he found a large case waiting for him. The weapons he had ordered had arrived quicker than he expected. Talk about Japanese efficiency. He quietly put on his white shirt, carefully tied his tie, and donned his shoulder holsters, a graduation gift from his mentor, made of reinforced black leather. He then put on his black suit, which at first glance might seem like a typical business suit, but it was one of Izuku's prideful creations. Made entirely from his design, it featured 3 layers of protective fabric, bulletproof and stab-proof, with a middle layer designed to harden upon impact while dispersing kinetic force. Not exactly your standard suit. He packed his P90s and extra magazines into his sports bag, along with some empty notebooks and a bottle of water important for staying hydrated, and left his room. A Dodge Charger LD awaited him in the hotel parking lot, a requirement he had specified in his reservation. He tossed his bag into the passenger seat and drove toward UA slowly, wanting to familiarize himself with the city that felt both foreign and familiar. He had to admit that the sight was quite peaceful, and how could he say joyous. He saw students his age walking to school, chatting, and normal people walking their dogs or jogging, all living a normal life, a life he could have if it weren't for that man and the state of society. He tightened his grip on the wheel but quickly relaxed, recalling the wise words of his mentor. How long had it been since he last saw him? After driving for 30 minutes, he arrived at the gates of UA, where he presented the badge that Nezu had sent him the day before, allowing him entry to the campus parking lot filled with numerous cars. He entered the facilities and immediately noticed one thing he disliked about Japan. If Americans had a problem with food sizes, the Japanese had a serious issue with the size of their schools. After 10 minutes of navigating the maze of corridors, receiving curious looks from several second and third-year students, some wondering why he was there, and most intrigued by the sword strapped to his side and his suit, he was finally assisted by an attractive, overly curious blue-haired girl who provided directions to the teacher's room. Standing in front of it, he adjusted his tie and politely knocked on the door. As concerns about our new combat instructor, he should be arriving right now, Nezu finished as a knock echoed through the room. Please enter, Mr. Slade. All the staff, including Shota, who was now completely healed thanks to Recovery Girl's efforts, leaned toward the door in anticipation as it opened. A tall man in a black suit stepped inside. What immediately drew their attention was not just his prominent Japanese features or the sword strapped to his belt, but his eyes green and seemingly empty, devoid of life. They were eyes that had witnessed everything from war to its harshest realities, yet they also conveyed a confidence in his abilities and a keen awareness of his own skills. The tense silence was broken by a loud thud. Midnight had fainted, overwhelmed. Greetings, faculty of UA. My name is Slade, the newly hired combat instructor. I have analyzed all of you, and I look forward to working together. Professors Aizawa Shota, Hisashi Yamada, Seijiro Kan, Ken Ishiyama, 13, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Ryo Inui, Higuri Maidma, Sorahiko Torino, and lastly, Tashinori Yanagi. Slade addressed everyone in the room. You can deflate All Might, I know your secret. As soon as those words left his mouth, every faculty member sprang into action, only to be halted by Nezu's raised paw. Pray tell me, Mr. Slade, how did you come across such intriguing information? After all, it is not widely known. Where did you find it? Nezu asked, his tone sharp. Analyzing him, the mercenary-turned-teacher replied bluntly, seemingly unfazed by the presence of seasoned pros and the symbol of peace himself. All Might, you have a serious issue with managing your time limit, he continued, his tone reminiscent of a certain retired hero and a nurse. In terms of being on the right side, let's just say you are not the only one with a grudge against a century-old villain, he concluded, prompting strange looks from the rest of the staff, while Gran Torino, All Might, and Nezu exchanged glances of understanding. He is on our side, lower your weapons, All Might instructed as he deflated. The others complied, albeit reluctantly. Please take a seat, Mr. Slade, he said, gesturing to an empty chair next to Aizawa, who regarded him with curiosity. So, after this lovely introduction, Nezu began, causing several to sputter. As you know, this is Mr. Slade, the new combat instructor. I hired, one of the best mercenaries in the world. The reason I hired him is that, regarding the USJ incident, even though our students are heroes in training and taught by the finest, they are still young. Unlike Mr. Slade, who is also young, they lack experience. Who better to teach them than someone who has experienced nearly everything, he posed rhetorically. Not to offend you, Slade, but in terms of combat, what will you teach them? Aizawa asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice. He had no doubt about the young man's experience, but did he have the ability to teach? His mind was still fresh from the disaster that was All Might's first class. Racerhead, make no mistake, I don't have extensive teaching experience, but I know how to train people. I will do my best to guide them, Slade replied, clearing his throat. As for what I will teach, my subject will be divided into multiple branches: assault, protection, covert infiltration, stealth, and teamwork. Seeing their expressions, he raised a hand to pause them. I know what you're thinking. You teach similar subjects in your hero course, which are later split into the fundamentals of rescue, evacuation, and battle. What I will provide is a deeper and more realistic insight into how it works, which will hopefully give them a taste of the real world so they won't falter in their first steps. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room as everyone processed the new professor's speech. Tell me then, the principal said, attempting to lighten the mood, what will be your first step as a teacher? My first step, Slade repeated. My first step will be going to Hosu. Noticing their confused expressions, he added, to help Ingenium's younger brother. The hero killer, the one who injured Tensei Lida. Aizawa muttered. That explains why he was so eager to intern with a low-ranked hero in Hosu. Then, I am taking my leave. If you have more questions about my teaching schedule, I'll leave you these. Until next Monday. Slade concluded, pulling some notebooks from his bag and placing them on the table. With a nod from the principal, he exited the room. Talk about anticlimactic. Mike muttered. Meanwhile, Eraserhead, Gran Torino, All Might, and Nedza began to sift through the pile of notebooks out of curiosity. Good lord. This kid is good. All Might whispered, reading one that contained extensive analysis data on the UA staff. And here I thought my training was tough, Aizawa added, examining the notebook with the training schedule. Snipe, who stood beside him, nodded in agreement as he looked over the timetable, which oddly resembled a military boot camp training schedule. On the other side, Gran Torino and Nedzu were poring over what appeared to be an intelligence book, filled with information about the League of Villains. Both wore grins, their eyes glinting with a mix of excitement and concern that filled the rest of the staff with dread. Things didn't look promising from Ida Tenya's perspective, as he found himself pinned to the ground, two blades pressed against his shoulders, listening to the hero killer expound his ideology. He trembled with rage but was powerless to act. The paralysis had not yet faded. Farewell, you will be a sacrifice for a better world, the hero killer declared, raising his blade. I am sorry, brother. I failed you and the Ingenium name. The teen closed his eyes, bracing himself for what he thought was his imminent demise. But it never came. Two shots echoed against the walls, knocking the blade from Stain's hands, who was taken completely by surprise. Ida opened his eyes to see a man clad in a suit standing at the entrance of the alley, holding a gun in his right hand and a black katana resting on his shoulder. I would appreciate it if you didn't harm my student here, the newcomer said softly. Even someone from a prestigious family of heroes can be foolish at times. Ida, whose paralysis had worn off, was consumed by thoughts of revenge and shouted at the newcomer, "Get out of here. This doesn't concern you. This is personal." You really are a fool, the man muttered before raising his voice. You are supposed to be a hero, not someone consumed by revenge and pettiness. You're meant to save people, to help and protect the weak. Someone who meddles in the affairs of others, someone who puts their life on the line for the sake of others. He took a deep breath to compose himself before turning his gaze to Stain. Hero killer. You know the drill. I have to take you down. I can bring you in warm or cold. Splendid. You are someone worthy of being a true hero, Stain replied, grinning, momentarily shaking off his surprise before adopting a more serious demeanor. Now move. You are not on my list. But if you interfere, I won't hesitate to strike you down. For all his foolishness, he is my future student. So I can't and won't let you do that, Slade sighed. If you want to get to them, you'll have to get through me. So be it, the hero killer proclaimed. The two combatants readied their weapons, and at an unspoken signal, they charged at each other with a speed that seemed impossible to the two witnesses, Ida and pro-hero native, who had just regained consciousness. All they could see were blurs and the occasional spark as their swords clashed. From Slade's perspective, his eyes were growing dry, even for a veteran like him. The hero killer was proving to be one of the toughest opponents he had faced. He understood now why many pro-heroes had fallen to Stain's hand. The speed, skill, and precision were nearly equal to his own, but the alleyway favored Stain, who was more accustomed to fighting in tight spaces. Slade relied on his infinite pounding style and experience to keep himself in the fight. Time to finish this, he thought. As the hero killer launched a series of rapid strikes aimed at his arms, Slade broke through with an upward slash. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a diagonal cut that caught Stain off guard. Without wasting a second, he threw Stain out of the alley and into the open avenue. A group of pro-heroes, including the number 2 pro-hero Endeavor, rushed toward the alley after receiving Native's distress signal about the hero killer attacking him and 2 others. Just as they were about to enter, they saw the hero killer emerging, followed by the man in the black suit wielding a katana. "Wait, Endeavor!" Another hero shouted, noticing the flame hero preparing to intervene with his quirk. "You'll only get caught in the middle of the fight." True to his warning, they watched as Stain executed a flip in midair, landing on his feet before springing forward, unleashing a flurry of cuts and stabs. The man defended himself with a series of parries, but eventually broke through Stain's attack with a heavy strike, shattering Stain's sword in the process. The force of the blow slightly destabilized Stain, who looked surprised. A swift kick to the face stunned him, and the man sheathed his sword, leaving everyone confused. He approached Stain, preparing for a close-quarters attack with a stance that made many heroes widen their eyes. Stain managed to recover from the dizziness, but it was too late. He attempted to create distance, but his opponent was already too close for a proper counterattack. A powerful double punch aimed at Stain's solar plexus and stomach forced him to spit blood, sending him crashing into a nearby car, the sound of impact echoing ominously. "Amazing!" Ida and some heroes murmured, while others, like Endeavor, were left baffled as they watched the man walk toward the hero killer, pulling out zip ties from his coat pockets to bind Stain's hands and legs. A sudden screech drew their attention skyward, revealing a winged creature flying toward Ingenium's youngest brother. As Endeavor prepared a fire lance, a dozen shots rang out, striking the creature and causing it to screech in pain as bullets pierced its wings and body. Everyone turned to see the man holding 2 smoking guns, a rare sight since modern weaponry had become uncommon with the rise of quirks. With the same speed he had drawn them, he holstered the guns and unsheathed his sword. With a powerful downward slash, he split the Nomu in 2 as it plummeted toward him. The entire confrontation between the man and the hero killer, as well as the Nomu, lasted only a couple of minutes. The sound of a helicopter overhead indicated that a media crew was recording everything, possibly live. The dark-haired man sheathed his sword with the practiced calmness of someone who had done it many times before. Ignoring the news chopper and the other heroes, he turned his gaze toward Ida. "I will see you on Monday at school." "Tenya," he said softly. Without giving anyone a chance to react, including Endeavor, who seemed intent on arresting him, he vanished in a puff of smoke. News about the capture of the infamous hero killer Stain was covered by all the news channels throughout the weekend. A news chopper that was fortunate enough to be near the area managed to record the entire confrontation between the hero killer and a mysterious man in a suit, who defeated him and then proceeded to take down one of the 3 Nomus that was terrorizing Hosu, all without breaking a sweat. The reactions to this new figure were mixed. Many civilians, particularly those whose family members had been harmed by the hero killer, expressed immense gratitude for the end of Stain's reign of terror. However, some heroes wanted to apprehend him for vigilantism. Strangely, the underworld remained eerily silent, which was highly unusual. If there was one question that plagued everyone's minds, it was about his identity. Who was he? Why was he here? What was his quirk? Was he a new vigilante on the rise, an underground hero, or a villain with a hidden agenda? UA Teachers Lounge, 7:50 a.m. Teachers slowly filled the staff room, preparing themselves for the dreaded day that was Monday. Some were perfectly awake, like Slade or Vlad King, while others were overly energized, like Present Mike, who seemed to have consumed an entire pack of energy drinks. Others were sluggishly trying to stay awake, like Midnight, or were directly asleep, like Aizawa. The rest were fairly relaxed. Feeling that time was approaching, Slade set down the stack of papers he was reading and glanced at his watch before turning to present Mike. "Mike," he softly asked. "Yeah, listener," the other replied, full of energy. "Pass me that glass of water." "Here you go. May I ask why?" Mike said as he handed the glass to the young teacher. Instead of replying, Slade raised the glass for everyone to see and promptly dumped it on Aizawa's head. Despite being asleep, Aizawa's reflexes were still impressive, and Slade barely managed to dodge the punch aimed at his jaw. "Never do that again," the aloof hero groggily stated while trying to wake up. "Wake up. You have classes," the mercenary said, passing him a mug full of coffee. "Yeah. Spare me the lecture," Aizawa replied, accepting the mug and downing half of its contents in one gulp before standing up. "See you in 15 minutes, Slade said, watching the underground hero leave the room before returning to his papers. "Incredible. If I had done that to Shota, I'd be dead," Present Mike muttered. "Out of all the people who would have a more friendly relationship with Slade, I didn't expect Eraserhead to be the one," Snipe added. "UA, Class 1A, 8:15 a.m. The whole class buzzed with its usual energy. Mina and Toru were gossiping, Bakugo was cursing, Ida was trying to restore order, and Mineta was attempting to sneak glances at the girls, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Tsuyu. Everyone was in their usual groups, chatting about their internships and what they had done, but predominantly about the latest news reports, particularly the man who had defeated the hero killer Stain and then taken down a Nomu with seemingly no effort. "He was so manly," Kirishima shouted. "He was quite skilled," the class's resident martial artist muttered. "He was so scary," Mineta said, trembling as he recalled the man's intense glare from the news. "And he was handsome. I wonder if he is single," Mina commented, causing everyone to sweat drop. Their chatter was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of their homeroom teacher, making everyone scramble for their seats. 2 seconds. "Not bad," their teacher muttered, carrying a cup of coffee in one hand and his notebooks in the other. "So much for a welcome," the students deadpanned. "Enough chat. As you can see, we are at the end of May. From this day on, you have roughly 2 months until the end of June, which will mark the start of the midterm exams. The first part will be a theoretical exam, and the second part will be a surprise," their teacher reported, sporting his signature crazy grin. "On another note, you have a new teacher," he continued. With this statement, the whole class perked up in interest, including Todoroki and Bakugo, who normally kept to themselves. Because of the USJ incident, the principal believed that while our heroics teaching is effective, it still misses some fundamental skills like combat. To avoid repeating the same mistake, he hired a combat instructor, who should be arriving right now. As the door opened, the whole class leaned in anticipation. A figure entered, and to their shock, he looked young enough to be their age. He was tall, at least 1.8 meters, with a face that showed no emotion. His long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and his well-maintained physique was evident. Many were drawn to his choice of clothing: black trousers, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a black tie. Additionally, there was a dual gun holster under his armpit containing 2 guns, and a black katana strapped to his belt. But what truly captured their attention were his eyes, green and dull, appearing emotionless at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, they held a hidden glint that hinted at power and danger. This, combined with his presence and body language, made even the 2 resident powerhouses, Todoroki and Bakugo, instinctively put their guard up. They were snapped out of their thoughts when the new teacher spoke. "Good morning, Class 1A. My name is Slade. As your teacher mentioned, I am your new combat instructor. It's a pleasure to meet you." His brief introduction jolted the students from their stupor, prompting a barrage of questions. "No way. It's him. Are you really our new teacher? How are you going to teach us? How old are you? Are you a hero? I've never heard of you. Are you single? What is your quirk?" To everyone's surprise, he managed to keep up and dryly answered, "Yes, I am your new teacher. I will teach you combat in various subjects. I'm 18 years old. No, I am not a hero. Yes, I am single, and I am quirkless." As soon as the word quirkless was heard, the whole class fell silent, just as quickly as when their homeroom teacher had entered. "Just, I know what you are thinking. What can a quirkless person teach us?" Slade said, noticing their expressions and gestures, trying to deny everything. "You may deny it all you want, but your body language says otherwise. But in the end, I don't care what you think of me. If Class 1A thought that Aizawa was the scariest teacher they ever had, they were mistaken. A mere glare from their new instructor sent a shiver down their spines, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Even Bakugo and Todoroki, the strongest in the class, wore expressions of fear as they stood paralyzed. But just as quickly as it appeared, the glare vanished, allowing the students to regain their senses, though many still trembled slightly. If a small glare like that can render you all in this state, the teacher said flatly, then you have a long way to go. He picked up a marker and began writing on the board with clear, precise strokes. I am here to teach you the art of combat, which will be divided into 3 parts: rescue, evacuation, and battle. These subjects typically only cover the basics, as most heroic courses focus more on quirk training. However, I will provide you with a deeper understanding of them, he continued. Assault, protection, covert infiltration, stealth, and teamwork are branches of these 3. Some of you may specialize in one area, but my goal is for all of you to have the fundamentals ingrained in your minds by the end of the year, he stated, setting down the marker. I have seen all of you in action at the sports festival, and while I can commend your creative use of your talents and quirks, your combat skills were lacking, he explained. Seeing the class remain silent, he added, I assume many of you have questions, but no one is brave enough to voice them. Good, you've just spared me a headache. Many students sweat-dropped at his words. Meet me in 15 minutes at Gym Gamma, wearing your P uniforms. Noticing the class still staring at him in disbelief, he clapped his hands sharply, startling everyone. What are you waiting for? Move, he shouted. This snapped the class to attention, and they scrambled out of their seats, rushing toward the changing rooms. Slade sighed, knowing it was going to be a long day. In Gym Gamma at 8:35 a.m., the students from Class 1A entered the vast gym with some hesitation. They found Cementos, their new instructor, alongside Aizawa. The gym had transformed. Where there had once been multiple mountains for training, now there was a simple platform reminiscent of the one used during the sports festival finals. Slade, who had been conversing with the other 2 teachers, turned to face the students. This time, he chose to forego his black coat, wearing only a white shirt and a loosened black tie, and he was without any visible weapons. Now that you're all here, let's begin, shall we? I've called you here for a little assessment test. My classes will focus on both theory and practice, with tests on both sides. To gauge your abilities, I will be testing each of you individually. With a leap, he hopped onto the platform. You may come at me with everything you have your ultimate moves. Your only objective is to defeat me or push me out of bounds, so make it a challenge. This challenge ignited the previously intimidated class. Don't underestimate us. What did you say? Yeah. We've faced villains before. The first to step up was, unsurprisingly, Katsuki Bakugo. Ready to lose, you quirkless wonder? The blonde taunted. To his frustration, the teacher appeared uninterested in his insults, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. He charged forward, attempting to land a powerful blow, but to his surprise, the teacher evaded with ease, grabbing his arm and tossing him to the ground. Bakugo gasped as the air was knocked from his lungs, and before he could recover, he felt a heavy strike to his midsection that left him momentarily dazed. Class 1A watched in shock as one of their strongest fighters was defeated in mere seconds, and without much of a fight. The teacher had handled it as if it were a casual stroll. The morale that had been high just moments before plummeted, leaving the students feeling uncertain and less eager to face their new instructor. Eijiro Kirishima stepped up next, determined to put up a fight, but it proved futile. As he launched an armored punch, the teacher dodged effortlessly, countering with a straight punch that broke through Kirishima's hardened defense as if it were nothing. An uppercut followed, and Kirishima lost consciousness. Minoru Mineta and Shiro Hanta attempted to trap the teacher, but he deftly avoided all their efforts. The first student received a powerful kick that sent him hurtling toward the wall, while the second found himself tangled in his own tape. Rikido Sato attempted to overpower the instructor with his sugar rush, but his flurry of punches was abruptly halted as the instructor effortlessly caught both his arms and delivered a sharp knee to his chin. Majireo Ashuru and Ochako Uraraka nearly landed some hits, thanks to their martial arts training, but ultimately fell victim to a series of swift combos. Ida Tenya almost managed to kick his teacher with his recipro burst, but the instructor dodged, using Ida's own momentum against him, slamming him to the ground with such force that he left a crater. Qiu Azhui tried to ensnare him with her tongue, but the teacher dodged and caught it, pulling her close before delivering a solid strike to her midsection. Kyukajiu, Mina Ishido, and Aoyama, all long-range attackers, faced the same fate as the teacher danced around their shots, eventually landing a punch to the gut. Denki Kaminari attempted to unleash his ultimate move of 1.3 million volts, only for everyone to be astonished as the instructor shrugged it off completely. In his dazed state, Denki was declared unable to continue fighting. Mizo Shoji tried to employ the same strategy as Sato but met with the same outcome. Koji Koda and Toru Hagakure, the weaker fighters, were knocked out in mere seconds. Tokoyami Fumikage aimed to use Dark Shadow to throw the instructor out of bounds, but was shocked to see his companion overwhelmed by a barrage of kicks and punches, with the instructor tossing him and the sentient quirk off the platform. Momo Yaoyorozu was the only one to land a solid hit with her bow staff, but it barely fazed the instructor, who quickly disarmed her and turned her own creation against her. The match became particularly interesting during the final showdown between Slade and Todoroki Shoto, the second powerhouse of the class and son of Endeavor. The youngest son of the number 2 pro hero expected a quick victory, but the instructor effortlessly dodged his attacks, with every ice wave he sent failing to even graze him while covering the platform in frost. "It seems you're reaching your limit, Todoroki. I suggest you start using your left side if you want to inflict any damage," Slade remarked, standing atop a mountain of ice and gesturing to the frostbite on his right arm. "I will never use my father's quirk," the normally composed student shouted, panting heavily. "Oh please. Is that little grudge really worth it?" the teacher replied, clearly unimpressed. "Shut up. You don't know what I've been through. The scar on your left, caused by your mother, who was forced into a quirk marriage by your father." "Yes, I know that. But that doesn't mean that quirk belongs to him," the mercenary said, taking a deep breath. "You want to be a hero, right? If you fight at half strength, you'll only end up with dead people. So do me a favor and stop being stubborn. Use it. It's not your father's quirk, it's yours." Those words silenced the young Todoroki, who recalled his mother's supportive words, encouraging him to stay true to himself and not be a prisoner of his lineage. "But you want to be a hero, right? That's fine. You're not bound by his blood. Decide who you want to become and be all you can be." Suddenly, a massive surge of fire erupted from Shoto, its heat so intense that it roused many of the knocked-out students and startled those still conscious. Everyone was in awe of the blazing inferno Todoroki unleashed. "So that's why you stalled the battle for so long," Aizawa thought. "Now, Todoroki, are you ready to give it your all?" the mercenary prepared himself. "Gladly, sensei," the youngest Todoroki replied, smiling for the first time in years. He took the initiative, sending a giant ice wave towards Slade before opening his palm and launching a stream of fire into the rapidly cooling air. Hot and cold reaction, huh? Not bad, Slade thought, positioning his left hand in a sword-like fashion. Void-style first stance, empty hand, he declared, cutting through the incoming explosion with an upward slash. For those witnessing the match, the explosion that threatened to engulf both combatants was suddenly split in half, dissipating into nothingness, leaving only a small puff of smoke behind. As the smoke cleared, they found themselves staring at the combat teacher, who stood unharmed, much to the dismay of many. On the other side, Todoroki was still standing, but barely. He fainted and began to fall, only to be caught by Slade just before impact. Silence enveloped the gym as everyone processed the scene. This man, the same age as them, had defeated the entire class, including their strongest member, single-handedly and without a scratch. Even Aizawa was at a loss for words. "They lack a lot of things, but they're not bad," Slade said to Aizawa as he hopped off the platform, carrying the young Todoroki and walking beside him. "I have to admit, while it's unorthodox, it's still very effective. You knocked down their arrogance a bit and humbled several of them. What will you do now?" Aizawa asked as the mercenary picked up his sword, gun holster, and black coat. I'm going to see how Class 1B fares against me, the dark-haired teacher replied as he headed toward the exit. Oh boy. Those students won't know what hit them, Izuku grinned. Once the teacher disappeared, he called for the medical bots to take the injured students to Recovery Girl. Lunch in the cafeteria was strange for many students that day, marked by the noticeable absence of both first-year heroic course classes. While many wished them well, even the general studies classes found it puzzling. When some approached their teachers for answers, they were met with a feral grin and the words, "Your new combat teacher," which left them feeling unnerved. Just as Nizu predicted, the arrival of the new combat teacher sparked a mix of reactions from students and faculty alike. Slade, hired specifically to teach the heroic department, surprised everyone when he requested to include the other departments in his curriculum. You call yourselves the best heroic college in Japan, yet you don't even teach basic self-defense to the other courses. It's baffling how the school board never considered this, he stated. This bold move earned Slade the respect of many, particularly the general studies students, who often felt overlooked. With Slade's decision to teach and train them, they saw a glimmer of hope to be recognized as equals alongside the heroic courses. For the support department, he not only taught self-defense but also how to perform under extreme pressure like the kind faced when lives depended on the equipment they were repairing in war zones. Although the students were initially taken aback by this new subject, they embraced the challenge wholeheartedly. Even more surprising was the revelation of their teacher's age 18, roughly the same age as the first-year students. This was hard to believe, given his demeanor and personality, which seemed more fitting for a seasoned veteran. Despite his unconventional teaching methods, Slade quickly gained popularity and admiration among the students, even developing a fan base, though he remained blissfully unaware of it. The students of Class 1A were understandably nervous. Even Bakugo and Todoroki showed signs of unease, despite their attempts to conceal it. They anticipated a challenging written exam, but Slade's test caught them completely off guard. Instead of traditional questions about events and strategies, his test involved various hypothetical scenarios, from simple raids to war zones. He paired the students into groups and asked them to outline their approaches, backup plans, and improvisations for increasingly dangerous situations. As they stood before the gates of one of UA's simulated cities, waiting for the practical exam to begin, they felt mentally drained. However, many held on to hope, having heard from third-year students that the first-term final exam usually involved battling robots. But the presence of their new combat teacher made them wary. The arrival of their teachers only added to their confusion, but it confirmed their suspicions. The exam had changed. Hello, my dear students. Contrary to your expectations, I regret to inform you that the content of the test will be different. Nizu exclaimed, emerging from a tangle of capture weapons around Eraserhead's neck. Due to the recent surge of villains and the incident at USJ, the Academy has decided to focus on more personal battle activities to create a teaching environment closer to real combat. So today, you will be paired up and your opponents will be. Izuku continued as Nizu climbed down. Thus, Slade finished, appearing behind the aloof teacher. If the students were already apprehensive about facing their own teachers, the thought of battling their combat instructor plunged them into despair, especially since they had yet to land a hit on him. Unfortunately for you, as much as I would love to engage in a friendly spar, I won't be participating in this exercise. Your grades for my subject will depend on how you approach this battle. Good luck, Slade said before quietly stepping away. Your objective is simple. You will face one of your professors in pairs. Each pair will be assigned to a different area. To pass the exam, you must either reach an exit gate or capture us using these, Nizu explained, holding up a pair of H&D CFFS. The students gawked at the simplicity of the exam, yet they understood the monumental effort it would take to succeed. Any questions? Good. That said, good luck, everyone. Nizu concluded cheerfully. Slade couldn't help but groan as he observed his students' performances from multiple screens. He was currently inside Recovery Girl's tent, waiting for the students to finish. Taking a sip of water, he returned his attention to analyzing the different teams and their opponents. Kirishima and Sato faced Cementos. Two strong brawlers, But they share the flaw of having time-limited abilities that consume a lot of stamina, something Cementos can exploit. Unless they devise strategies that don't involve reckless charging, they are likely to fail. Fumikage and Azui faced Ectoplasm. While Fumikage is skilled with his companion Dark Shadow, he relies on it too much. Azui is capable of both long and close-range attacks, but she still hasn't realized the full potential of her unique abilities. Ectoplasm, on the other hand, excels in close quarters and can overwhelm foes with numbers. Lita and Ojiro faced Power Loader. Both are excellent fighters, balanced in mind and body, but their styles require smooth movement and even ground, which Power Loader can counter by altering the environment. Momo and Shinso faced Eraserhead. Another pair of capable fighters. Aizawa has been training Shinso, so this will be a crucial test for him. Momo will need to overcome her insecurities and reliance on her quirk to succeed. Uraraka and Aoyama faced 13. A combination of close-range and long-range abilities, with Uraraka excelling in close combat and Aoyama able to engage from a distance. However, 13's quirk can counter both easily, and both quirks have time limits and similar drawbacks. Denki and Mina faced Nizu. The most simplistic students with the lowest grades must battle one of the smartest individuals in the world. Honestly, I pity them. Kuda and Jairu versus Present Mike. A clash of voice and sound quirks, but the difference is that Mike has more range and experience with his. Kyuka has yet to discover the combat potential her Jax can unleash, and Kuda has yet to overcome his shyness. So it's up to the two of them to figure out how to win this. Mizo and Toru versus Snipe. Another team with great potential, two students that specialize in stealth and reconnaissance. It should be noted that they aren't weak physically either, with Shoji's strong build and quirk combination, and Hagakura's invisibility. However, the opponent they are facing specializes in sniping and counter-sniping, making this a significant challenge for them. Zero and Mineta versus Midnight. Both of them have quirks that can restrain, but Midnight's quirk has quite a range, and the whip at her side is more than just a prop. They can't get close to her without risking exposure to the gas or being struck by her weapon. Adding to the complexity is the unpredictable nature of one of them, making it difficult to foresee the outcome. Bakugo and Todoroki versus All Might. Our resident powerhouses must face the symbol of peace. With Bakugo's strong ego and superiority complex, along with Todoroki's tendency to act independently, this match is a recipe for disaster. To make matters worse, they don't get along, so they must either work together or risk failing the exam. Slade groaned once again. Had he been a month earlier, he would have been able to teach more. Unfortunately, with the limited time he had and the different students, he could only cover the basics and give them a glimpse of their potential. Now it was up to his students' wits and abilities to pass the exam. Whines and complaints echoed through the corridor as Class 1A students trudged back to their classroom, utterly exhausted after the exams. It was understandable, given that they had been pushed to their limits both mentally and physically. Those with a bit more energy left were celebrating their success in the practical test, whether by capturing their teacher or managing to escape through the gate. However, this was no easy feat. Even with the teachers weighed down, they were still seasoned pro heroes with years of experience. It was natural for some students to struggle, as evidenced by the gloomy expressions of Kirishima, Sato, Mina, and Kaminari. That was definitely challenging. Kirishima remarked. Now I see why they're called pro heroes, Sato added. I was so nervous, Mina admitted. The students were so lost in their thoughts that they forgot to ask their class powerhouses how they had fared against the #1 pro hero, All Might. The cameras filming the exam had been completely destroyed by the overwhelming power of the three. But the arrival of their homeroom teacher and combat instructor quickly shifted their focus. So, as you can see, these exams mark the end of the first term of your first year, Aizawa began. Judging by some of your faces, it seems some of you are aware that you didn't pass the exam. But don't worry, regarding the threat of missing the camp trip if you fail. Slade continued. It was a clever ruse, Aizawa finished with a smirk. Silence filled the room. Even if the students didn't show it, Those who had failed were internally celebrating before Aizawa's stern gaze silenced them. Still, mark my words, Slade said seriously. For those who have failed, Aizawa and I will continue lessons and highlight your shortcomings during the camp at night. Such words felt like a heavy weight on the shoulders of those who had hoped for a carefree weekend, sinking back into their seats in despair at the thought of being taught by their two most demanding teachers. As for the rest of the class, he continued, you may have passed, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. His glare made everyone shudder. I suggest you review all the class materials, Aizawa added. Indeed. With that said, enjoy your weekend. Class dismissed, Slade concluded. With no further words, both teachers exited the classroom. As the students began to leave, excitedly discussing their weekend plans, the class powerhouses clenched their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the faculty was in high spirits as they graded their students' tests. Even though many teachers had patrols to attend to as pro-heroes, the weekend was a welcome break from teaching, granting them more free time. Man, it feels great to finally finish the week, Vlad King remarked, stretching his arms. I have an idea. To celebrate, why don't we go to a bar tonight? Mike suggested, his excitement palpable. Murmurs of agreement spread through the room. The idea of unwinding with colleagues over drinks was certainly appealing. Even Eraserhead seemed to agree, surprising many, as he usually preferred to nap or patrol. However, they remembered their youngest colleague, who was packing his belongings at a desk, oblivious to the teacher's dilemma. They wanted to invite him to get to know him better, but his aloofness made him seem unapproachable, much like Aizawa. Before they could decide, they noticed Midnight approaching him, widening their eyes in surprise. Slade closed his bag with a sigh, contemplating what to do now that the week had ended. Perhaps he could look for a contract. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a familiar presence behind him. How is my fellow colleague doing today? Midnight asked playfully, leaning in close. Midnight, I'd appreciate it if you stopped leaning on me and got to the point, Slade replied in his usual emotionless tone. Since his arrival, the R-rated heroines had tried repeatedly to elicit a reaction from him, but he remained unfazed, much to their frustration. You're no fun, she pouted. Still, we wanted to invite you to join us for drinks tonight. I see, Slade mused. The idea of going out was tempting. Teaching and managing his own business left him little free time. A break sounded appealing. Just send me the time and location. With that, he disentangled himself from her and, carrying his sports bag, left the room, leaving the rest of the staff in silence. Shota, are you sure he isn't your long-lost twin brother? Hisashi asked, sweat dropping. I have no idea, Aizawa replied, amusement evident in his tone. Hours later, Slade whistled a cheerful tune as he parked his new Yamaha MT-09 motorcycle in the small lot next to a quaint Japanese bar. Despite its old appearance, it looked cozy and welcoming, with delicious aromas wafting from inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several tables pushed together, with his colleagues gathered around, including Principal Nizu, much to his surprise. Most teachers were dressed in casual attire, though 13 and Aizawa remained in their hero outfits. Snipe wore brown pants and a black hoodie, still sporting his mask, while Present Mike donned a version of his hero outfit without gadgets and regular glasses. Nemuri wore oversized shorts and a t-shirt, and All Might was in his deflated form, dressed in a white shirt and cargo pants. Cementos, Seijiro Kan, and Ectoplasm wore country-style outfits in different colors, while Principal Nizu was in his usual suit. Slade! Seat over here! Shouted Present Mike, signaling an open spot next to Aizawa. The rest of the staff welcomed him, and as he settled into his seat, they passed him a small menu. The principal mentioned they had only ordered drinks and were waiting for him to choose some food. Once everyone had placed their orders and refilled their drinks, conversation flowed among them. Say, Slade, it's quite a different sight to see you in something other than your suit, Seijiro Kan remarked, taking a swig from his mug. It was true, the young professor was dressed in dark brown boots, jeans, and a brown leather jacket over a gray shirt. It's also rare to see you without your sword. Are you still armed, Mr. Slade? The principal inquired, glancing over his glass of sherry. In response, Slade slightly moved aside his jacket, revealing gun holsters that held 257 pistols. Vigil. You're supposed to be on a break, Present Mike murmured. Slade remained silent but wore a small smirk. Then Tashinori glanced at Slade's drink and nearly choked, startling everyone. Young Slade, what on earth are you drinking? The blonde exclaimed. Hibiki whiskey. Why do you ask? Slade replied, taking a sip. The rest of the staff, except the principal, mirrored All Might's initial shock, staring at him in disbelief. Most teachers were not heavy drinkers, as hero duties required them to stay sober. Nearly everyone had ordered lager or ale from various brands, with the exception of Namuri, who had a glass of ameshu, Aizawa with shochu, All Might with oolong tea due to his stomach issues, and the principal enjoying a small glass of sherry. How do you even handle that amount? Snipe asked, baffled. Why do you even drink? Seijiro Kan added incredulously. My mentor trained me to handle bottles without getting drunk, regardless of the alcohol percentage. As for why I drink, let's just say it helps me relax, he answered, downing his glass without showing any signs of tipsiness. About your mentor, who is he? Who trained you? Nizu asked eagerly. Such questions put Slade in a dilemma. They were highly personal, and while he preferred silence as a method of dealing with interrogations, he knew his colleagues were not foolish, especially the principal. If he remained quiet, they would dig deeper, uncovering the truth. He was aware that sooner or later his identity would be exposed, but he wanted to delay that as long as possible. My mentor is someone who raised me, a father figure, you could say, he said, refilling his glass. He, like me, once walked a dangerous path and rose to prominence, but he is now retired. As for the training? Let's just say if you think many countries' special forces training is tough, mine was on a completely different level. Silence followed as he downed half of his glass, signaling an end to the conversation. An older lady appeared, holding 2 plates full of different types of food. Here are your orders, dears. Who ordered yakitori? With a sigh, Slade collapsed onto the soft mattress of his bed. Surprisingly, the night out with his colleagues had exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated the usual outcome, everyone chatting while he quietly observed from the corner. But the staff and the principal had openly invited him into their conversations, and he found himself genuinely enjoying the night, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. They chatted until the bar closed, and despite everyone's protests, he took the bill, considering it a token of gratitude for their invitation. He chuckled at the thought of Midnight and Present Mike, both of whom had ended up quite tipsy. By the end of the night, they needed to be escorted home, as they were in no condition to walk or talk coherently. Just as he was about to doze off, his work phone rang, startling him. Who would dare call him now? This is Slade, he answered in his business tone. Hello, Slade, my name is David Shield, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. Despite his lack of interest in style and decorations, preferring simplicity and efficiency, Slade couldn't deny the beauty of Island. An island built through a joint effort of numerous support companies and nations, it provided scientists worldwide with a safe and peaceful environment to continue their research and experiments, with a defense system rivaling that of Tartarus and Olympus. After receiving permission to land from the control tower, he maneuvered his personal hovercraft to the designated hangar. Toggling the controls like a seasoned pilot, he landed smoothly. He grabbed his gear and conducted a final check of the hovercraft systems before descending through the cargo ramp. To his surprise, he was greeted by 2 flight inspectors, 2 security guards, and the world-famous scientist, his host, David Shield. Mr. Shield, it's an honor to meet you, he said in flawless English. Slade, call me David. The Mr. makes me feel old, the man chuckled. The honor is mine. This is in gratitude for saving my daughter years ago. It was nothing, David. Nonsense. Come, Island and my daughter are waiting for you. David laughed heartily, pulling the surprised mercenary toward the exit. To say that Slade was amazed was an understatement. He now understood why this technological wonder was nicknamed Scientist Paradise. The city, its architecture, and its atmosphere felt futuristic, as if he had stepped into a time machine and traveled 10 years into the future. Heck, even the trash bins were high-tech. David continued to laugh as he introduced the young man to different parts of the city. Despite the young age of the mercenary and his line of work, he found himself chatting with a fellow enthusiast as they discussed various subjects, mainly the young man's impressive hovercraft. So you're saying that your hovercraft uses air currents to create a circular airflow in the middle, without needing a central rotor? Instead of using traditional boosters? David Shield asked, intrigued, as they entered the lobby of the central tower. Indeed. When I was constructing the aircraft, I wanted something that could fly without the need for a traditional takeoff. At first, I considered a model similar to the V-22 Osprey, but the time it took for the rotors to start rotating and take off made me rethink my approach. So, I came up with the idea of manipulating air currents with multiple smaller rotors, which are faster, the mercenary explained. Still, that would take a massive amount of energy to pull off? David continued. You're correct, but by utilizing the air currents that pass through the aircraft, I installed several fans that rotate. Their kinetic energy is stored in an energy reservoir, and there are also several high thermal absorbent panels, he replied. You sure you're not an engineer? David asked, amused. Well, actually no, but I am something of a scientist myself. Slade replied, slowing down as he sensed a presence approaching them. Papa, an oddly familiar female voice shouted. Before they could turn around, a blonde cannonball collided with the scientist. Melissa dear, what have we talked about running around? David scolded his daughter gently. Sorry, I'm just very excited to see Uncle Mite, she said, blushing. Wait, has he arrived yet? Did he accept the invitation? She blurted out nervously. Sweetie, he is right behind you. David indicated, completely amused. Melissa Shield slowly turned around and, to her utmost happiness, found herself staring at a young man, her savior. He was much taller than before, with a more defined physique, but his face remained unchanged. Not that it mattered. He was even more handsome than 2 years ago. Nice to meet you again, Melissa, the man spoke smoothly. He even spoke in the same voice, the same tone. She felt like she was hyperventilating, as she may or may not have developed a crush on him over the years. The sudden snap of fingers from her father broke her out of her daydream and reintroduced her to reality. Melissa? You okay over there? Her father asked, concerned. Yes, she replied, louder than she intended. Great, Melissa. What a presentation you are giving, she thought, mentally slapping herself. Well then, why don't you introduce Slade to the rest of the city? Daddy has a lot of things to do now. Also, before that, you better go to receive Uncle Mite. He should be arriving right now. You please go with her? David said, completely amused by his daughter's reactions. Of course, David. Good, then off you go. The path from here to the train station takes some time. He then walked into one of the elevators, waving at them before the doors closed. Without wasting a moment, Melissa turned to face Slade but still found herself at a loss for words. So, Miss Shield, how are we getting to the train station? Slade asked, noticing the attractive girl was silent. The train station isn't very far, we could actually walk there, but since we don't have much time. Melissa pondered. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a stand with pogo jumpers, which, despite their childish appearance, could reach heights of 5 meters and had an auto-balance mechanism to prevent falls. I think I have an idea. All Might, even though he was swarmed by fans, couldn't help but feel nostalgic as he exited the train station towards the plaza. Island was one of the few places that always brought back good memories for him, from his meetings with Dave to testing his first costumes, and the overall feeling of peace that filled the entire complex. It had been a long time since he visited, as he was quite busy with his position as the symbol of peace. Despite this, he finally managed to spare some free time this year, and with Dave inviting him to the expo, it was the perfect opportunity to relax. But then, Nijaya, stop interrogating every person you come across. Mirio shouted. You are no fun. How am I supposed to learn about this island then? Pouted the blue-haired girl. Quit it, you two. You're attracting everyone's attention, whispered the shy voice of Tamaki, trembling behind a chest bin. The number 1 pro hero couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight in front of him. Another reason he decided to visit Island this summer was to introduce his successor to David's shield, Mirio Togata, the 9th successor of One for All. The blonde boy was the model of a true hero, ready to put his life on the line for others and always smiling, no matter how tough the situation. It was almost like seeing a young version of himself. However, the young boy also proved to be as reckless as he had been in his youth. As for the other two, Nijire Hado and Amajiki Tamaki, they were Mirio's companions, both powerful in their own right. The three of them were studying at UA, in their 3rd and final year, all ready to enter the world of pro heroes. Still, witnessing the antics of the trio sometimes made him wonder if he was their caretaker instead of their teacher. "Uncle Might," a familiar voice shouted, cutting him out of his thoughts and attracting the attention of the 3rd-year students. He turned around just in time to see Melissa soaring high in the air on a pogo jumper, and to his surprise, Slade was right next to her. The only difference was that the young teacher was gracefully landing beside her. Without hesitation, the girl landed on the ground and launched herself into his arms. "You've all grown up," the number 1 hero exclaimed happily. "I'm just 22, the blonde replied, a hint of playfulness in her voice. "I'm not that heavy, right?" "Not at all." All Might responded, lifting her effortlessly before turning to Slade. "Greetings, All Might," the young man said in his usual emotionless tone. Before the hero could reply, a trio of heroes, whom All Might had completely forgotten about, decided to interrupt. "Sensei, I didn't know you had family here. You're visiting Island too? Who invited you? Was it a sponsor?" "Nijire. Chill out with the questions." "Nijire, what did I tell you about your interrogation bursts?" The combat teacher scolded the girl gently, as if she were a child. "I'm sorry, Sensei." The hyperactive girl of the trio looked genuinely remorseful. Slade, however, noticed the lazy trails of steam beginning to emerge from him, which caught Mirio's attention, making him look worried at his mentor. "Well then, I'm sorry, Melissa dear, but I have to meet your father. We can't keep him waiting. How about you show them the many wonders this island has? After all, I know my way to Dave's office," he exclaimed, sporting his signature smile. "Good idea, Uncle Might. I'll see you at tonight's gala." "Indeed, Melissa. Well then, Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, Slade. Off I go. See you tonight." With an impressive leap, he soared toward the Island's central tower. Just like Slade's initial reaction, Mirio Togata and the rest of his friends were completely in awe as they admired the numerous gadgets and services the city offered. Even Tamaki seemed to push his shyness aside to appreciate the different pieces of technology. Nijire, on the other hand, was displaying some unusual reactions. One moment she looked like a child in a toy store, but then, when she thought no one was looking, she frowned at Melissa, who stood very close to their sensei, who seemed completely oblivious. "Oh boy, maybe this trip is going to be fun," he whispered to Tamaki, who chuckled nervously. A series of distant explosions startled them all. "What on earth was that?" Slade wondered. "Oh, that's one of the popular attractions Island has to offer. It's a robot destruction challenge," Melissa explained enthusiastically, pointing toward some mountains in the distance. "Wanna go there?" "Sure." Various students from Class 1A let out a collective sigh of exasperation as they witnessed the spectacle before them. On one side, Bakugo had set a new record in the villain attack attraction and was bragging about it, only for Todoroki to appear and, with a single attack, surpass him by a second, aggravating Bakugo even more. "That guy really needs an attitude adjustment," Jaira muttered, and her classmates nodded in agreement. As rowdy as usual, a cold voice whispered behind them. "What? Sensei?" Momo Yaoyorozu yelped in surprise. Everyone turned around to see their sensei, wearing his black suit, and behind him, a blonde beauty, followed by a trio of heroes who appeared to be just a couple of years older than them. "You lot, I didn't expect to see you here. What brings you?" the teacher asked, observing the row between the two powerhouses. "Todoroki is here because of his father. I'm here representing my family company, and I invited Jairu and Ochako." Ida is representing the Ida family, and Bakugo is here because he won the sports festival and invited Kirishima, Momo explained. I see. So now, who is the next contender? Who will set a new record? Who is brave enough to challenge it? Female announcer's amplified voice resonated through the arena. Just as Mirio was about to jump in, eager to stretch his muscles and excited by the prospect of smashing something, Slade beat him to it. I will, the dark-haired teacher said, hopping out and landing in the arena with feline grace. His appearance, broadcasted on screens across the island, piqued the interest of everyone, as nearly every guest invited to the expo included influential politicians, businessmen, and renowned heroes with sidekicks known worldwide. A new challenger arrives. Your name, the pro-hero amplifier asked, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Slade, just Slade, the teacher replied, unsheathing his black sword. Gasps echoed across the arena as many politicians and heroes visibly recoiled at the sight of the infamous black blade and the name of its wielder. Unaware of the reactions, the female announcer, amplifier, started the countdown, trying to maintain her composure. Well then, Mr. Slade. On my mark. Ready. Go! To everyone's confusion, the man in the suit took a deep breath for just a moment, then, in a blur, slashed his sword through the air so quickly that only veteran heroes could discern a zigzag pattern before he sheathed it again. The entire mountain crumbled into pieces, burying the robots beneath the rubble. Everyone was speechless, having witnessed someone destroy a whole mountain and a dozen combat robots with minimal effort and just a few slashes. Incredible! Slade just broke the previous record by half. In 7 seconds. Amplifier shouted, breaking out of her stupor. Meanwhile, the heroes in training stared with their jaws dropped. They knew their teacher was strong. After all, he defeated them all at once every week. He's a monster. Jairu shuddered. To think this is just a fraction of his power if he uses only his sword. Ida added. And he beats us every week. Barehanded, Momo finished. A heavy aura of despair fell upon them, mirrored by the trio of heroes behind them, who felt the same way, having also been taught by the formidable combat teacher. It was also the first time they witnessed their sensei using his sword. Any assumptions they had about Slade's prowess were completely shattered. Melissa, on the other hand, was intrigued by the technique her savior used while also amazed by its sheer destructive power, as that mountain was artificial and reinforced with sturdy materials, which only increased her interest in him. Their thoughts were interrupted when Slade jumped from the arena and landed in the stands with the same feline grace as before. Well, that was entertaining. But I think I might have gone a bit too far, he remarked, surveying the chaos around him. A bit too far, the student exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby who overheard him. Somewhere on Island. A lone figure in a security vest sprinted down a corridor. In his rush to reach his destination, he failed to open the door properly and instead collided with it. Inside the lab, a tall man in a lab coat, with striking red hair and a metal mask, turned to him. What is all this commotion? Didn't I instruct everyone not to interrupt me? The man said, clearly annoyed. Boss, we have a situation. Wearing an elegant black tuxedo and holding a champagne glass, Slade quietly examined the guests attending the reception party in the enormous banquet hall. The room was filled with influential figures, from high-ranking politicians and ambassadors to internationally recognized heroes. Even from his corner, he noticed that many guests acknowledged him with small nods, which suited him fine. He was not in the mood for conversation, only observation. Despite the number of veteran pro-heroes present, he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to happen. His thoughts were interrupted by a booming voice. Young Slade, are you enjoying this party? It was All Might, the symbol of peace. Of course, All Might, he replied, taking a sip of his champagne. All Might seemed ready to engage him in trivial conversation, but was soon swarmed by other guests, making Slade chuckle inwardly before turning his attention back to the party. He hadn't seen Melissa or his students yet, so he assumed they were running late. Not that he was annoyed, the reception was proving to be quite dull, especially since he knew little about the political topics or advanced research the guests were discussing. However, his focus was drawn to the security guards, whose erratic behavior and uneasy aura raised his suspicions that something was amiss. The unusual actions of David and his assistant only added to his concern. Suddenly, the party was interrupted by the blaring of emergency alarms. Armed individuals burst into the banquet hall, pointing their weapons at the startled guests. "What is happening?" some murmured, confused. "Surrender yourselves. This entire island is now under our control," shouted the ringleader, firing a couple of shots into the air, causing panic to ripple through the crowd. Some pro-heroes attempted to intercept the invaders, but as they rushed forward, the villain activated the central tower defense system with a remote on his wrist. To everyone's surprise, bindings shot up from the floor, restraining the heroes. Many struggled to break free, but the bindings proved to be incredibly strong. Even All Might found himself having difficulty. Slade, however, managed to evade the bindings aimed at him and rushed toward the group of villains. Taking advantage of the chaos, he leaped over a table, grabbing knives as makeshift projectiles. It took the villains 10 seconds to realize one guest had evaded capture, but by then, Slade had already taken down half of their numbers. With precision, he downed 2 by throwing knives that struck true. As he ran out of knives, he unsheathed his sword, using it to swiftly take down another villain. Just as he was about to confront the ringleader, he felt a sharp sting in his side. Drowsiness washed over him as he fell to his knees. As expected from a top mercenary, the ringleader clapped mockingly as he approached, unfazed by Slade's impressive takedown of his men. "Wolfram." Slade managed to mutter, recognizing the metal mask. "I am honored to be recognized by you, Mr. Slade," Wolfram replied. "The dart I shot you was laced with a cocktail of sedatives. It should knock out most, but for someone like you, it might take a moment. Unfortunately, I will be long gone by the time you recover." With a laugh, he exited the room, leaving 2 guards behind, who trembled under Slade's fierce glare. "It." All Might cursed, struggling against his restraints. "What are those robots made of?" shouted Jairu. "Language. And I don't know." Lita shouted back, unleashing another reciprocal burst. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A and a trio of young heroes were on the 130th floor of the tower, battling waves of security bots to buy time for Mirio and Melissa to reach the 200th floor and disable the security protocol. Caught off guard by the lockdown, they soon discovered that villains were behind the chaos. Using their hero licenses, the trio convinced Tenya and the others to assist Melissa in rescuing everyone and regaining control of the island's security. Despite their efforts, they were reaching their limits. Ida had overheated his engines, Momo could no longer produce ammunition for her cannon, Denki was out of commission, and Mineta was barely standing, blood trickling from his head. The only ones still in fighting shape were Nijire, thanks to her stamina, and Tamaki, who had eaten takoyaki earlier. Meanwhile, Mirio and Melissa navigated the ventilation ducts to avoid more security bots and cameras. With Uraraka's quirk and the unexpected help of Bakugo and Todoroki, they ascended to the upper floor. Mirio smashed their way in, only to be intercepted by Swordkill, who was swiftly defeated by the 9th One for All user. However, they were unprepared for the shocking revelation in the control room. David Shield had orchestrated the villain attack, not as a fake but to retrieve a quirk enhancer device he had created, which had been confiscated by the sponsors for being too dangerous. Even more surprising was Sam's confession that he had hired the real villains, desperate for compensation for his research. In a dramatic turn, Wolfram ignored Sam's pleas and attempted to eliminate him, but David intervened, taking the bullet meant for his co-worker, which lodged itself in his shoulder. Mirio attempted to intervene, but despite the use of his quirk, he was quickly overpowered and temporarily restrained. Wolfram seized the opportunity to escape with David and his prized creation. Meanwhile, Melissa regained her composure, disabled the security protocol, and rushed to the helipad platform alongside Mirio, who had managed to catch his breath and free himself. However, they were too late. Wolfram had already boarded the helicopter. "Slade, Uncle Might!" Melissa cried out in desperation, her voice echoing in the air. "Everything is okay because I am here," a familiar voice responded, accompanied by a rumble. Chapter End. Silence enveloped the classroom as all the students focused intently on their homeroom teacher and combat instructor. The tension was palpable, and unless the League of Villains decided to make another surprise visit, they were unlikely to break their gaze. So, to start with, the destination of our regular class trip has changed, Aizawa began. What? The entire class shouted in disbelief. But it hasn't been cancelled, Slade interjected, silencing them with a sharp glare. After all, if it had been, we wouldn't have asked you to bring your luggage today. We are going on a forest trip. Slade continued. Go to the restroom. We are leaving in 5 minutes, Aizawa concluded. 5 minutes later, both Class 1A and 1B were surprised to see each other outside one of the back gates of UA, where 2 buses and a black car awaited them. What? Class 1A needs supplementary lessons? That means someone got a failing mark. Isn't that strange? Wasn't Class 1A supposed to be superior to Class 1B? Minoma shouted, taunting them as usual. Before Kendo could retaliate, some boys from Class 1A started hurling insults back, mainly Bakugo, Kaminari, and Siro, causing the rest of both classes to roll their eyes in exasperation. Fortunately, Aizawa arrived and demonstrated why he was one of the most feared underground pro heroes, stopping them all with his signature glare. Still, why is there a black car here? Kodai Yui asked curiously, while Kendo, despite her preference for motorcycles, whistled in admiration at the sleek black Dodge Charger. That would be mine. Slade replied, appearing behind them with a black sports bag and a long suitcase. He opened the trunk and unceremoniously tossed his baggage inside. Where did you even get a license? Some students asked incredulously. I got my international license when I was 13. Slade responded curtly as he entered the car. I suggest you get on the bus and rest as much as you can, as this week will be quite challenging for you. The students were unsure whether to feel alarmed or reassured by his advice, but they complied nonetheless. 2 hours later, to the confusion of Class 1A, the bus made a stop next to a cliff, leading some to believe it was a rest stop, only to find themselves staring at a vast forest. The absence of their rival class only deepened their confusion. Their confusion turned to surprise with the sudden appearance of the renowned professional hero team, the Pussycats. Considered one of the few remaining 4-hero teams still active in Japan, they specialized in rescue operations and boasted 12 years of experience. So then, this entire area is more or less our domain, and the place you'll be. Pro Hero Mandalay indicated the base of a mountain that looked quite far away. Then why did we stop here? Ochako voiced everyone's thoughts. It's 9:30 right now. If you kick it into high gear, it'll be about noon. Mandalay said with a mischievous grin. Oh no, the students thought as realization set in. Those who are late after 12:30 won't be eating. Pixie Bob shouted gleefully. Back to the bus. The students panicked, attempting to sprint back, but they were met with a massive wave of earth that sent them tumbling off the cliff and into the forest. Soon, screams and distant explosions could be heard as the students encountered unexpected challenges. A swing should have done the job. But then that would have been overkill. So thanks for throwing them off, Slade remarked, announcing his presence and startling the Pussycats. Whoa, Eraserhead, you didn't tell me the faculty was including a new hotshot. Pixie Bob said, unabashedly admiring the new teacher. Greetings, Pro Hero Team Pussycats. I am the UA combat teacher. I look forward to working with you. Slade introduced himself with a small bow. The same sentiment here, Mr. Slade. Mandalay replied, a hint of blush on her cheeks. So then, Eraserhead. What is the plan for now? The new arrival asked his colleague, gazing at the forest where clouds of smoke and distant screams could be heard. The students won't be back until late evening, so we should head to our designated lodges, where Vlad should already be. We'll unpack, then set up the training grounds for them. If we have spare time, I might try the hot springs, the aloof teacher replied. Sounds good to me. Mandalay agreed in a similar tone. Are they brothers? The 2 members of the Pussycats wondered as they observed the interaction. In the end, they couldn't hit the hot springs, as they had to coordinate with Vlad King to set a schedule for both classes. With the help of the Pussycats, they attended various training grounds, which consumed nearly all their time. Once everything was set up, they only had 2 hours left to prepare dinner. Just as they finished arranging the tables, Class 1B was astonished to see students from Class 1A emerging from the forest, looking exhausted and battered, as if they had just come from a battlefield. 2 hours, my foot, Ciro muttered, clutching his elbows. My bad. That was by our standards, Mandalay smirked. Honestly, I thought you would take longer. I'm more surprised that you managed to figure out my awakened earth beasts so quickly, especially you three. You lack indecisiveness and hesitation. I take it that's from experience, right? I'm eager to see what becomes of you all in 3 years. I call dibs now. Pixie Bob exclaimed excitedly, trying to smooch Lita, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Was she always like this? Aizawa sweat dropped. She's a bit of a rush, being of marrying age and all. Why do you ask? Mandalay whispered. That boy there. Is he someone's son? Slade interjected, noticing some boys trying to introduce themselves to a small child, only for Bakugo to get punched in the family jewels for snarling at him. That's Kuda. Mandalay replied sadly, as the two teachers instantly understood the situation. All bruised and wearing torn clothes, the students had no energy left, staring vacantly at the sky. Slade decided to take the initiative, hitting a metal pot full of curry with a huge spoon, instantly waking the students as the delicious aroma made their empty stomachs growl. Dinner is ready. Eat as much as you can. Once you finish, you may take a bath at the hot springs, he announced. No more incentive was needed. The students sprinted toward the tables and began devouring the food like a pack of hungry wolves. My taste buds are crying with joy. This rice is amazing, Kirishima exclaimed. I could eat this forever. Mineta added. These kids sure are something. Mandalay said, sweat dropping as she watched the teachers. After an hour of non-stop eating, both classes with their stomachs full and a few minor incidents, Kendo had preemptively chopped Nito, took the opportunity to relax in the hot springs. After all this running, it's not just food we truly need, Mineta said, staring at the wooden wall. What are you talking about? Questioned Awaze, before the sounds of the girls from the other side made everyone realize something. Stop it, Mineta. The bridge you are about to cross is beneath everyone here, shouted Lita, making hand-chopping motions. Such a prude, the purple-haired boy muttered before starting to climb the walls at an unbelievable speed with his quirk. Walls exist to be scaled. Plus ultra. However, his joy was short-lived. Just as he was about to reach the top, 3 knives embedded themselves in the wall, mere inches above his head. Silence followed, before a cold voice drew everyone's attention. I would suggest not to do that again, Mineta, unless you want to be my target practice dummy. Everyone turned around to find Slade on the roof, without his black coat, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he held the 3 knives in his right hand. Next time I won't miss, he stated coldly. That goes for the rest of you too. Yes, sir, all the students muttered, mentally noting for the 100th time to never anger him. Thank you, sensei. Mina and Setsuna yelled from the other side of the wall, while the other girls nodded in agreement. It's nothing. Enjoy your last hour, then it's our turn. With nothing more to say, he hopped off the roof, completely unaware of the impact his statement had on the girls and the female members of the Pussycats, who were just passing nearby. Slade, Seijiro, and Aizawa let out a small sigh of relief as their bodies made contact with the warm water. Oh man, after all this semester, we can finally relax a little, Seijiro muttered. Indeed, but it is for now, as tomorrow we will have to train them. Aizawa added. I agree, but no one is sane enough not to take advantage of this. Slade whispered, sitting on a rock with his eyes closed, meditating. A comfortable silence settled in as the 3 of them enjoyed the hot springs. After half an hour, Seijiro decided to resume the conversation. Say, Slade, how was your first semester? The white-haired hero asked. Not bad. I don't know how, but it seems teaching comes naturally to me, even though I've never taught before. Granted, it is tiring and the paperwork can be borderline annoying. But still, it is kind of entertaining, he said. What about the students? Aizawa joined the conversation, now interested. I thought I was going to deal with a bunch of arrogant brats, which some of them were, but the rest were kind of okay. Teaching them sometimes made me feel like an artisan, he explained. Explain, both teachers asked, completely confused. They are brave but foolish, intelligent but not cunning. Their will is worthy of praise, but doubts still clutter their minds. They are diamonds that need to be polished, gems that still need to be cut. Valuable for sure, but useless without a jeweler's art. Which in this case is us. Slade elaborated. He took the following silence as a sign to continue. It is our job as artisans, as teachers, to shape them to bring out their best attributes, to polish them to correct their mistakes, and lastly, to give them value, to set them on the right path, he finished. Both teachers stared in astonishment at their younger colleague. DMN problem child. You make me feel younger than you with this speech. Aizawa chuckled. Are you sure you're not nearly Gran Torino's age? Seijiro added with a snort. Nah, just a young adult with some real experience, the young teacher smirked, surprising the other two as they finally saw him show some emotion for the first time. With a stretch, Slade stood up and started to walk toward the exit. Well, I'm going. I have to finish the report for Nizu. And maybe suggest he install a hot springs facility on campus, he muttered, earning a laugh from Aizawa and Seijiro. That would be a rational idea, but yeah, I also have to recheck the schedule for tomorrow. Aizawa stood up as well. Same here, Seijiro said, following suit. Mina, may I ask why you had to drag us here? Momo protested. Yeah. Same here. Kendo echoed. Hey, you followed us here. The acid user protested. Besides, why did you follow us here? Is it because you want to see Sensei in a state of undress as well? Toru exclaimed. The effect of her words was instantaneous, making all the girls blush like tomatoes. They were currently climbing a stair that led to the male hot springs, with both classes A and B females present. Once they arrived, they took a quick break to catch their breath. Mina, Toru, and Momo, who were the first to arrive, mustered all their courage and took a look into the male hot springs. What they saw was mind-blowing, causing them to take a few steps back in shock, sporting nosebleeds as they tried to burn the image into their memories. What the? Kendo whispered, completely surprised by the strong reaction of the three girls. Determined to see the cause behind it, she and the others looked where the other three had set their gaze. They were mentally overwhelmed. Even with the steam in the distance, they could see that Slade's physique wasn't bulky like All Might's. Instead, he had lean muscles, revealing a well-maintained body with a solid 8-pack. I am sorry, but I have sinned today, Ibra prayed, blushing profusely. Better than I expected, whispered Tokij. I swear I could sharpen knives with those abs, added Jairu. Even if their actions felt a bit silly, the sight before them was captivating enough to dismiss such thoughts. Momo decided to disregard any concerns and, using her creativity, crafted a high-resolution camera from her resources, determined to capture the artwork that would soon adorn both her classmates and her bedroom walls. It was clear that after quickly returning to their beds, neither of the girls managed to sleep that night. 5 a.m. Well, good morning everyone. Aizawa began in his usual deadpan voice. In front of him stood both heroic courses, with all its students struggling to stay awake after getting less than 4 hours of sleep. Both homeroom teachers were already in their hero costumes, while Slade opted for a dark green military outfit, his sleeves rolled up. How the three of them were perfectly awake, except for Aizawa, who always appeared tired, was a mystery to the students. Class 1A, today you will begin with rigorous all-body training, aimed at strengthening your quirks so you can achieve your temporary licenses, Aizawa continued. Class 1B, you all will be training with Slade in combat, Vlad King announced to his class. The reason for these decisions is that while Class 1A has already had first-hand experience with real villain attacks, he glared at both classes, daring them to argue that giving them an edge in practical situations, it didn't allow them time to develop their quirks and abilities. In contrast, Class 1B, who had a relatively peaceful semester, had more time to understand their quirks, Slade explained. For the first time, the students from Class 1B felt a twinge of jealousy towards their counterparts, who had already experienced their combat teacher's practical lessons. As they began to fully awaken and take in their surroundings, they noticed that the area around them resembled a military boot camp. Class 1A wasn't feeling smug either, considering the prospect of training with their relentless homeroom teacher. So starting today, we will focus on upgrading your quirks. I will be pushing you beyond your limits, so try not to collapse on me. Aizawa grinned mischievously. Class 1B, I hope you send your prayers. Because I will train you until you can't go on, Slade added, his eyes glinting with intensity. Both classes began to think that attending this camp trip might have been a mistake. 2 hours later, Class 1A training grounds. Aizawa tried his best to hide his grin behind the nest of capture tape coiled around him as he supervised the students pushing beyond their limits to develop their quirks at a quicker pace. Their cries of exertion were music to his ears, making this camp trip almost worthwhile. Bakugo Katsuki, submerging his hands in warm water to expand his sweat glands, creating explosions to increase the scale of his attacks. Todoroki Shoto, alternating between fire and ice to acclimate his body to the cold and adjust the temperature of his flames, also learning to activate both quirks simultaneously. Shiro Hanta, continuously producing tape to enhance his tape capacity, strength, shot speed, and stickiness. Eijiro Kirishima and Ojiro Mashireo, sparring continuously to increase the durability of their hardening and tail quirks while practicing both combat styles. Kaminari Denki, running his electric current through a large capacity battery and then reabsorbing it to train his body to handle significant amounts of electricity. Koji Koda, constantly singing to build up his vocal cords and overcome his shyness. Yuga Aoyama, repeatedly using his quirk to maintain its effectiveness even when feeling discomfort, while also increasing his range. Tokoyami Fumikichi, practicing in a cave, trying to control his quirk even in complete darkness. Ochako Uraraka, continuously spinning in zero gravity to train her inner ear and reduce nausea, while increasing the maximum weight she can use her quirk on. Ida Tenya, doing long runs to enhance his leg strength and stamina. Tsu Azui, training her tongue and body by repeatedly climbing a mountain. Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure, training their quirks together in stealth and detection. Rikido Sato, working out while enjoying the sweets he needs to activate his quirk, also learning to manage his drawbacks. Momo Yaoyorozu, eating while creating objects to amplify her creations and speed up the process. Kyukaju, improving the quality of sound from her quirk by strengthening her earphone jack. Mina Ishido, continuously secreting acid to enhance her skin durability. Minoru Mineta, constantly popping off orbs to strengthen his scalp, ensuring he wouldn't bleed even while using his quirk. They have the spirit at least, he thought before turning his head. Now, how is the other class faring against Slade? Class 1B training grounds, also known as Slade's boot camp. From the perspective of the Pussycats, things were quite interesting. Slade's training was divided into 2 parts. The first involved the students navigating a series of obstacles set atop several artificial hills created by Pixie Bob. These obstacles included rope climbing, maintaining balance on a log, doing push-ups or burpee jumps, freestyle running, parkour, through the forest, and combat routines. The second part was simpler but incredibly challenging, involving Slade attacking them without pause with a reinforced wooden sword until they either fainted or felt overwhelmed. The students could either try to defend themselves or attack if they were brave enough. Currently, half of Class 1B was enduring the boot camp under the supervision of the Pussycats, while the other half attempted to withstand Slade's relentless training. Are you sure this isn't too much? Mandalay asked, a bit worried as she witnessed Slade skillfully countering Senkaibara's attack. This is even more intense than my toughest training. Tiger muttered, watching Slade evade Itsuka Kenso's punch and using her momentum to redirect her towards Yosetsu Aways, who was attempting a sneak attack. And I can't find a weak point, Ragdoll exclaimed in exasperation. Is he really 18? Pixie Bob added as they continued to observe the rigorous training. Dodging Pony's horn missiles, Slade landed a precise punch to Shirhai Kuwaro's midsection, who had attempted a surprise attack from his shadow. With a swift kick, he sent Hairui Rin, who had been trying to sneak up on him, tumbling backward. Silence filled the area as the 10 students lay on the ground, covered in bruises, panting and trying to cope with the exertion. Seeing that the students were already beyond their limits after 3 hours of training without breaks, Slade rested the back of the wooden sword on his shoulder. 10-minute break. Drink some water, he yelled. As soon as the word break was heard, the rest of the class collapsed on the floor, catching their breath before limping or rather crawling toward the water station. With nothing else to do, Slade jumped to the top of the mud wall that separated both training grounds, where he found Izawa, Vlad King, and the Pussycats. You weren't joking about training them until they faint, Tiger greeted him. Well, they better get used to it. As the days pass, the training will get much harder, the young teacher replied. Whoa, we don't want dead students, Mandalay said, alarmed. They better adapt. I was subjected to this at the age of 14, Slade stated. Where on earth were you raised? Vlad King asked incredulously. Across the world, Slade replied. Just as they were about to ask more, a powerful roar echoed across the land, capturing the attention of both classes, who halted their activities. Oh great! It's back already! Ragdoll exclaimed, completely exasperated. From the forest in front of them, a massive bear emerged, its size comparable to a 2-story building. It had black fur and a powerful jaw that looked capable of crushing metal, with claws sharp enough to slice through steel. A bear that seems to have a minor gigantification quirk. It has been coming every 2 weekends, but since we don't have enough manpower, all we can do is drive it back, mostly thanks to Pixie Bob's Earth Beast. Mandalay explained, noticing the inquisitive looks from the teachers. Just as the Pussycats prepared to drive the bear away, Slade raised his hand, stopping them in their tracks. Say, Izawa, how about some bear meat for dinner, he suggested. Sounds good to me, replied the aloof man, preparing his capture tape. Might as well warm these muscles, added Vlad King, stretching his arms. Without another word, the trio sprinted toward the bear, which looked surprised that the small figures in front of it decided to confront it head-on. Izawa, shouted Vlad King, as he launched a couple of hardened droplets of blood, temporarily blinding the massive animal as they struck its eyes. The bear roared in rage, trying to swipe blindly at the white-haired hero, who easily evaded its attempts. Izawa rushed forward and, using his capture tape, secured the bear's front paws, causing it to instinctively stand up. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped to an incredible height and delivered a powerful kick to its snout, making it stumble backward. In a swift motion, Slade jumped in beside the Erasure hero, who moved aside as Slade cleanly incapacitated the massive creature with his wooden sword, landing atop its enormous body. Meanwhile, the students and the group of pro-heroes were left speechless, as the confrontation concluded in mere seconds. That was so manly, both Kirishima and Tetsu shouted. That was awesome, others commented. Holy cow, they really live up to the title of UA teachers, the Pussycats thought, as the 3 began to prepare the downed animal immediately, completely unaware of the astonished gazes around them. 7 p.m. So good, yelled Kirishima as he devoured one cutlet after another. I can eat this forever, added Tetsu, who stuffed his mouth full. All the students were currently in the dining area of the camp, eating like a pack of famished wolves. Exhausted to the point that all they could do was eat, and occasionally breathe. Even Ida and Momo, 2 of the most composed students, were indulging without regard for table manners. You sure you aren't a master chef? Mandalay ummed in delight, taking a bite of the fried cutlet. Nah, just a hobby, Slade responded, continuing to fry more cutlets while checking the pot boiling the sauce. A hobby? This tastes like something from a high-class restaurant, Ragdoll commented. The rest of the Pussycats and the 2 homeroom teachers hummed in agreement, too busy enjoying the deep-fried treasures, occasionally dipping them in the berry sauce to enhance the wild flavor of the cutlets. A comfortable silence settled in, filled only with the sounds of eating and drinking. Sensei, where did you get the recipe? Rikido Sato asked, approaching for more. Recipe? I just improvised it, the teacher replied, stirring the sauce pot. Improvised it? Nearly everyone shouted upon hearing his words. I forgot that I also have to teach you survival cooking. Slade muttered. For now, just eat as much as you can and once, he finished, continuing to cook. Yes, sensei. Under his tutelage, the blond boy managed to gain a small grasp of the delicate aspects of his quirk by controlling the voltage and output of the electricity he released, channeling it across his entire body like a cloak, effectively making him a living taser. While he couldn't maintain it for long and the voltage wasn't very high, it was enough to stun people, transforming Kaminari from one of the least effective combatants in the class into a formidable close-range combat specialist. Unfortunately for him, he still had a long way to go, as Slade had greater resistance and extensive experience dealing with electric quirk users who could channel much higher voltages. Kaminari was taken aback when his sensei caught his fist with one hand. Years of relying on the same trick made his body go into autopilot, which was unfortunate for Kyuka, who attempted to stab Slade with her jack. Just in time, Slade caught both of them with his other hand, right as Denki channeled all his energy. The resulting burst of energy illuminated the entire area for a few seconds, temporarily blinding everyone present. When the light faded, 10 students lay unconscious on the ground. Kaminari's quirk had a long range while Slade stood in the center, completely unfazed despite having just absorbed around 1.3 million volts. Class 1A. Break. 10 minutes. Slade called out, noting that he had been training them for 3 hours. The other half of the students, who had been navigating the obstacles in the boot camp, immediately collapsed, including Todoroki, whose endurance was the highest in the class. As everyone slowly crawled or limped toward the tables filled with bottles of water, Slade walked over to Aizawa, who was struggling to suppress a grin. Tough training, huh? Aizawa smirked. Slade merely grumbled, ignoring the smoke that wafted from his clothes as he took a long sip from a water bottle. Even for someone as experienced as him, fighting 10 opponents at once, non-stop, for extended PRDS was no easy feat yet. So far, no one had managed to land a single hit. They finally got a glimpse of their hidden potential, but they better start unraveling everything quickly. After all, time is ticking, and what I'm giving them now is a crash course, he said after a brief pause. Indeed. Usually, this forest trip is reserved for second years. But with the rise of the League of Villains and the USJ incident, Nisa decided to accelerate the program. Aizawa explained. Slade grunted in agreement with the principal's decision, checking his Bakken. Seeing it was still in good condition for a few more rounds, he swung it over his shoulder and walked back. Break over. Next group, he shouted in his best military sergeant voice. Later that night, Man-sensei's training is intense. Tetsu muttered as he relaxed in the hot springs. Manly, but ruthless, Kirishima added next to him. Both male students from 1A and 1B were currently in the hot springs, unwinding after a day of rigorous training. They were so exhausted that even Monoma, Bakugo, and Tagoro lacked the energy to bicker. I mean, this is only day 2, but with this training, I feel like by the end of the week, we will be much stronger. Fumikage stated, with Dark Shadow nodding behind him. Yet, for now, nobody has managed to land a hit on him. Todoroki commented, staring at his left hand, which was covered in bruises. Silence followed as his words sank in. How is that possible? He's literally the same age as us. It's clear he was trained, but even the best fighters our age are bound to get hit at least once. Yotetsu Owaze blurted out, shivering at the memory of the relentless onslaught he had faced. Yeah. His personality doesn't even fit someone our age. And when we talk about our age, we're including you, Todoroki. No offense, Kaminari added, sweat beading on his forehead. None taken. The dual quirk user replied nonchalantly. But you have a point. Personality aside, I think that so far, the skills he has shown us, even if just a glimpse, are enough for him to take on both classes and come out unscathed, Todoroki concluded. All the students were taken aback by his response. For Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 pro hero and one of the main powerhouses of their generation, to say something like this meant he acknowledged their combat teacher as someone of the caliber of the top 10 pro heroes. You mean he's holding back? While taking on all of us at the same time? Siro asked incredulously. Yes, Todoroki affirmed. Don't forget that he doesn't have a quirk, Mineta added. Despite the warmth of the hot water, all the boys felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, in the girls' section, the atmosphere was more relaxed. The girls had gotten along easily, and once they settled comfortably, various topics began to emerge. So, girls, how was your day today? Mina started. Productive, but my hands are aching. Itsuka Kendo grumbled. Yeah, I have bruises all over, Ochako added. Sensei sure is tough. Jairo chimed in. I wouldn't mind if he were a bit rough with me, Tokij sighed dreamily. All the girls immediately turned red. What are you saying? Ochako spluttered. How dare you accuse me of having such thoughts? Ibra exclaimed, her face flushed. Oh, come on, think about it, Ibra. Imagine how good he could be. Tokij began, but was interrupted by the vines of the green-haired girl, who covered her mouth. Can we change the topic? Azui muttered, completely red-faced. Yeah. Momo managed to stammer. At 11 p.m., in the Pussycats' office, the atmosphere was much more serious. The 3 UA teachers and the Pussycats stood around a table, studying a large map. The League will attack either tomorrow or tonight, Slade stated. How so? We have an entire team of pro heroes and you 3 here, Mandalay replied, astonished by his statement. They've been lying low since the USJ incident. This training camp will be the perfect opportunity for them to make a reappearance. The fact that they made their first appearance attacking UA territory speaks volumes about their boldness, Aizawa frowned. Still, it would be wise to communicate this to the students, Tiger said. Rather than just inform them, I would advise warning them to stay alert, Slade replied, marking potential locations where the League could appear on the map. They might be heroes in training and have dealt with minor villains, but in the end, they are just older teens. They are not ready to face real threats, Aizawa added, examining the marked locations. The Pussycats nodded grimly, now understanding the gravity of the situation. With the room silent, Slade decided to explain his defense. Strategy. We will concentrate everyone in the same place, your main offices. If we allow the bonfire to happen, the students will scatter, making it harder for us to keep track of them. Slade indicated the base location. The Pussycats will defend the base with Vlad King. Aizawa continued. Slade and I will be in the forest as the main line of defense against the primary forces. I am sure this time the League will bring more powerful villains. It would be irrational if they didn't. Wait, why are only the 2 of you going to the forest? We're not inexperienced in combat, Pixie Bob interrupted incredulously. Combat experience matters. You may be a team of pro heroes, but you're more accustomed to rescue operations. Slade and I, on the other hand, are both combat specialists with extensive experience in guerrilla warfare. Him as a specialist in it and me in counterattacking, Aizawa explained. I'm sorry, Slade, but you're practically the same age as the students. Where did you train? Vlad King asked, voicing the question on many minds. In many places. But I attribute most of my experience to the New Carthage War, Slade replied, keeping his focus on the map. Some of the heroes wore expressions of confusion, trying to recall the war, before realization dawned on Aizawa's face. Who participated in that brutal war? Aizawa exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. Yes, was Slade's blunt reply. At this age? Vlad King added incredulously. Excuse me, but what are these Carthage wars? Ragdoll asked, perplexed. All I can say is that it was one of the wars with one of the highest death tolls since the resurgence of quirks, Vlad King whispered. Seeing the agitation in both homeroom teachers, the Pussycats wisely chose not to ask further questions. A cough redirected their attention to the table, where Slade was checking his equipment. Returning to the topic, Slade said, as mentioned, Eraserhead and I will head to the forest. Hopefully, we can encounter the biggest threats to neutralize them, but I can almost guarantee that a couple of villains will reach your position, so be prepared for battle. Everyone in the room nodded grimly, and following Slade's example, they began checking their gear. Slade ped one of his weapons, loading a round into the chamber and turning off the safety. He repeated the process with the other weapon before holstering both. Meanwhile, Eraserhead finished checking his capture tape and, after applying some eye drops, nodded to Slade. It's 10 p.m. now, be prepared. If you encounter any issues, just send us a message or inform Mandalay, Aizawa announced, putting on his signature goggles, transforming from Shota Aizawa, Class 1A homeroom teacher, into Eraserhead, the Night Haunter. Time to hunt, Slade said in a chilling tone, grabbing his katana. With no more words exchanged, both opened the nearest window and leaped into the dark forest. Scary, the Pussycats thought. Students from both classes, along with the Pussycats, occupied the dining area. Some took a seat on the multiple benches while others chose to remain standing, all fidgeting. The noticeable absence of Slade and Aizawa only heightened the tension. Where are our teachers? Momo asked, worry evident in her voice. Scouting the perimeters of the forest. Tiger replied, his gaze fixed on the edge of the training camp. The pro-hero sighed internally. As they had predicted, it didn't take long for the students to connect the dots once they announced that the bonfire and the horror game were cancelled for the night. What surprised them was how quickly the students figured it out. Slade's combat lessons on awareness, he thought. Mandalay, perched atop the water reservoir, was startled when her earbud buzzed. Mandalay, checking in. Tiger checking in. Ragdoll checking in. Pixie Bob checking in. Aizawa checking in. Slade checking in. I have visual, the cold voice of the combat teacher resonated, sending shivers down her spine. How many? Tiger's static voice came through. 10. Were you able to identify them and their abilities? Aizawa asked. In the background, tree branches and leaves creaked, as if the teacher was leaping from tree to tree while speaking. A bioengineered human. Cremation quirk user, Dabi. Blood-related quirk user Himiko Toga. Gas quirk user, Mustard. Compress quirk user, Compress. Magnetism quirk user, Magna. Double quirk user, Twice. Gecko quirk user, Spinner. Teeth quirk user, Moonfish. Muscle quirk user, Muscular, Slade reported. Hearing the last villain's name caused a scowl to form on all the Pussycats' faces, particularly Mandalay's, as she recalled his late brother and sister. Koda's parents' murderer. Mandalay thought for a brief moment before nearly spiraling into panic. How did you? Never mind, I don't even want to know. Ragdoll stuttered, taken aback by the detail in the combat teacher's report. The minute, Koda is not with us. Mandalay shouted through the speaker, interrupting her own thoughts. I'll go for him. I see Muscular heading to his location. Slade out. Then I'll deal with Moonfish. Aizawa out. Please return safe to us, Koda. Mandalay prayed silently. Koda glared at the forest from the top of his secret hideout, wishing fervently for it to be reduced to ashes, along with his life problems and irritation. Seriously, what is the deal with that guy? He mentally spat. Flashback. From his secret hideout, he stared scornfully at the forest. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of nearby footsteps. Turning around, he saw the UA combat instructor walking toward him, holding a plate full of steaming curry. What are you doing here? How were you able to find this place? He snarled. So you're the water hose duo's son, Slade bluntly stated. Mandalay opened her big mouth, didn't she? He gritted his teeth. Chill, kid. Slade began, but was interrupted. All of you have lost more than a couple of screws. All of you calling yourselves heroes and villains. Fighting each other like fools. Bragging about your quirks all for the sake of popularity. Seeing that the teacher remained silent, he snarled again. What got your tongue? If so, just leave me alone. You know, kid, you talk all about villains, heroes, and quirks, but unfortunately for you, I am not any of those. For starters, I am quirkless and I am not a pro-hero. I am a mercenary. But long before that, I was once a kid like you. Full of dreams, full of illusions. Like anyone, I wanted to be a hero, just like my parents were. But then I was diagnosed as quirkless, and the world turned upside down. Seeing that the boy was completely silent, he took it as a sign to continue. Fortunately, my parents were always supportive. Despite the public backlash, They continued to work hard, just like yours. They put their lives on the line every day, until one day they were killed. You hate heroes because you think your parents abandoned you for their pro-hero work? How did you? Psychology. I am certain that I won't be able to change your mind. But think about the meaning of being a hero. And I'm not talking about pro-heroes. I am talking about the concept of heroism. With no more words to say, Slade set the plate next to him and turned around, leaving Kota alone. He was interrupted from his thoughts by the smell of smoke. Moving his gaze to the forest, he was astounded to see a large part of it engulfed in blue flames. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted. However, that wasn't the most pressing matter. Instinctively, he turned around to find himself staring at an enormous figure clad in a big black coat and wearing a white mask. I was looking for a scenic view, and here I found a face that was not in the archives. But never mind that. You have a pretty cool hat over there. Want to trade with me? I got a lame mask here, the stranger asked in a frightening yet oddly familiar voice. Terrified, Kota tried to run, but the masked villain, with 2 incredible jumps, landed in front of him, blocking his only escape route. "Let's cheer myself up by taking it all out on you," the villain shouted, ripping off the mask to reveal a face with a deep scar across his left eye. If anyone recognizes this mugshot, please dial 911 and inform the heroes. He can be easily identified by a deep scar across his left eye. "Mom. Dad." Kota thought in panic. Just as the villain, known as Muscular, was about to strike him, a figure appeared as fast as lightning and tackled the boy aside, just seconds before the ground where he stood was pulverized. "TSK, another. I have not seen your face in the archives either. Who the hell are you?" Muscular grunted. "Just a teacher," Slade replied, carrying Kota by the waist and wielding an Oakshot 16. "DMN. Well, Jabid Med. I have something more exciting to do. After all, you seem to be pretty strong too," Muscular grinned in excitement, revealing a deep gash on his right arm, courtesy of Slade's attack. Slade merely frowned at him before setting Kota on the ground. "Kota, stay behind me. And close your eyes." Slade stared impassively at the now-down villain, who lay on the floor, unconscious. It had been a difficult battle, as he had to restrain himself to avoid causing permanent harm and traumatizing the child. But it was nothing he couldn't handle. With a flick, he cleared the remnants from his weapon before turning to face Kota. "But you barely knew me. Why would you go to such lengths just to save me?" Kota asked, his voice trembling. "Because it's my duty, and because I wanted to, just for the sake of saving an innocent life." "Do you understand now?" the mercenary replied, his expression unreadable. The child, already on the verge of a mental breakdown, managed to nod. Slade, on the other hand, activated his ear communicator as it beeped. Eraserhead checking in. "Took one down." Tiger checking in. "Got any intel?" Tiger's voice crackled through, slightly strained. In the background, a cacophony of shouts and explosions could be heard. "They're after Bakugo, trying to kidnap him." Ragdoll checking in. "Who did you capture?" "Moonfish." "He's down, I broke his jaw," Eraserhead replied coldly. Slade checking in. "Muscular is down, Kota is with me," Slade said. "Slade, is Kota fine? Is he alright? Are you alright?" Mandalay shouted, worry evident in her voice, just as a whistle sliced through the air. "Kota's fine. My condition hasn't changed a bit. How is your situation there?" The rest of the villains showed up, and it's chaos. Pixie Bob is down due to Magna's quirk, so we need backup. Tiger cursed. "The students?" Aizawa asked. "Some of them are in the office, others are spread out in the courtyard," Tiger replied, as someone in the background could be heard taunting. "Mandalay. Tell the students this. I, Slade, authorize them to engage in combat with the villains. To both classes," Slade declared, making a spontaneous decision. "Wait, you crazy!" Tiger shouted. "It's inevitable. Sooner or later, they will overwhelm all of you, and don't forget they have a Nomo. Right now, what we can do is raise the stakes for survival. I will face whatever criticism comes my way." Slade out. The teacher replied in a tone reminiscent of a veteran soldier. Roger. Mandalay out, the female hero sighed. I hope you know what you're doing. Selfish heroes like you should be eliminated. Spinner yelled, swinging his makeshift swords at Mandalay. Oh dear. You're so close to hitting me. Magna mocked, parrying all of Tiger's attacks. Damn it, he's somehow predicting my combat moves, the hero cursed. Come on. Let me see you bleed. Toga shouted, attempting to stab Ochako and Tsuyu. What the hell is this thing? Awase shouted, carrying an injured Momo while trying to evade the Chainsaw Nomu's attacks. Things at the camp had turned dire, as they were attacked from all sides. With Pixie Bob down and without the aid of her Earth Beast, they were outnumbered, and the villains were no ordinary thugs. At least Slade's permission to engage the villains made the situation less stressful for the heroes, but it didn't decrease the tension at all. Todoroki was trying to shield everyone from Dabi's fire attacks with his ice while attempting to counterattack, but his flames were proving weaker than the villains, who continuously mocked him gleefully. Vlad King was engaged in a fight against Twice and Mr. Compress, while students faced off against the doubles of the former. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu were trying to approach Mustard but were kept at bay by his gun. What the? Magna yelled in surprise as some tape grabbed her by the waist, pulling her backward toward the forest. She turned around to see Eraserhead before his knee connected with her face, causing her to lose more than a few teeth in the process. Spinner was about to strike Mandalay when Slade appeared in front of him, shattering his makeshift sword and delivering a powerful kick to his gut, sending him crashing into a tree and knocking him out. We're here, Slade announced, carrying Kuda with one arm and his sword with the other. All the villains turned around, shocked. The operation they thought would be easy was turning into something they didn't want to face, given the aura the newcomers exuded and the ease with which they dispatched two of their comrades. Nevertheless, they regained their composure and launched their attacks. Slade and Eraserhead joined the fray, double-teaming the Nomu, which was about to shred Awase, who had just stumbled on a rock. I got pummeled once by one of you. Allow me to return the favor, Eraserhead said, wrapping his capture tape around one of the Nomu's arms before ripping it off with sheer strength. Human experimentation. Something that greatly displeases me, Slade said softly, as he slashed two arms off with his sword, causing the Nomu to shriek in pain at the loss of half its limbs. So cool, all the students thought, watching their teachers in action. Both teachers finished dealing with the Nomu by tearing off its limbs and wrapping it in a cocoon of Aizawa's seemingly limitless capture tape. But then they were drawn to a shout from someone on the rooftops. I got him. Everyone just as we planned. Retreat, shouted Mr. Compress smugly, holding an orb in his right hand. Immediately after he said this, portals began to open everywhere, swallowing every villain. However, Mr. Compress was not so lucky, as 4 bullets pierced both arms just as he was about to be teleported elsewhere. Everyone turned to the source of the shots, seeing Slade holding 2 smoking guns. 2 more shots pierced his hands, forcing him to drop the orb. Eraserhead and Slade sprinted toward the rooftops and jumped into the air to catch it, but they were surprised when 2 rifle shots rang out in the distance, and 1 dart pierced each of their shoulders. What the? Aizawa yelled in surprise. He didn't manage to finish his words when he and Slade were paralyzed mid-air and fell to the ground. Dabi seized the opportunity to grab the orb and escape, but not before mocking the 2 down teachers. I don't know who helped us. But too bad for you heroes. He finished before being swallowed by the portal. Meanwhile, Slade could only stare helplessly at the scene, thinking the same word over and over again. Impossible. Chapter end. UA, staff room, 9 p.m. Tension filled the room as all the teachers exchanged worried glances. How is it possible? We organized this trip in secret. How did they find out? Present Mike stammered. Still, we have to thank our teachers and the Pussycats for keeping the damage minimal and avoiding any casualties, Snipe added. Yet at the cost of one of our students being kidnapped, Cementos remarked, frustration evident in his voice. After the shocking news of Bakugo Katsuki's kidnapping during a supposedly secret training trip, UA was bombarded with criticism and slander from the press. All the staff, except for All Might, who was preparing for the rescue, were watching as the media attempted to provoke Aizawa into making a regrettable statement. "Please tell us on what basis you can say that he has a future," a reporter asked pompously. "This is bad. I understand their questioning, but such hostile remarks. They're trying to build as much stress as possible and get Shota to say something he will regret. It doesn't help that Eraser hates the media." Both Nizu and Vlad thought, watching as Aizawa began to lose his composure, emotions bubbling just beneath the surface. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone turned toward the sound of clapping, seeing Slade walking down the hallway in his usual formal attire. "And here I thought the press wouldn't be as bad as it is in America," Slade remarked with a forced smile as he approached the table where the teachers were seated and took a seat at the empty spot. "And who are you?" the reporter asked, outrage clear in his voice. "Slade, UA combat instructor," he replied. As soon as those words left his mouth, all the reporters shifted their attention from Aizawa to him, circling the young teacher like vultures. "How can you call yourself a combat instructor if you were unable to prevent the kidnapping? Were you even qualified for this? This is not a place for a child. Wait, aren't you the quirkless one who was hired months ago?" The mention of quirkless turned the reporters from a flock of vultures into a pack of lions, eager to pounce. "Enough," Slade whispered, his voice barely audible as he wiped the smile from his face, revealing a glare that few had witnessed. This glare, one that superiors used on those they deemed inferior, sent a shiver through the reporters, silencing their questions and insults. "I find myself in a curious situation. Here I am witnessing one of my colleagues being provoked, while I am astonished by the accusations you are making." "What are you implying?" one reporter asked, curiosity overcoming her fear. "Accusations of endangering student safety by allowing them to engage with enemies, coupled with unprofessional conduct, followed by allegations that Eraserhead and Vlad King's decisions to concentrate all the students led to the kidnapping." "So what?" another reporter sneered. "Your recent slanders were directed at Eraserhead, but in the report we submitted to the police, it was I who gave permission for the students to engage with the enemies and devised the current strategy. So tell me, have you read correctly, or have your years of writing false reports finally blinded you?" "Hirasako Masada," Slade replied, his tone impassive. The reporter turned pale at the mention of a criminal record she thought long buried. Silence fell over the room as everyone processed the exchange. This was new for them, a first for some. Until now, reporters believed themselves invincible, capable of bringing down or elevating any unfortunate hero they set their sights on. As many have quoted, the pen is mightier than the sword. One article, one rumor, one piece of gossip was often enough to ruin a life, even driving individuals to exile or worse. Not even the top heroes were exempt from their scrutiny, with the exception of the former number one hero, All Might, due to his charisma and power, and the current number one, Endeavor, thanks to his wealth and connections. But today, someone much younger than the reporters had just obliterated one of the most prominent reporters in all of Japan with just a few words, shaking them to their core. And now about the Bakugo situation. Here you are insinuating that he will turn to the path of a villain. Granted, he has an ego, pride, and a brash temperament. No thanks to... But that doesn't change his ideals or his ambition to be a top pro hero. If the villains think they can convince him to join them, then they are as foolish as you all are. Judging a book by its cover, Slade concluded. Obviously, we are not doing nothing. We are currently conducting an investigation in collaboration with the police, Nizu added, following Slade's discreet gesture to continue. For now, the conference is over, and all future ones will be suspended until Bakugo is rescued, Nizu finished. The teachers quietly left the table, while the press could only stare at them in silence, too afraid to speak. Just as all the teachers were about to exit, Slade paused at the door. "I suggest you all reconsider what you write and publish. Because things can turn dire." "Are you threatening us, boy?" One reporter managed to recover enough to respond. "Oh, threaten? No, that's a poor choice of words. Consider yourselves. After all, it wouldn't be pleasant to shut down such an important newspaper as yours." Just like what happened in the news of the world. Slade smirked at them like a predator before leaving the room. Once the door was fully closed, all the reporters slumped in their chairs, some even fainting as they tried to process the whirlwind of events from the last 10 minutes. "Thanks for the save, Slade," Izawa muttered, downing the entire glass of bourbon Nizu had provided as a stress relief drink. "Yeah, same here," Vlad added, finishing his glass as well. Currently, the 3 teachers and the principal were back in the staff room, drinking to calm their nerves while their colleagues watched them with concern. "Judging by your responses, Mr. Slade, it seems you speak from experience," Nizu remarked, having finished his own drink. "Yes, as an elite mercenary, I tend to take on high-profile jobs from various governments." Slade replied, pouring himself another glass. "Which operations have you been involved in?" Midnight asked curiously. "The Second Kaiju Invasion, the New Carthage Wars, the Siege of Beijing. Among others," Slade replied nonchalantly, surprising everyone with his willingness to answer. Silence followed as everyone grabbed the glasses Nizu had thoughtfully placed on the table and downed their contents. "Kid, what in the world?" Snipe exclaimed between coughs. "You've been in more international conflicts than most of us combined." Cementos shouted, ignoring the burn in his throat. "Say, Slade, when you and I were hit by those darts, you seemed to recognize them. Care to explain?" Izawa asked, intrigued. Slade suddenly stiffened at the mention, releasing a breath and, for the first time, showing a hint of fatigue on his face. "Everything I'm about to say is Level 8 classified intel," he said seriously. Nizu nodded and pressed a small button from a switch he pulled from his pocket. Immediately, metal sheets covered all the windows, and a buzzing sound indicated that every electronic device not recognized by the defense system was disabled, effectively soundproofing the room. "In 2165, I was in Sokovia, where one of the world's largest nuclear plants was located, known as the Diamond Plant. As you know, a nuclear reactor, with our current technology, can produce enough energy to support an entire country, if not more. This one was the core energy provider for the Russian Confederation and a significant part of what remained of Eastern Europe. What made this plant unique was its innovative cooling method. Instead of using the usual nearby river, the Sokovians utilized a newly discovered element called ice diamond. This stone, found only in the coldest tundras, could withstand temperatures as hot as the sun when treated correctly. However, if mishandled, it could melt like regular ice. The diamond plant structure consisted of a central reactor with 4 others arranged in a cross pattern, each containing an ice diamond as a coolant. Given its importance, it was heavily guarded, with a large portion of the Russian army stationed nearby, complemented by the Sokovian Special Forces patrolling around the clock. However, in early January, it was attacked by an international terrorist group known as the Hand of God. Taking advantage of the harsh eastern winter, they concealed their location and numbers amid the blizzards. "Wait a minute. Who is this group? I've never heard of them." Mike interrupted. "They're a cultist group composed of fanatics from various old religions, including Christians, Muslims, and Hindus. Their goal is to eradicate those they deem unworthy of possessing quirks, viewing it as a divine gift. Their methods resemble a witch hunt. Over the 4 decades since their founding, they have claimed millions of lives," Slade explained. "But why haven't we heard of them before?" Snipe asked. "You must understand that since the emergence of quirks, the topic of religion has become sensitive, as it falls outside their expertise. Additionally, many international borders remain closed as countries grapple with internal struggles, preferring to keep matters to themselves. That's why I-Island was created. Japan is one of the few countries that has fully recovered from the quirks phenomenon and has widely accepted it. As for that troublesome group, I believed they had been eradicated long ago," Nizu chimed in. "As I was saying, in early January, the group attacked the nuclear plant with what resembled a small army, intending to steal the ice diamonds and cause a second Chernobyl by overheating all the reactors. This caught the Russian army off guard, as they were only half-staffed, with the other half sent to investigate a distraction created by the group in Sokovia. Still, they managed to regroup and push the cultists back, but not before the attackers stole the diamond cooling the central reactor." Immediately after the attack, the Russian Federation called upon the United Allies Confederation for assistance, as their army had been reduced to a third of its original strength. The Confederation responded by sending troops to retrieve the crystal and prevent a second Chernobyl disaster. Couldn't they just create a new one? Cementos asked, wincing at the thought. Even in this era, no one had developed a radiation-resistant quark sufficient to investigate the ruins. The central reactor can rely on the coolant from the others, but only for 3 weeks before the central heat overrides the coolant. Meanwhile, extracting and conditioning a new ice crystal takes about 6 months, even when working at full capacity, Slade explained. The Russians were able to track the attackers, locating their base in Siberia, a region once inhabited but now considered a no-man's land due to the numerous wars fought there. To prevent further conflict, nations signed a treaty prohibiting any military presence, rendering the invocation of Article 5 ineffective. So the nations couldn't send troops or special operations teams there, yet they had to maintain their credibility, Midnight stated, receiving a nod in response. To recover the crystal and avert a second Chernobyl, they decided to recruit the world's most dangerous mercenaries to form a 7-man team, and I was among them. As you know, everyone infamous enough to be recognized in both worlds had a call sign. Mine is known as the Vanquisher. Within our group, there was one called the Paralyzer, who possessed a quirk similar to Stain's blood curdle. The only difference was that this individual's blood, upon contact with another person, could paralyze the target for a short time, depending on the user's will. Behind this man's facade lay the embodiment of greed and sadism, always seeking the highest rewards. But no one knew this, so after a week of strategizing and debating the route of entry, we assaulted the stronghold in Siberia. To this day, I can confirm it was one of the most challenging contracts I have ever undertaken. Slade paused to take a sip from his glass. It took us nearly an entire day of fighting to clear the base before we managed to rig the whole place with explosives, eliminate most of the cultists inside, confront the mastermind behind the attack, and retrieve the diamond. But just as we ascended to the helicopter for extraction, he attempted to betray us all. What? Why? Ectoplasm asked, intrigued. The bounty for completing the contract was a total of 7 billion won for each person, if we returned alive. If someone died, their share would be passed to another. We should have expected it, but it was so uncommon among people of our caliber that we let our guard down. He paralyzed me first and then tried to do the same with the others. A struggle ensued, and I managed to recover just in time to join in and throw him off the helicopter, just moments before it turned into a fireball. Demon Kid, you sure went through a lot. Are you sure it was him who fired at us? Aizawa pondered. Absolutely. The feeling is the same as I felt that time, and the dart used is identical, a 30mm flechette round, likely fired from a semi-automatic sniper rifle, Slade replied. So now you're saying he's back, but how is he even alive? Cementos voiced what everyone was thinking. Either he survived by sheer strength or willpower alone, which I doubt, or Slade assessed that he was rescued, possibly by the hand, Nizu finished. Everyone took a moment to digest the information before Slade spoke again. Nizu, how long until the rescue operation starts? 3 hours. Why? Then I have to go. The teacher stood up and secured his sword back to his belt. Wait, Slade, why do you need to go? Present Mike interrupted, alarmed. They need assistance. Slade replied as he checked his gun's ammunition. But All Might will be there. Midnight interjected. The evil he is about to confront is far more powerful than your average villain. You mean Tamura? Someone much older than that child, Slade replied as he left the room, leaving the entire staff, except the principal, wondering who he was referring to. Police Station, Kamino Ward, Yokohama City. Why the hell am I here solving UA's mess? I'm rather busy, Pro-Hero Endeavor grunted. That aside, we are alumni after all, Pro-Hero Best Jeanist replied. Toshinori, the reason you called me out of the woodwork. Pro-Hero Gran Torino muttered next to All Might, who was in a corner. Unfortunately if the situation has escalated to this point, he must be making his move too, All Might whispered back. All for one, Gran Torino spat with venom. UA itself can't call on the heroes right now. Look at the bigger picture, Endeavor. This incident could spell the end of hero society if we don't resolve it quickly, Police Detective Nao Mesa Tsukachi stated, capturing everyone's attention. From our current investigation, we've discovered the locations of multiple hideouts. But right now we are prioritizing the rescue of the hostage. At the same time, we will raid the other locations. Nao Mesa exclaimed. Thanks to the UA Principal Conference, the villains won't expect us to strike today. Heroes. Tonight we turn the tables. All Might concluded. All the heroes and policemen began to walk toward an innocently closed bar, all wearing grim expressions on their faces. Unknown bar, Kamino Ward, Yokohama City. You heard them. That's how it is, you pathetic alliance, yelled Bakugo as he blasted off Tamura and the hand on his face. Oh no, the hand, Kurogiri thought worriedly, preparing to intervene, but was shocked when Tamura raised a hand, signaling him to stay back. Stay out of this. This one is an important piece, the young villain said, repositioning his father's hand on his face. I thought that maybe you could understand. But with the police investigating, we don't have the leisure to persuade us. Lend me your strength, he muttered. Unknown warehouse, Yokohama City. From a different place, a lone figure sat in a dark room, his body connected to various medical machines, as he watched the monitor in front of him, clearly seeing all the activity happening in the bar. Good decision, Tamura Shigaraki. You are learning, the ruler of the underworld, All for One grinned. Students yawned as they lazily made their way to the camp's training grounds, preparing themselves for another grueling day. Today, both classes would be swapping areas, with Class 1B focusing on quirk training and Class 1A on combat training, much to their dismay. It didn't take long before the air was filled with various shouts. Die! Bakugo yelled, attempting to blast Slade away. The young teacher evaded the powerful blast with a backflip. Recipro burst! Ida shouted, trying to kick him with the power his leg engines provided. Slade crouched down, narrowly avoiding the attack, before delivering a swift uppercut with his wooden sword to Ingenium's younger brother. Immediately after, he had to dodge Aoyama's laser, leaping into the air to avoid it hitting his abdomen. Momo seized the opportunity, using her staff to strike, but Slade twisted midair like a snake, evading her move, and knocking the weapon from her hands with a precise hit to her dominant hand. Upon landing, Slade was met with a flurry of punches, kicks, and tail strikes from Kirishima and Ojiro, who moved in perfect sync as if they had trained together for years. So, they are attacking me non-stop, leaving me no chance to counter. Not bad, but their teamwork still needs improvement, he thought, pairing their attacks with ease. With a reverse roundhouse kick, he sent both combatants flying, Kirishima crashing into Bakugo and Ojiro colliding with Ida. Momo, however, discarded her staff and approached him wielding a medieval sword. An Oakshot Type 13. And Italian school swordsmanship. Decent but sloppy. That type isn't suited for her, he muttered as he dodged her wild swing, disarming her and sending her stumbling back with a front kick. Just stop moving, Dimenit. Bakugo yelled again, launching another round of explosions from above. Ducking and weaving through the blasts, Slade closed the distance, grabbing the furious Bakugo and pulling him in to deliver a knee to his stomach. Tossing him aside, he barely had time to assess his surroundings before instinct kicked in, allowing him to dodge a punch aimed at his face and a kick to his stomach. Denki Kaminari. One of the students with a lot of hidden potential, he thought as he continued to evade blow after blow. Flashback. So basically, what you're telling me is that all you can do is absorb large quantities of electricity and then release it all at once, hoping to take out your enemies in one shot? Slade remarked flatly. Yeah. Kaminari replied nervously. This has to be the most reckless strategy I've ever heard, Slade sighed. It was 9:06 p.m. when a massive explosion echoed across the city of Yokohama, startling the majority of its citizens who were just leaving their workplaces. The media quickly erupted with speculation, as such an event was unprecedented for the inhabitants of a city known for its peace and low crime rate. The fact that a significant police raid was underway in Kamino Ward could only be a coincidence. Minutes after the first explosion, sounds of multiple gunshots, shouts, and further explosions filled the air, plunging the city into chaos. Buildings and streets were toppled or destroyed at blinding speeds, leaving many with no time to react as they were buried in rubble or caught in the destruction that unfolded in mere seconds. Police cars, ambulances, fire trucks, and heroes rushed to what seemed to be the epicenter of the disaster. The local population was stunned, having never witnessed such chaos since the last earthquake 5 years prior. Meanwhile, a news helicopter flew toward the epicenter of the catastrophe. Inside, a young male reporter sat, deep in thought, still trying to process the events he had experienced just hours earlier. He was one of many reporters present at the UA conference due to the kidnapping of the infamous winner of the UA festival. He had been sent to write an article, but upon arrival he found himself surrounded by other journalists attempting to provoke Eraserhead, known for his disdain for the media, into saying something he might regret. Though disgusted by their behavior, he wisely chose to remain silent and wait for the inevitable confrontation. Just as the teacher was on the verge of losing his temper, a child appeared. Setting aside his shock at the fact that this child was UA's combat teacher and the one who had defeated the criminal Muscular, he had never encountered someone as intimidating as this young boy. His demeanor, movements, and attitude were entirely different from those of his peers. But the most frightening moment came when the child threatened them with a calm smile, making the reporter feel like prey in front of a predator. The words that followed made it clear that Slade, despite his age, was entirely capable of carrying out his threat without a hint of mercy. He was jolted from his thoughts as a shockwave destabilized the helicopter, throwing him from his seat. While the pilot cursed as he fought to regain control, the reporter scrambled to the window. Peering through the thick clouds of smoke that were slowly dissipating, he squinted his eyes and saw 2 figures on the ground. Once he got a clear view, his eyes widened in shock. Things from All Might's perspective were not good. He was currently on his knees, injured in front of his nemesis, who seemed virtually undamaged despite the blow he had dealt earlier. He had long passed his time limit, his true form revealed to the whole country, possibly even the whole world. Now, he grappled with the knowledge that Shigaraki Tamura was, in fact, the grandson of Nana Shimura, his late master. That's strange, All Might. What happened to that smile of yours? All for One said mockingly. Demon it, Tashinori. Don't listen to him. Ugh. Gran Torino tried to intervene but was blasted away by the villain. What have I All Might thought in utter despair. Just as I thought. How fun. I'd say I got more than one fragment of your spirit. All for One gloated before returning to a serious demeanor. But we are done here. You can die with all your regrets, All Might, he said, pointing a hand at him. The 8th user of One for All prepared himself for his demise, closing his eyes as he thought his last words. I am sorry, Sensei, Gran Torino, Tsukachi, Nizu, Mirai, everyone. Young Togata. But this is the end of the road for me. But the blow never came. The sound of a motorcycle engine cut through the silence of the battlefield. Who? All for One began, outraged by the interruption. Behind him, a bright motorcycle soared through the air, using a fallen building as a ramp, and its driver was Slade? All Might managed to say incredulously. Slade gripped the handles of the vehicle and jumped forward off the seat. Using his inhuman strength, he launched it toward the villain's face, who didn't have time to finish his phrase before the front tire collided with what was left of his face. Still in the air, Slade drew his pistols and unleashed a barrage of shots at the engine, causing the motorcycle to explode with enough force to send the ancient villain crashing into a building behind him. With his usual feline grace, Slade landed next to the pro-hero. All Might, you look terrible, he stated dryly, holstering his guns as he knelt beside him. Geez, kid. No need to state the obvious, All Might replied, thinking, I swear if I come out alive from this, I am going to insist on a DNA test for Young Slade and Aizawa to see if they are related. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sharp sting. Looking down at his injured abdomen, he saw a syringe stabbed into his grievous wound. What are you? Same thing as the one in Island, but this one is the finished product. You can thank David Shield for it. Regenerative serum and adrenaline shot. It will completely heal your stomach and lung issues, and it has a small dose of quirk boosters, enough for you to use your muscle form for 10 minutes, Slade explained flatly. But I have barely any embers left, the hero stammered. A few embers are enough to cause a raging inferno. A few words of encouragement can turn a wimp into a strong warrior. A few sparks of hope are enough for people to believe that everything will be all right. As long as they are still there, they still have hope. As long as there are some embers left, there is always the possibility to ignite a fire. In this case, you are the spark, all might as the symbol of peace. Right now, everyone, policemen, heroes, and students alike, are praying for your victory, the teen stated, not taking his eyes off where the villain had been sent crashing. All Might remained silent, processing the speech while oddly feeling a faint sense of déjà vu. Why do I feel like a child being scolded? Slade, are you Gran Torino's secret grandchild? An explosion interrupted them, sending pieces of concrete flying, and like a demon risen from the depths of hell, All for One emerged from the downed building, levitating in the air. Who dares? He shouted, furious at the interruption, aside from receiving a motorcycle in his face. That would be me, Slade said softly, standing up to face the villain. And who might you be? All for One asked, now composed, noticing the black sword tied to the young instructor's waist. I am Slade, UA combat instructor. And former mercenary. And what brings an international underground legend here? He asked, curious. Because a long time ago you killed my father, the former number 2 pro hero Draken, also known as Hisashi Midoriya, and my mother, Inko Midoriya, codename Titan. I am their son, Izuku Midoriya. Silence settled as both main combatants processed this information. Hisashi Midoriya was a man dubbed the Second All Might due to his charisma and the destruction he could cause with his once-thought weak quirk, Flame Breath, which he transformed through intense training into something capable of melting steel with a sneeze. His hero name, Draken, came from Greek mythology, inspired by his transformation of orange flames into green ones, alluding to the mythical Greek fire. He married a fellow pro hero, Titan, known for her incredible telekinetic powers. However, tragedy struck when the married duo perished while investigating a warehouse in a remote location. When the heroes and law enforcement arrived, they found only the 2 heroes dead, the area around them devastated and charred. They have a son? All Might thought, realizing he had never come across this piece of information as one of their former close friends. I see. So you are that duo's son. All for One muttered. I have to admit, your parents were people worthy of respect. After all, they were the ones who forced me to use this troublesome device, he said, pointing to the semi-destroyed industrial mask. Knowing that you are their offspring makes me unsure whether to praise your courage or question your judgment for being here. And for revenge? That is not the hero way, he finished, amused. I am no hero, Izuku replied, drawing out his sword. For the first time since arriving in Japan, he gripped it with both hands, shocking All Might, who realized it was the first time he would witness the infamous black blade in action. All Might, the serum will take 3 minutes to complete its healing. For now, I will be taking this dance, the boy said softly, not taking his eyes off the villain. Are you sure you can take him on? After all, he is not your average villain, All Might said, concern evident in his voice. This will be the same as taking down Carlos Menendez, Izuku replied, further shocking the number 1 pro hero. This boy. He took down that monster. All Might now understood why the boy the man wanted to confront the ancient villain. What he exuded was not mere confidence or courage, but a deep determination to finish something he had prepared for so long. With a nod, he signaled the boy to take his place. All for One, on the other hand, was utilizing every enhanced quirk and sense at his disposal to analyze his new opponent. Normally, he would have laughed at the idea of facing an 18-year-old in combat, but the boy's demeanor, stance, and aura screamed danger, much like the black katana he wielded. He attempted to analyze it, but all he received were blurred reports. However, one thing was clear, I should never let that sword cut me. With a powerful leap, Izuku charged toward All for One, aiming to strike at the villain's torso. Void-style fourth stance, empty sky. Surprised by his opponent's speed, All for One barely managed to dodge the attack, or so he thought. He glanced at his right arm, which bore a long gash. When he tried to flex his fingers, he found his tendons cut, rendering his arm useless. This boy. It would be wise not to underestimate him. He knows the art of death. That strike would have killed me if I hadn't dodged, he frowned. He attempted to heal the wound with his super regeneration quirk, but to his confusion, nothing happened, as if the wound had never existed. Looking behind him, he was astounded by the destruction that single attack had caused. 2 apartment complexes were cleanly cut in half. His thoughts were interrupted when he sensed Izuku approaching from behind, aiming for another strike, but this time he was prepared. Not this time, he shouted, blasting Izuku away with his air cannon. The boy was sent flying into a building, crashing through it and raising clouds of dust. Not satisfied, All for One levitated numerous pieces of fallen walls and roofs, hurling them toward Izuku's location in an attempt to bury him alive. Part of him was surprised by the viciousness of his retaliation. Usually, he preferred to toy with his opponents before delivering the final blow. But this time, the spawn of Draken had made him bleed, and as much as he hated to admit it, he had to acknowledge that whoever he was facing now had the potential to defeat him, just as All Might had before. Even so, it was disappointing that the son of Draken had gone down so easily. He expected much more. On your left, Izuku whispered, delivering a swift kick that sent All for One crashing to the ground. The force behind the kick was tremendous, creating an enormous crater upon impact. Thanks to decades of experience, All for One managed to shake off the dizziness and pain just in time to sense Izuku descending from the sky, sword pointed down, intent on striking. Void-style fifth stance, blank shot. With the speed that only someone who had refined their quirks for countless years could muster, All for One unleashed a barrage of compressed air shots. They were easily pierced by the young teen's attack, but they served their purpose of slowing him down. Once within range, All for One used his tendrils of forceful quirk manipulation to pierce Izuku's shoulder and throw him aside, sending him crashing into another block of buildings. He stood up, ready to unleash more ranged attacks to finish the child, but he halted when he felt a familiar presence. Impossible, he thought. Young Midoriya. I am forever in your debt. All Might appeared, in his full muscular form, moving at inhuman speed toward the villain, preparing a swing. All for One, abandoning Izuku, raised his arm, enhancing it with spring-like limbs, kinetic boosters, and muscle augmentation to meet his arch-nemesis's attack. Detroit. Smash. The explosion resulting from the collision of their attacks created a massive shockwave, cracking the ground and sending rubble and entire buildings flying. Both legends continued to exchange blows, each more destructive than the last, with no words or pleasantries exchanged as they focused on trying to tear each other apart, much to the astonishment of the few heroes watching. As the fight dragged on, it didn't take long for Izuku to rejoin, and alongside the symbol of peace, both attacked the symbol of evil in tandem. The teen deflected or cut through all ranged attacks, providing openings for All Might to smash through. Ignoring the ruined urban landscape around them, the 3 fighters continued to exchange blows, causing shockwaves, but neither side seemed to gain the upper hand, despite the damage inflicted on all of them. Seeing this, All for One decided to end the fight, extending his good arm and preparing his ultimate combination of quirks. For both of you to come back and extend this fight is unsightly, the villain spat as he launched himself at his nemesis. Let's finish this, All for One. All Might readied his fist for a final swing. A few embers are enough to cause a raging inferno. Remembering Slade's words, the symbol of peace smiled genuinely for the first time in years, channeling everything he had left through his arm, pushing beyond what the embers could offer, transforming them into a raging inferno as he felt his arm expand, power coursing through it as if he were in his prime. It is now or never. I have to live. Just like my master did. I have to finish training him. I have to protect Hisashi's legacy. For the sake of everyone, my students. Gran Torino. My fellow heroes. Everyone. Just before they were about to clash, to his surprise, Izuku appeared in front of All for One, moving so fast that it almost seemed like he had teleported. He was in a terrible condition. His suit was torn, and he had blood on his mouth and a wound on his head, yet his eyes remained focused. Releasing the breath he had been holding, Izuku unleashed his most powerful attack. Void Style 6 Stance. Endless Abyss. What in the world? All for One cursed as he suddenly felt himself plummeting into a dark void. He coughed up blood as a deep gash appeared diagonally across his chest. The pain jolted him out of the illusion, and he countered Izuku with his ultimate combination, sending him crashing toward where Endeavor and Edgeshot were watching the fight. However, that attack left him completely vulnerable to All Might's final move. This is a farewell All for One, he thought fiercely. United States of Smash, he shouted as he struck the villain down. The force of the blow created a massive whirlwind, sweeping away the debris of fallen buildings around them. Farewell, one for all, he thought sadly, feeling the last embers extinguish forever, knowing they had fulfilled their purpose. But he couldn't grieve right now. He was a hero on duty, the spark of hope in everyone's heart. He would carry out his role as the unyielding symbol of peace to the fullest, even in these final moments. He smiled when he saw Izuku standing up on the other side, ignoring the protests of Kamui Woods and Edgeshot. This was the support he needed as he summoned the last of his energy to stand tall and maintain his heroic form. "Hey kid, you shouldn't be moving," Kamui shouted. "Hey, shouldn't All Might be conserving his strength?" Edgeshot added, worry etched on his face. "Leave them be. He is still on duty, this is his last job as the symbol of peace. And as for the kid, he fights for his generation and the future ones, just like his students. After all, he is still a teacher." Gran Torino interjected, despite being covered in bruises. "That kid knows this is the end of All Might's era. He is trying to hold back the chaos, supporting society until the next pillar arrives." He frowned. "Who is that skeleton? Where did he come from? Wait, that uniform. Don't tell me. The minute, All Might. Your true form. Sensei." The crowd watching the fight from the city of Yokohama through the massive ad screens fell silent after All Might's last blow. Initially, they had been hopeful, watching All Might endure a fierce battle. But when his true form was revealed, fear gripped them as the villain prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Just then, a young boy appeared, and despite his age, the crowd cheered as he seemingly healed All Might and took on the villain himself, landing several hits. When the symbol of peace returned in his full muscular form, showing no signs of weakness, the crowd erupted in cheers. As All Might landed the final blow on the villain, the entire mall held its breath, uncertain if the attack had been effective. Once the dust settled, they saw All Might's massive figure towering over the defeated villain. Slowly, hope began to rise as he and the Son of Draken stood up and raised their fists in triumph. The crowd went wild. "The villain has stopped moving. Victory for All Might and Slade," the reporter shouted through his microphone, tears streaming down his face. "All Might! All Might! All Might!" Many yelled. "Slade! Slade! Slade!" Others cheered for the bravery of the boy. "There are two people down there. Over there too," Abawami shouted, pointing in different directions. Dawn was slowly rising over the city of Yokohama, where Kamino Ward lay in ruins, along with another part of the city. The heroes continued rescue operations during All Might and Slade's fight, but the number of casualties is expected to remain high, a reporter said, glancing at the cameraman. "The villain thought to be the ringleader. They are currently leading him into custody," she exclaimed as the camera focused on several policemen escorting All for One, restrained in multiple bindings, toward a large metal cage. Both All Might and Slade watched the process silently. It had been 6 hours since the battle between the villain and the duo of hero and mentor. The reporter was about to continue when All Might pointed at them, silencing everyone around. You are next," he whispered. Minutes after the symbol of peace's final message, both Slade and All Might entered an ambulance in complete silence, as paramedics attempted to provide first aid for their injuries. After a brief 5-minute ride, they arrived at the entrance of a hero hospital, ignoring the nurses' attempts to assist them. Inside, they were greeted by Night Eye, Mirio, Recovery Girl, Nizu, Vlad King, and Aizawa, the last two still in their formal attire. Both sides stared at each other in silence before Slade broke the tension. "Are we alone?" Izuku asked. "We are alone," Nizu replied. "No cameras?" All Might asked. "No cameras," Nizu confirmed. "Good," both fighters said before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. "Slade!" Aizawa shouted, alarmed. "Sensei!" Mirio cried out. "Diamene itu! Hang in there!" Recovery Girl shouted as doctors and nurses scrambled to place them on medical beds. Inside a vast chamber made of stone, adorned with impressive statues of deities from various cultures, 5 figures cloaked in different colors knelt in prayer before another figure seated on an altar, draped in a white cloak and hood. They listened intently as one of their acolytes delivered urgent news. "The fall of both the symbols of peace and evil in Japan has been confirmed, along with the revelation that one of our most despised foes resides there," the figure on the altar began. "Brothers, the time has come to punish the sinners," another proclaimed. "It is time to cleanse these heretics who fail to appreciate the gifts our gods have bestowed upon us," a third added. "And it is time to avenge our Grand Master by honoring his wish to punish those unworthy of these gifts," another echoed. "Indeed, brothers. Rise and prepare to announce to the world that we, the apostles, the hand of the gods, have returned," the figure on the altar concluded. Izuku stood before a towering skyscraper, surrounded by an army of robots. He raised his hand to his ear, activating a small communication device. "Eraserhead? Do I really have to do this?" he asked, unaware he was speaking aloud. After a few moments of silence, he listened intently. "A show?" he replied incredulously, processing the whispered instructions. "Well, if they want a show, so be it. Let's give them a spectacular performance," he declared, drawing his custom-modified 5.7 guns. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the entrance where dozens of robots awaited him. Despite the burning pain in his lungs and torso, all for one couldn't help but chuckle darkly. Even though the prisoners in Tartarus were unaware of the events unfolding outside, he could feel that the air was thick with tension, like a ticking bomb ready to explode. Just as he had predicted after his defeat, a massive war was on the horizon, and its outcome would forever alter society, regardless of who emerged victorious. "You understand how this world operates, Midoriya, just as I do. The heroes are righteous? The villains are evil? Whoever wins will define justice," he cackled, sending chills through every person in Japan. Midoriya stood atop the fallen body of Gigantomachia, shocking both heroes and villains alike. Silence enveloped the war-torn city of Jakku, as if time itself had paused. "I warned you, Redestro, about the consequences of your choices. Yet, witnessing this, I was a fool to hope you would choose a more diplomatic path," he whispered. Despite standing on a colossal corpse, his voice carried across the battlefield, silencing everyone. Heroes and villains alike were frozen in place, the sight of him in a sleeveless black long coat over dark gray tactical armor only amplifying his intimidating presence. He took a deep breath and released it, then donned his mask, concealing his mouth. Speaking again in a deeper voice, he declared, "You want war? You wish to sow chaos without regard for the consequences? All for the sake of quirk liberation? To plunge this society into despair like centuries past? If it's war you seek, then let me show you war." He leaped from the body, charging toward the center of the battlefield. Chapter end. Shock, fear, and uncertainty were among the many emotions sweeping through Japanese society. One day had passed since the now questioned Kamino incident, and panic began to spread through the population like wildfire. It was understandable, as both heroes and villains were still grappling with the shocking revelations that had come to light. First was the revelation of the #1 pro hero, All Might, in a weakened state with a time limit on his powers. This stunned not only the Japanese but the entire world, as they had always viewed him as invincible. It also explained his reduced appearances over the years. Next was the return of the legendary ruler of the underworld, All for One, a villain notorious for his cruelty and malice, earning him the title, the Symbol of Evil, in stark contrast to All Might's title as the Symbol of Peace. Despite the visible signs of weakening and injuries both symbols displayed, the sheer scale of destruction they caused during their brief battle was astounding, practically annihilating a quarter of the massive city of Yokohama. However, all of this paled in comparison to the third and most shocking revelation, the appearance of Izuku Midoriya, son of the former number 2 Pro Hero, Draken, and Pro Hero Titan. This revelation surprised everyone, as the couple had never disclosed that they had a child. Even though many scoffed when it was revealed that he was quirkless, some veteran heroes and villains disagreed. It was clear during the battle that the boy's destructive power was extraordinary, as he effortlessly cut through buildings and went toe-to-toe with All for One, even managing to inflict serious damage. It was evident that All Might's era had come to an end, and a new one was on the horizon, filled with uncertainty. Would it be chaotic like a century ago? Would Heroes and Draken's son be able to preserve All Might's legacy? Unknown location. Inside a dimly lit room filled with various pieces of technology, a lone man sat at a chair in front of a massive desk, which held a large screen connected to several computers. He typed furiously, muttering under his breath, until a beep caught his attention. He paused, stretching his arms, and glanced at his phone's screen. Typing a few commands on his keyboard, articles from morning news across different countries began to appear on the massive screen. After a few seconds of reading, his eyes widened in disbelief. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed his work phone and sent links to 4 specific contacts. Prague, Czech Republic. In a luxurious room, a beautiful woman with a slender yet strong physique lounged lazily on a sofa, scrolling through her phone in search of entertainment, while her sisters sprawled on the other sofa. A beep from her work phone drew her attention. Without moving from her position, she reached for the phone on the desk beside her. After unlocking it with a series of codes, she read the message and tapped on one of the links. As she read the title, she couldn't help but let out a delighted squeal, earning a grunt from her always serious sister. However, her sister soon found herself stunned as she read one of the links, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Unknown location, Brazil. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, there was a compound invisible to the naked eye, thanks to advanced technology that coated its walls and dome. Inside the dome lay a vast training area, where a man expertly struck a training dummy with a fake knife. His movements were swift and precise, with no wasted effort, every stab and slice aimed at vital areas, all with the intent to incapacitate the target. After several minutes of continuous practice, he paused for a break, heading to a bench where a cooler awaited him. He grabbed a bottle of water and drank it in one go. Once satisfied, he tossed the empty bottle into a recycling bin and took out a second bottle, sipping it slowly as he checked messages on his phone. A smirk crossed his face as he read the new headlines from the links he had received. "So you finally did it, Vanquisher. 3 days since the Kamino incident. The last flames inside me have gone out. The symbol of peace is dead. Yet there are still things I must do," Toshinori said. Inside his hospital room, the number 1 pro hero sat on a bed, wearing a medical gown. Next to him sat Gran Torino, who had bandages covering half of his face, and Tsukachi Naomasa, his close friend and confidant who worked as a police investigator. "Shigaraki Tamura. Shimura's grandson, huh?" Gran Torino muttered. "But there is no basis behind it, right? Have neither of you interacted with the previous generation of her family?" Naomasa asked, trying to understand the logic behind that piece of information. Shimura's husband was killed, so she sent her son away for safety from the world of heroes, and he forbade us from ever interacting with them, even if the worst happened to her. Gran Torino explained. "And this is the outcome. How miserable." Naomasa commented. "My master just wanted to do what she could to ensure a life of peace. I have to go find Shigaraki. If he does, then him." All Might tightened his good hand into a fist. "No," Gran Torino intervened. "What would you do if you find him? You no longer see him as a villain, It would be your loss. No matter what his lineage is, at the end of the day, he is a criminal. For now, the search for Shigaraki will be handled by me and Tsukachi. You should focus on your duties at UA and carry out all that you must still do, even if you can no longer be the symbol of peace. All might seem to deflate at this, but then he remembered something that had been bothering him since he regained consciousness. Young Slade. Young Midoriya, now that I think of it, is he all right? He asked, standing up, still shaken by the fact that Draken and Titan had a son. The kid? He's still unconscious, Nao Mesa replied, surprised that Toshinori asked about him. May I see him? I don't know what you can do there, but I will call a nurse, Nao Mesa said as he pressed the alert button. When they arrived at Slade's room, they were surprised to find Nizu and Recovery Girl inside, yet they seemed unaware of their presence as they continued muttering to each other. Principal? Recovery Girl? All Might exclaimed. Ah, Toshinori, glad to have you back, Recovery Girl smiled, taking her eyes off her notepad. Nizu acknowledged them with a nod before returning his gaze to the pile of papers he was inspecting, which was quite rare for the usually cheerful Chimera. They took a moment of silence to observe the boy, who lay on the bed with an intravenous drip connected to his right arm. In contrast to his typically cold and emotionless persona, his face looked serene. This boy. Hard to believe he's 18, Gran Torino said softly. Indeed, but if he hadn't intervened, I wouldn't be here. All Might replied. I still can't believe he is the son of Hisashi. Nao Mesa muttered. Chio, what is happening to you? You seem conflicted about something, the oldest man in the room asked his counterpart. This boy. When he arrived, he seemed badly injured, and for a moment we feared for the worst. Yet upon further scans, all he had was a concussion, 3 broken ribs, and a few ruptured organs, she began. But that's impossible. He crashed into at least 3 buildings. Not to mention he received all those attacks from All for One at practically point-blank range. He should have way more injuries than those, All Might exclaimed, recalling the brutal battle, particularly when young Midoriya endured the ultimate quirk combination attack from All for One. No, you haven't finished listening to me. When I saw the first diagnosis, I was as shocked as you were. So after mending his bones, I conducted more examinations on him, Recovery Girl explained, taking a deep breath as if preparing to share a wealth of information. Biologically, he is quirkless, the extra joint being the most obvious evidence. Yet his physiology makes me think otherwise. The more I monitored his condition, the more his body became an enigma until I had to call Nizu, she signaled to the principal, who took his cue to continue. Now where to start? His bones are stronger than your average human, covered in an organic ceramic substance that makes them nearly unbreakable. There is also a second pituitary gland that boosts his growth rate and recovery to inhuman levels. His muscle tissue is reinforced and denser, allowing him to withstand and carry more than the average strength enhancement quirk user. His heart has mutated to develop 2 more layers to pump blood more quickly and endure such strain. Plus his lung capacity is off the charts, enabling him to receive oxygen more efficiently. His blood cells were measured to carry more than 3 times the amount of oxygen in a normal human body. Such an astounding cardiovascular system boosts his 5 senses. But out of all these things, the most astonishing part is that all these enhancements are the product of evolution, not of drags or artificial serums or hormones, Nizu said in one breath. So what you're saying is that this teen is essentially the equivalent of a super soldier through nature and not artificial means? Tsukachi trembled. Yes, the nurse replied curtly, with Nizu nodding beside her. Everyone took a few minutes to digest this information. The concept of a super soldier was not strange, even in the era of quirks, as it represented the scientific pinnacle many militaries sought to achieve. While many experiments were performed with varying levels of success, particularly during World War III 100 years ago, no one had managed to enhance the human body to the level Izuku had. Everyone was jolted from their reverie by the sound of a clap behind them, making them assume battle stances. Behind them stood a man with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a black suit without a tie. As expected of one of the top medics in the world, he said in heavily accented English, Who are you? How did you manage to enter here? Wait! Nizu shouted. Drop your stances, which the whole room did, albeit reluctantly. They were shocked when the stranger bent down in a bow before shaking hands with Nizu. Everyone. This is Izuku's guardian, Albert Schmidt. The principal grinned widely. Moments later, they were now in one of the hospital's family meeting rooms, staring at each other over cups of coffee. So, what brings an underworld legend like you here? From what I heard, you were retired and doing quite well on an island, Nizu began. Can't a guardian check on his ward's condition? The other replied with a forced smile, before dropping all pretenses and assuming a more serious demeanor. I suppose that after all the chaos of the last 3 days, you have a lot of questions for him. Since he is still out of commission, I am here to answer them for him. Ask away. I won't hold anything back. For how long have you been Izuku's guardian? All Might asked right off the bat. I raised the boy, Izuku, since he was 6. Flashback. Albert hurried through the halls of a Japanese hospital, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Dinanit, Hisashi, Inko, don't tell me you kicked the bucket. Despite being one of the world's most infamous hitmen and mercenaries, he shared an unusual bond with the number 2 pro hero, having saved each other's lives countless times on dangerous missions. Over time, a rather strange friendship blossomed. Sometimes, when Albert wanted a break from his work, he would visit the Midoriya estate to rest. He met Inko there, and although their first encounter was rocky, complete with a few knives and perhaps an explosion, they eventually got along well. His worst fears were confirmed when he arrived at the room, where a couple of policemen stood with somber expressions. After showing his identification, a fake Japanese identity, they let him inside. Inside, he found 2 beds side by side, each covered with blankets, the only visible parts being the interlocking hands of his 2 friends. "And it you too," he cursed again, before noticing a small boy about 6 years old, sitting in a chair, staring blankly at the 2 bodies, seemingly unaware of his presence. Their son, Izuku, if I remember correctly. Albert recalled. He was the only person Hisashi and Inko had ever confided in about having a son. Now he understood why he had been called from across the world. Gently, he touched the child's shoulder. Despite being a ruthless hitman, children had always been a soft spot for him. He expected the child to react with surprise, but instead, the boy turned to him with a blank expression and asked, "Who are you?" Most adults would have been unsettled by such a gaze, but Albert was no ordinary man. He had seen those eyes before. The bright green spark he remembered was gone, replaced by an emptiness that suggested the child had lost all hope, as if he no longer expected anything good in life. "Albert, a friend of your parents. And your guardian," he replied, hesitantly adding the last part. He had never had children, and his own childhood had been far from perfect. "Child, judging by your eyes, you know me. And my true nature," he stated, recalling stories from Hisashi about his son's cleverness and impressive IQ. Of the child simply nodded. With a sigh, Albert took out one of his guns, holding it by the muzzle and offering the handle to the boy. To his surprise, the child didn't flinch. "Choose, child. Either I send you to a foster home and provide for you until you are an adult, or you can come with me into a world filled with darkness, where death and bloodshed will be your companions, and peace is merely an illusion." He gave the child a moment of silence before feeling the boy's small hand grasp his own. "Are you sure? There is no turning back?" he asked again. The child nodded again. "Do you want to say something to them?" He gestured toward his parents' bodies. The boy walked over and placed 2 objects he was holding, a small doll of All Might and another of his father, Draken, next to the interlocking hands. "Let's go. Izuku." They left the room in silence. So, immediately after I took him in, to evade All for One's radar, I left the country, taking him with me across the world, teaching him everything from the basics to the most complicated skills I could think of, he continued, letting his gaze drift into the past. And yet the child took everything in stride. I always wondered how someone so young could adapt to such a harsh life, but he never shared anything about his childhood. At first, I thought he would give up within a year, but no matter how tough the training was, no matter how many bruises he endured, he always got back up and pushed forward. At the age of 7, he finished primary school. At the age of 8, he completed high school. At the age of 15, he earned his PhD in medicine and engineering. By 16, I had taught him everything I knew, and he entered our mercenary world. Alone. In just 2 years, he made his presence known in numerous international conflicts: the New Carthage Wars, the Sokovia Incident, the Siege of Beijing, the Second Kaiju Invasion, and the extermination of the Menendez cartel. His life has been a constant escape from his past, dancing with death like old friends and embracing bloodshed without a second thought, all to fill the void left by his parents' death. That sword style of his? It's his own creation, an outlet. His strength, speed, and physique are the results of his own conditioning. The emotions he carries now are only rage, sorrow, and sadness. But then, just when I thought he was lost to that path, an opportunity appeared. He smiled genuinely. Nizu, an old friend, came one day seeking a favor, Izuku's number, to be exact. At first, I was skeptical about the idea of Izuku teaching, but it turned out to be the perfect opportunity for him to interact with people his age. The reason I am here is to plead with you. Now that he has accomplished his goal of defeating all for one, he has lost his purpose. After this 3-year contract is fulfilled, let him stay at the academy. He may not be innocent, but it's not too late for him to change paths, he reasoned, lowering his head. The moment he opened his eyes, Slade found himself staring at a white ceiling, lying on an unfamiliar bed, dressed in different clothes. So we won, huh? He said to no one in particular. He examined his surroundings, which were stark and minimalistic: white floor, white walls, white curtains, and a white bed. Everything was white, even the television. His thoughts were interrupted when he glanced to his right. Fruit baskets and flowers filled the table, spilling over onto the chair and even the floor. The sheer amount was overwhelming, as if someone had decided to visit every grocery and flower shop and buy everything in sight. He sighed and looked at the clock on the wall. 3 days have passed, he thought as he sat up in bed, trying to process everything that had happened before he lost consciousness. To be honest, he didn't know how to feel. Emotions had always been complicated for him since he left Japan. His mind had been focused solely on one objective: defeating his parents' murderer. Now that he had accomplished that, what was left for him? Sure, he still had a 3-year contract to teach combat at UA, but then what? Should he return to his old life as a mercenary? Or stay in Japan? Perhaps he could try to become a pro hero? No, he must be losing his mind thinking about that. He had given up that dream long ago. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He had 3 years to figure it out. For now, he should focus on teaching at UA. The future can wait, he thought as he gazed at the sky from his window. Although those sacrifices saved an even greater number of lives, as a citizen, fellow hero, and principal, I cannot thank you enough. However, in the eyes of society, you both are still teachers at UA, despite some opinions being less than favorable regarding you, Nizu said. 5 days had passed since the Kamino Ward incident, or destruction as many preferred to call it. The revelation of All Might's true form to the world and his declaration of retirement from active service had caused an uproar not only in Japan but also at the American Heroic Department headquarters. Currently, both heroic-class homeroom teachers, All Might and Izuku, were in the principal's office, having just been discharged from the hospital with a warning not to overexert themselves. Right now, the present situation is causing everyone anxiety. That's why now more than ever, we must do everything we can to strengthen the threads you wove for us, All Might, the unwavering faith and confidence in heroes, Nizu continued. But the threat has not yet been eliminated. We can't do anything for now, but from here on out, we must nurture, protect, and raise those children more firmly and strongly than ever. I ask for your cooperation in the home visits, Nizu concluded, showing them the papers explaining the transition of UA from high school to a boarding school. Once they coordinated with Aizawa, it didn't take long for them to visit the different homes of their students to request permission from their parents to allow their children to be inducted into the newly established dorms. So we are here. The Yayorozu estate, Aizawa said as they parked in front of a massive villa. I will handle this one, Izuku said as he got out of the car. But wait, young Midoriya. All Might tried to stop him. Relax. The patriarch is an old client of mine. You go visit the next house, and once I'm done, I'll just text you, Izuku replied, walking toward the gate, where the guard seemed to recognize him. An old client, huh? Izawa whispered. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu, it's been a while since my last visit, Izuku greeted his former client, who sat with his wife inside an elegantly decorated room, the centerpiece being a long table with intricate patterns engraved on it. Slade. Or should I call you Izuku? I have already told you many times to call me by my name, Tadashi, the normally stern man grinned. Among the few clients he ever had, aside from the UAC, none exceeded in wealth Tadashi Yaoyorozu, husband of the former heiress of the Yaoyorozu family. He was a man whose name was engraved in business history through a series of extremely successful deals and ventures. He claimed that while his business acumen contributed greatly, it was partly due to his quirk, luck, which allowed him to have the most fortunate outcomes in unfortunate situations. However, it came with drawbacks, being energy-consuming and imposing a 12-hour penalty of bad luck every time it was used. Overuse could lead to overconfidence. Fortunately, Tadashi was wise enough to use it only in dire situations. Izuku met Tadashi when he was hired as his bodyguard during a trip to Eastern Europe, where he sought a rare resource amid a civil war plagued with warlords and militias. Despite the dangers, Tadashi was determined to acquire at least a small. With the heavy insistence of his wife, he hired the best bodyguard he could find, who was a boy roughly the same age as their daughter. At first, he was skeptical, but his instincts told him that this boy would help him survive the ordeal. During the trip, he realized he had made the right choice as he witnessed the boy's remarkable abilities. Izuku managed to function on only 6 hours of sleep over 3 weeks while still giving his all every day, something that would have overwhelmed a normal person. He saw the boy handle militias, eliminate threats before they could act, and detect traps before his quirk could even warn him. It was certainly an adrenaline-fueled trip, but in the end he acquired not only the resource he sought but also invaluable experience, along with the fact that the boy saved his life countless times. As you know, I am here to talk about the dorms. Izuku began. We have already accepted, Slade. Knowing you, our daughter will be perfectly safe in your hands, Mrs. Yaoyorozu interrupted. I am honored that you have such great faith in me, Izuku muttered, surprised, before quickly regaining his composure. If so, I will take my leave. After all, I have other houses to visit. Of course, Slade. Until next time we meet, Mr. Yaoyorozu said politely. Until next time, Mr. Yaoyorozu, Izuku replied, leaving the room and closing the door behind him. So young. Yet he has so much, Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, sadly staring at the door where the young teacher had just exited. I know, dear. But we are not gods. He has already decided his path, it is only up to him if he wants to change its course, Tadashi replied, holding her hand. Meanwhile, following Izuku's indication, All Might went to the next house with Aizawa, which was the Bakugo household. This is certainly a dysfunctional family if I've ever seen one, both teachers thought as they witnessed the mother and son arguing, with the father trying to separate the two. About my proposition, are you willing to comply? Aizawa tried to intervene. Oh, about the whole dorm thing? By all means, I'd be far better off without him. Our Katsuki has always acted recklessly without a second thought. Add to that his powerful quirk, and he has always been spoiled and pampered by everyone around him. This is how he turned out, Mitsuku Bakugo said. I suppose what made me happy were those words of yours. This school sees Katsuki for who he really is. I admit I was worried about what might become of him at that moment, but behold, now he is here with us, safe and sound, Aizawa replied. I am sure you are all dealing with quite a bit of outside pressure right now. But I have faith that you know what is best for Katsuki. Please, work him hard and help him become a great hero for us, she finished, gently guiding Bakugo's head down as she and her husband did the same. Aizawa stretched his arms as he and All Might stepped out of the Bakugo residence, ready to return to UA after finishing their visits. Forget about that drink. I really need one, Aizawa muttered, earning a grin from All Might. Wait a second. Mitsuki shouted, emerging from the main door. Can you tell me where Izuku is? He should be wrapping up his interviews with the other houses. May I ask why? Aizawa replied, curious about her interest in his youngest colleague. His late mother was my best friend, and my son was his best friend, she explained. I was never friends with that quirkless brat. Katsuki's voice echoed from inside the house. What did you say, brat? Mitsuki shouted, her mood shifting dramatically as she rushed back inside. So he was a former friend, huh? Both Aizawa and All Might said, surprised and puzzled by this revelation, just as they received a text from Slade asking for the next house to visit. Izuku stood before the gates of a grand Japanese villa. Todoroki's house, huh? He thought as he entered. He had done some research on Shoto's difficult childhood, but he wanted to see for himself what kind of person Endeavor truly was, assuming he was home. Well, here goes nothing, he said, pressing the doorbell and hearing a female voice call from inside, I'm coming. Man, I am exhausted. Vlad King muttered, receiving a grunt from Aizawa, who was already sprawled out on a couch. The staff was gathered in the building designated for teachers to rest, which had only one floor, as 2 teachers would be living in each dorm with their students for security, despite their attempts to convince Nizu that it was a bad idea. The building featured a spacious living room filled with sofas and couches, 3 TVs, a minibar, for various undisclosed reasons, a large dining table, and a fully furnished kitchen, thanks to Lunch Rush and Izuku's requests. After a long day of meeting with parents of students from all 3 years and unpacking their belongings, the teachers had little energy left for anything but eating, as evidenced by their rumbling stomachs. An hour earlier, there had been a heated debate about dinner. With Lunch Rush already gone, many suggested ordering takeout, as they were accustomed to doing due to their busy schedules. Others, mainly present Mike, offered to cook for everyone, but that idea was quickly dismissed. In the end, Slade, who had just returned from an errand, put an end to their arguments by announcing he would cook dinner himself. Before anyone could object, he grabbed his car keys and left for half an hour, returning with bags full of groceries. Despite wondering what a 15-year-old could cook to satisfy a room full of adults, the drool forming at the corners of Aizawa and Vlad King's mouths, remembering the bear cutlets, silenced any doubts. An hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, and soon after, Izuku appeared, pushing a trolley filled with steaming bowls. Dinner is ready, he announced. Everyone watched eagerly as he distributed a bowl to each teacher. You may open the lids, Izuku said, settling between All Might and Aizawa. As everyone lifted their lids simultaneously, a dramatic cloud of steam enveloped the room, momentarily obscuring their view. Once the steam cleared, they beheld the contents of their bowls. Ramen, nearly everyone exclaimed. Inside the bowls, a rich brown broth cradled a bed of noodles topped with slices of pork tonkatsu, cooked bamboo shoots, nori leaves, and a soft-boiled egg, all arranged beautifully. Itadakimasu, Aizawa and Vlad proclaimed before diving into their bowls with enthusiasm. Seeing this, the others followed suit, only to discover. So good! Mike shouted. I could eat this forever. Cementos declared. One of the best things I've ever tasted, Midnight proclaimed. You're going to give serious competition to Lunch Rush with this dish, Nizu said, slurping his noodles excitedly. Lunch Rush merely grunted and glared at his own noodles. Flashback. Nizu, Aizawa, and Midnight were in the cafeteria during lunch, wondering where Lunch Rush was, as the pro-hero cook was usually punctual. Just as Nizu was about to call him, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, catching them off guard. Without hesitation, the 3 rushed to the kitchen, and upon opening the door, they were astonished by the scene before them. On one side stood Lunch Rush at the stoves, and on the other was Slade, next to the counter where Lunch Rush typically placed finished dishes. However, on this counter was a tray with a katsudon that had only a few bites taken out of it. Lunch Rush, the mercenary said quietly, exuding a formidable presence. Oh, you're coming to me instead of admitting my superiority? Even after tasting my dish and sensing my skills, you still have the nerve to approach, the chef taunted, showcasing his own aura. I can't defeat you without stepping onto your turf, Slade replied, slowly advancing toward the hero. Oh ho! Come as close as you want, The outcome won't change, the chef said, moving forward as well. Both the mercenary and the chef were so focused on their intense stare-off that they failed to notice the three new arrivals in the kitchen. Nizu, what in the world is happening? How can someone like Lunch Rush project the same aura as All Might? Aizawa asked incredulously. What you're witnessing is not a battle of good versus evil, but a clash of pride and skill, a culinary showdown where both chefs put their pride on the line. The fact that Lunch Rush adopted this personality indicated that he recognized Slade as a worthy rival, even though they were meeting for the first time. This would certainly be interesting. Nizu chuckled. While the director reminisced with a laugh, All Might stared at his bowl, contemplating whether he could eat given his stomach issues. Would it be rude to refuse? Midoriya's voice broke through his thoughts. All Might, the serum I gave you during the battle repaired your damaged organs. You can eat, drink, and breathe properly now. Enjoy it before it gets cold, he encouraged. The former #1 hero instinctively gripped his wound but ultimately decided to give it a try. Might as well give it a shot, he said. With his chopsticks, he took a slurp of the noodles, marveling at their incredible taste. He chewed thoughtfully before swallowing. Just as he anticipated the familiar discomfort, he reached for a napkin to cover his mouth. But the cough and blood never came. He felt nothing, no pain, no blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, only a stomach yearning for more. Tears welled in his eyes. How long had it been? How long since he had enjoyed a proper meal? With newfound determination, he devoured his bowl with enthusiasm. The sight captivated everyone around him, even eliciting a small smile from Midoriya, which did not go unnoticed, though no one commented, cherishing the moment instead. Thank you, young Midoriya. You may not see yourself as a hero, but to me, you truly are one. Man, it's huge, Sato said, his eyes fixed on the massive building. We're lucky kids for sure. Mina cheered. The entire class, after receiving permission from their parents, stood before what would be their new home for the next 3 years, Height Alliance. Listen up, class. First and foremost, it's important that you all gathered together again safely. Aizawa snapped them out of their reverie. All the students nodded in agreement. The same goes for you, Sensei. We thought after watching that interview that you might not be able to come back. So you said. It surprised me as well. A lot has happened, for sure, the teacher replied. Speaking of which, what about our other teacher? I mean, our combat instructor? Momo asked. Your combat teacher will continue teaching you until graduation, so you don't have anything to worry about. But on to more important matters. I'm going to give you all a small briefing about your rooms. But before that, just one thing. It is true that the plan was for you to earn your provisional licenses after the training camp. But you didn't get them. So why were some of you walking around like you did? Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Lita, and Kirishima. You four were present that evening at that place. You took it upon yourselves to proceed to the site of Bakugo's rescue. He glared at the four. Upon hearing that 4 of their classmates were involved in rescuing Bakugo, the rest of the class was in complete shock, having assumed that aside from those healing at the hospital, the rest just returned home. From your expressions and those of your classmates, you seem to understand the weight of your behavior in deciding to go there. A lot has happened in the span of 4 days. But I will say this now, Aizawa continued, activating his quirk. If it weren't for All Might's sudden retirement, and the revelation of your combat instructor's true identity, with the exception of Bakugo, Jiru, and Hakigure, I would have expelled all of you as punishment. Just for the 4 perpetrators and those who did nothing to stop them. Regardless of the reason, the fact that you all betrayed our trust doesn't change. From now on, just do us the favor of following the established procedures and protocols accordingly. That's all. Let's proceed to your new home, he finished as his eyes returned to their normal pitch-black color. After Bakugo lifted everyone's spirits, the now cheerful class entered the building, where they found Aizawa waiting for them inside a massive common room. So, the first floor is the common area, where the dining room, laundry room, baths, and kitchen are located, he said. Did I hear right? The bath and laundry are a shared space? Am I dreaming? Mineta whispered, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Obviously, they are separated. Give it a rest. Aizawa glared at the purple-haired boy. Your rooms are on the second floor and above. Each floor will be divided into 2 wings, one for girls and one for boys. Each wing will have 4 rooms. You get a private room that comes with an AC unit, a bathroom, a closet, and a refrigerator. Quite a luxurious space if you ask me. The luggage we asked you to send beforehand has been delivered to your rooms. The allocation of them will be exactly as you see here. Aizawa showed a paper with everyone's assignments. I will be located in the top room while your combat teacher is on the first floor. For the time being, use today to unpack and arrange your rooms. Tomorrow I will explain how things will operate from now on. That is all. You are all dismissed, he concluded. Yes, sensei. Many hours later. Man, is it already night time? Ojiro muttered. I am so tired. Kirishima sighed. Currently, the boys were in the common room, resting after an exhausting day of unpacking and organizing their belongings. It was still too early to go to bed, so while they rested, they brainstormed ideas to make the night more entertaining. The sound of nearby footsteps interrupted them, announcing the arrival of the girls. Sup, girls? Kirishima greeted them with his usual friendly demeanor. We were all talking and we've got a suggestion, Mina said, a glint in her eyes that made the boys feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. Let's have a room showcasing competition. How about it? Urakara finished, receiving blank stares before realization dawned on the boys' faces, quickly shifting to full panic. Despite the dread they felt, the competition turned out to be far more entertaining than expected, except for a few instances. The first unfortunate room was Tokoyami Fumigage's, which was deemed scary and dark. Due to the atmosphere and the mood of its owner, they didn't see many details before everyone was ushered out. Aoyama Yuga's room was classified as blinding, and not in a good way, which was to be expected. Mineta's room was completely overlooked. Ojiro's room was classified as normal, much to his chagrin. Lita's room resembled a combination of a library and an optometrist's office. Kaminari's room looked like a collection of random items thrown together. Kuda's room marked the beginning of the competition, as it appeared simple but featured a distinctive white rabbit. Kirishima's room resembled a gym owned by a martial arts enthusiast. Shuki's room was devoid of anything except a small table and a futon, surprising everyone. Siro's room was a delightful surprise, revealing a beautifully decorated Asian-inspired space. However, Todoroki's room stole the show, transformed into a complete Japanese setting, leaving everyone bewildered. Sato's room matched Todoroki's in charm when he presented a freshly baked chiffon cake to everyone, despite its simplicity. Hyuka's room resembled a music studio, which didn't surprise anyone. Hakagura's room was filled with plushies, while Mina's was exotically decorated. Urakara's room was normal, similar to Ojiro's. Ajui's room was skipped as she wasn't feeling well at the moment. Yayarosa's room, however, was cramped with a massive bed and an ornate desk, stunning everyone before they remembered her high-class background. Having seen all the rooms, except for Bakugo's who insisted on not being disturbed for their own well-being, the group headed to the common room. Just as they were about to start voting for the best room, Urakara stopped them. Hey, since Izuku is technically our age, should we include him in this competition? She asked. This caught everyone's attention, including Todoroki's. Since they were already on the first floor, they walked to his room, which had a simple plate on the door that read, Slade. They politely knocked, and to their surprise, a feminine voice shouted, I will answer it. The door opened to reveal a beautiful blonde girl with glasses, wearing a white apron over a pink t-shirt and white pants. Hello everybody. You are Slade's students, right? Are you looking for him? She cheerfully said. Melissa, let them in, came the deep voice of their teacher from inside. Okay, she replied cheerfully. As the whole class entered, they were stunned to find that instead of a typical bedroom, there was a modern-style common room. The main feature was a long table with 8 chairs, a small fireplace, and 2 sofas surrounding it. To their left, they saw 3 doors, which they assumed led to a bathroom and their rooms. To their right was a counter with a kitchen behind it, where their teacher was stirring a mixture in a bowl with a wooden spoon. Without stopping his work, he greeted them. "What are you doing here? You should be resting." "Give me a second," he said, signaling Melissa to come over before handing her a bowl and starting to give her instructions. "DMN. Being a teacher here sure has its perks," Ciro muttered, examining the modern decorations in the room. "What is he cooking?" Kirishima whispered. "I don't know. But whatever it is, I'm sure it will be delicious," Sato said, drooling. The room filled with the delightful aroma of something sweet baking, stirring their appetites even though they had just eaten dinner. "Who is that girl?" Hakagure asked, almost enviously. "I don't know. But the way they interact. It almost seems." Momo frowned, trying to recall where she had seen the girl, as she looked very familiar. "Like they are a couple," Jiro finished, not pleased with that thought, a sentiment echoed by the other girls. "Sorry. These recipes are tricky, and a single mistake can ruin everything," Slade Izuku said, walking toward them. "What are you baking, sensei?" Sato immediately asked, being the resident baker and chef of the class. "Macarons and éclairs. Just a little hobby of mine. Wanted to try baking something and asked her for help," he replied, completely unaware of the drool pooling from some of his students. "Who is she?" Shoji asked. "Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield, someone I've been tasked to protect as his ward. Because of my current job, Nisa decided to let her live in the same room as me, so you'll be with her for the next 3 years." Recognition dawned on some of the students who were present during the I-Island incident. "So, what brings you here?" "As I said before, you should be resting," he said. "You are the one to talk," many students thought, noticing the bandages peeking out from under the collar of his shirt. "We were having a competition to showcase our rooms, and decided to include you in it." Urakara managed to reply. "I have a question, sensei. How should we address you now?" Lita Tenya suddenly asked from behind. "Whatever you want. Sensei, Midoriya, Slade. Unfortunately, I can't show you either my room or hers right now, as we're a little busy," he said, standing up as an alarm sounded from the kitchen. "Are we living with her for 3 years?" Mina muttered in disbelief. "DMN. Another competitor." Momo gritted her teeth, watching the blonde girl a little too close to her crush. Meanwhile, the boys were thinking other thoughts. "She scored that beauty, and she'll be living with him until graduation. How could you be so cruel, sensei?" Mineta and Kaminari lamented. "So this is how mercenaries pass the time?" Lita thought, knowing that being related to a hero family meant access to information not many were privy to. "You are more manly than all of us combined," Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. "This is a gathering shrouded in darkness," Tokoyami murmured, observing the ominous clouds gathering above the girls. "It truly is," Ojiro agreed, while Shoji and Aoyama nodded in support behind him. "I should apologize. But I recommend you all head to bed. Tomorrow will be a challenging day. Before you go, take some of these with you. And remember to brush your teeth afterward," their sensei said, appearing with a tray in each hand, filled with freshly baked éclairs and colorful macarons. It was clear that, for that night, without needing a vote, a unanimous winner had been declared, and he remained completely unaware of it. If Izuku thought that living in the dorms, in the same building with a group of teenagers and a yellow caterpillar man would be easy, he was mistaken, horribly mistaken. Just 1 week had passed, and so much had happened that he and Aizawa were forced to rewrite the dorm rules. Twice. This applied not only to the students but also to some of the teachers. Currently, they were all in the faculty staff rest dorm, trying to write their weekly reports, some downing copious amounts of coffee to cope with the lack of sleep, most notably Aizawa, Power Loader, and Vlad King. Izuku sighed as he finished his cup of tea and returned his attention to the computer, where he was writing his weekly report and another new set of rules, all while recalling the craziness that had unfolded over the past 7 days. Day 1. Izuku had heard stories about fights over a TV remote but initially dismissed them as exaggerated. He soon discovered just how true they were. It was 6 p.m., and after an intense day of teaching, he thought it was time to return to his room and relax or maybe cook something with Melissa as part of his hobby. What he didn't expect was to find the common room transformed into a battleground, where both boys, including Ida, and girls stood on opposite sides, glaring at each other like an old Western showdown. "What happened here?" he managed to say. Immediately, both sides shifted their attention to him, launching into a shouting match to present their versions of the story. From what he gathered, the girls were about to watch a popular soap opera when the boys barged in, intent on watching a popular sci-fi series. This led to a discussion that quickly escalated. "I regret making my presence known," he sighed. Izuku was mistaken in thinking that the students and teachers knew how to manage their meals, with the exception of a select few. The dorm system provided lunch for the students, but breakfast and dinner were their responsibility. Kaminari, gummy bears do not count as breakfast. And juice pouches, Aizawa? Present Mike, I appreciate your enthusiasm for starting the day, but brewing your coffee with energy drinks doesn't seem very healthy. How you haven't ascended to the astral realm is beyond me. By the end of the second day, he and Lunch Rush decided to hold a mandatory cooking class, which predictably ended in disaster. Present Mike, Midnight, and most of both classes somehow managed to start a fire and damage the kitchen, which was supposed to be fireproof. After the responsible parties faced the consequences of their actions, courtesy of the pro-hero chef, Izuku decided to post a weekly balanced menu for all dorm chefs, like Sato from Class 1A or Ibra and Kendo from 1B. The menu would include abundant portions that were affordable and sufficient to cover the energy consumed during their rigorous training. Day 3. Power Loader and Izuku were surprised by how long it took Mei Hatsum to create something explosive or weaponize the dorm room. For 2 days, the dorms where the support course lived were in complete silence, which was a welcome surprise. However, all celebrations were cut short on the third day when a loud explosion shook the entire building during breakfast. Hatsum had somehow managed to turn a toaster into a bomb, which blew up half the kitchen. Despite taking the explosion head-on, she emerged from the smoke unharmed, with a new idea to modify the fridge. Her classmates quickly bound her for the sake of the building's integrity and their safety. In the end, after some deliberation, Nizu modified Hatsum's room to have reinforced walls and windows, prohibiting her from having anything electronic except for her laptop and phone. If she broke the rules, multiple sensors installed in the walls would alert the staff and release a sleeping gas. It seemed a bit extreme, but for a girl who could turn a toaster into a bomb, it was a necessary precaution. Day 4. Cards, such wonderful things after competitive video games capable of destroying not only friendships but also relationships. If world leaders were to play games of Uno to settle their disputes, the world would be in constant turmoil. Or so Izuku thought as he and Aizawa contemplated the scene before them. The lounge had turned into a battleground once again, with various fights erupting in different areas. It was entirely normal for Bakugo to be furious as he attempted to blow up the ice fortress where Todoroki and Shuji had taken refuge, while Kirishima tried to hold him back. But who knew that the normally composed Momo Yaoyorozu could be so fierce? The ponytail girl was seen chasing someone, presumably Toru, wearing heat-seeking glasses, holding a taser in one hand and a net in the other. Meanwhile, Kuda directed a flock of angry pigeons toward Siro, who swung around like Spider-Man using his tape, with both Mineta and Mina hot on his heels, radiating determination. Aizawa, would you like to have a drink? The young teacher asked his companion. Make it 2, the aloof one replied, as distant screams and explosions echoed in the background. Day 5. One lesson every student learned from their interactions with Aizawa was to never disturb him when he was napping during breaks or in the lounge. Those who made the mistake of waking him should have been prepared for the consequences. However, there were exceptions. Izuku, who was skilled enough to evade Aizawa's reactions, and Nizu, who was his boss. The entire heroic course learned this lesson the hard way when they visited Class 1A dorms and found Aizawa sleeping soundly, while Present Mike, Mineta, and Kaminari were tied up in a cocoon of capture tape, completely unconscious. If anyone thought that installing electric sensors in Mei's room would keep her in check, they were sorely mistaken. The pink girl somehow managed to extract the sensors from the walls and transform them into tiny, self-aware robots. In a moment of carelessness, she released them all around the dorms, prompting Power Loader to shut down all electricity in the area and unleash a massive EMP wave to disable the bots. The process of collecting every robot after the EMP took about 3 hours, resulting in May being banned from the workshop for the rest of the week. She had to repair her room on her own, take a shower after 3 days, and finally get a full 8 hours of sleep for the first time in weeks. Today was Sunday, the 7th day, the only day when students could take their time off, do laundry, and relax. All the teachers were in the lounge, writing reports and catching up on work while enjoying some banana bread that Izuku had baked the night before with Melissa, who had a routine of baking something every week. They were also sipping on Jamaican coffee that Nizu had gifted them as a reward for surviving the first week. Life was good, with soft jazz playing in the background, and the teachers thought they could finally relax. But then, a loud explosion interrupted the peace, and a couple of minutes later, Mina and Kirishima appeared, both covered from head to toe in foam and bubbles, grinning despite their messy state. "Sensei, we don't know how, but we both managed to explode 2 washing machines," they exclaimed in unison. 2 thuds echoed as Aizawa and Izuku dropped their heads onto the table. Dubai, United Arab Emirates. A lone man watched with a detached expression as he left the body of his last target on the floor, where a dark stain was spreading. He had been contracted to eliminate a couple of corrupt politicians hiding in one of the wealthiest cities in the world. The targets, a husband and wife, were suspected of being involved in numerous human trafficking rings and money laundering. He sighed in distaste as he cleaned the knife with a piece of cloth, which he then tucked into one of his pants pockets. He concealed the knife in a holster hidden under his sleeve. Just as he was about to call his contractor to report that the job was complete, a message caught his attention, raising his eyebrows. He clicked on one of the links and read the guidelines. "About time, kid," he chuckled, putting on a dark mask and using his quirk to blend into the shadows. North of Canada. A massive man carried the combined weight of 4 adult pines on one shoulder while holding a hefty axe in the other hand. After 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at his destination, a seemingly innocent wooden shack. Leaving the logs for later, he entered the cozy house. After putting water on the kettle to boil, he headed to his bedroom, where an enormous bed took up most of the space. With his sheer strength, he lifted the bed, revealing a set of stairs leading down. Once downstairs, he turned on the lights, illuminating a vast room that contained a shooting range, a gym, and a computer area. Taking a turkey sandwich from a mini fridge under the desk, he typed a few codes on the computer. The entire room came alive as various camera angles displayed the surrounding forest, and weapon stands emerged from the floor. He let out a booming laugh as he read a message from one of his acquaintances. "Haha, nice one, kid," he laughed, taking a big bite of his sandwich. Unknown location. In an inhospitable tundra, where fierce winds swept through from every direction and blizzards were a common occurrence, one might think this land was uninhabitable. But deep underground, there was more than just earth. Inside a vast chamber made of stone, adorned with statues of deities from long-forgotten cultures, 5 figures clad in cloaks of different colors knelt in prayer before another figure seated on an altar, wearing a white cloak and hood. They listened intently as one of their acolytes delivered news. The report detailed the fall of both the symbols of peace and evil in Japan, along with the revelation that one of their most despised foes resided there. After years of inactivity, "Brothers, the time has come to punish the sinners," the figure on the altar began. "It is time to cleanse these heretics who are ungrateful for the gifts our gods have bestowed upon us," another added. "And time to avenge our Grandmaster by honoring his wish to punish those who do not deserve these gifts," a third chimed in. "Indeed, brothers, rise, and prepare to announce to the world that we, the apostles, the hand of the gods, are back." Yakuza Compound, Tokyo. A young man wearing a mask resembling a bird's beak was focused on a computer screen. On the screen, a reporter stood before a massive pile of rubble that had once been part of a building in Kamino Ward, the site of the final clash between the 2 symbols. "So now that those 2 are gone, it is time for us, the Yakuza, To rise, he proclaimed. Kirishima exclaimed, "Man, I am so fired up." Class 1A was currently in Gamma Gym, or as Cementos like to call it, Training Dreamland, working on developing their first 2 super moves in preparation for the Provisional Hero exam. Despite the pressure, excitement buzzed in the air as they aimed to create their signature techniques. After a brief explanation about the purpose and application of special moves from Midnight, Cementos, and Aizawa, it was clear that the entire class was energized. Ectoplasm created numerous clones of himself to guide the students while the other teachers monitored the activities. As soon as the students were given the go-ahead, the gym erupted with the sounds of explosions, zapping, and rocks breaking. Aizawa sighed as he observed the chaos. "They sure are lively," a voice said from behind him. The teachers turned to see All Might and Izuku at the entrance, both still bandaged from their injuries. "Shouldn't you two be resting?" Ectoplasm asked skeptically. "Come now, don't be so cold. Today's the special moves class, right? Of course, I want to see something like that." All Might exclaimed. "No, focus on your recovery." "Need to be ready for next term," Aizawa insisted. "I am a teacher too, after all," All Might replied weakly. Midnight was about to respond when a loud explosion interrupted the group. From the smoke atop one of the cement mountains, Bakugo emerged. "Ectoplasm! Another clone, please," he shouted. "He's really something, huh?" All Might remarked. "Yeah, he's only going to get stronger from here," Aizawa added. After a moment of consideration, All Might gathered his resolve and walked toward the students. Aizawa could only sweat drop as the former number 1 hero began talking to Kirishima, noticing a book tucked into the back pocket of his pants. "Even the biggest idiots can become teachers," the other teachers thought deadpan. Despite their thoughts, they admired All Might's determination to support his students, regardless of his condition. Without much to say, the following days saw all the heroic course students push to their limits in preparation for the provisional license exam. They were challenged not only in heroics but in other subjects as well, with teachers drilling information into their minds despite their fatigue. Everyone persevered. 4 days later, the students were back in Gym Gamma, striving to perfect their ultimate moves or address their weaknesses. Along with the other teachers, All Might, Izuku, and the rest observed from various points, ready to intervene or offer advice. However, all activity came to a halt when Bakugo tested his new ultimate move, a P-shot. "Hey, watch out," he yelled as 2 massive pieces of rubble fell, a consequence of the destruction of the pillar he had just used as a test dummy. To everyone's horror, both pieces were headed straight for All Might and Slade, both injured teachers. "Damn it, I won't reach them in time, even with my capture tape," Aizawa cursed. Despite the impending danger, both teachers remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Then came the surprise. In the blink of an eye, All Might transformed into his muscular form and, using his good arm, shattered the rubble into dust. Izuku, with his arms crossed, executed a powerful sidekick, breaking the incoming rock into smaller pieces. All present were in shock, including the teachers. They had expected their last battle to take a toll on them, but here they were, showing no signs of weakness except for All Might, of course as if their injuries had vanished. "Holy cow!" Siro muttered. "Holy moly!" Sato exclaimed. "Holy, dung," Kaminari added, running out of options. "That was so cool," many shouted as they swarmed the 2 teachers. Bakugo spat on the ground, glaring at Izuku. "Bua, every day has been so tough," Ashido exclaimed. "They're not kidding when they call it tough," Toru added. "We have less than a week left," Momo said as she sat down. The girls were currently relaxing in the lounge, having agreed with the boys that every Friday of the weekend would be reserved for them, and the following week for the boys, ensuring peace and preventing disputes over noise and the TV. "Yarozu, how is your special move coming along?" Terest. "I know what I'm aiming for, but my body can't quite pull it off yet. So for now, I'm following Midoriya-sensei's advice," she replied. Flashback. Momo collapsed on the floor, having exhausted all her energy. In front of her stood Izuku, draping his coat over her shoulders. "I have to admit, that's not a bad idea," But I suggest you don't attempt it yet since your body isn't ready, he advised. What should I do then? She asked, panting. Yaoyorozu, you're literally a live 3D printer. Your only limit is your imagination and your fuel. While I can acknowledge that cannons are powerful weapons, they take a lot of time to create, time you won't have in a real battle. So what do you suggest? She asked, having caught her breath. Since you have a fascination with cannons and explosive projectiles, focus on modern weaponry. They may be complex to create, but due to their size, they're much quicker to produce, and with your creativity, you could pull it off. Oh, she thought, feeling disheartened, which didn't go unnoticed by the combat teacher. Listen, Yaoyorozu, being a recommended student doesn't mean you have to meet everyone's expectations. Focus on your own first, then on others. Winning and losing are just parts of life. Everyone has their flaws, even me, he said, kneeling to her eye level. Your main issue isn't a lack of ability, it's that you tend to overthink everything. While it's good to think ahead of your enemies, one small mistake can lead to chaos, and in your case, you panic. You understand? He finished. She managed to nod. Then stand up and go to rest. Tomorrow, during combat course, I will teach you about some interesting techniques, he said. For the first time in many weeks, she smiled genuinely. Momo blushed at the memory, something that didn't go unnoticed by the girls, who seemed to disapprove for some reason. How about you, Tsuyu? She asked, feeling the weight of their glares and trying to change the topic. Well, I am in the process of completing a more frog-like technique. I bet you'll be surprised, she replied. Just then, the boys, except Bakugo, appeared, looking as if they had just returned from the gym showers. Sup, greeted Zero, as some boys settled comfortably on the empty spaces of the remaining sofas while others headed to the fridge for drinks. So, how are your super moves coming? Asked Mina directly, once the boys were settled. Well, got a few. But I want to keep them as a surprise, Zero started, and the other boys nodded in agreement. A comfortable silence filled the room as the whole class relaxed and sipped their drinks. Then Zero blurted out, do you reckon Midoriya-sensei has super moves? After the return of their combat teacher and the revelation of his true identity, the entire student body was torn on what to call him and what to think of him. On one hand, he was one of the greatest teachers they ever had. On the other, he was the same age as them despite his physical appearance. Fortunately, Izuku himself intervened, saying he was okay with whatever they called him, and the class settled on calling him Midoriya-sensei. It was later revealed by Aizawa that he was a few years older due to an aging quirk, which helped cover his identity and lend credibility to his mercenary persona. After a few weeks of awkwardness, the students finally got used to his presence again, and classes returned to normal. I suppose. During my first fight with him, I remember him adopting a stance, and the next thing I knew, my flames were cut in half, Todoroki added surprisingly. Now that I remember, didn't he seem to use some of those during his fight with the supervillain? Jairu added with a shudder. All the students flinched, and those who witnessed the incident trembled. They would never forget the sensation from the three powerhouses, even those who watched it on TV. All Might's aura of security, the feeling of death from the villain, and lastly, the expressionless face of their teacher, radiating pure lethality. Very astute observation, Jiro, a voice startled everyone. Everybody turned to the entrance, where they saw Izuku in his usual formal attire, carrying a black sports bag over his shoulder. Midoriya-sensei. Welcome back, Lita greeted him. You lot talking about super moves? Well, in my case, I wouldn't call them super moves, I prefer to call them techniques. But I would prefer not to use them unless it's an utmost emergency, he said. But, Shoji-est. Yeah. They are supposed to be cool. Mineta added. Man, I am so fired up, Kirishima exclaimed. Class 1A was currently in Gamma Gym, or as Cementos like to call it, the TDL, Training Dreamland, developing their first two super moves in preparation for the upcoming Provisional Hero exam. Despite the looming date, they were excited to create their signature techniques. After a brief explanation about the reasons and uses of special moves, courtesy of Midnight, Cementos, and Aizawa, the now adrenaline-fueled class was individually separated on different pillars as ectoplasm created numerous clones to guide the students while the other teachers oversaw everything. Immediately after the students were given the go, the gym filled with the sounds of explosions, zapping, and rocks breaking. Aizawa sighed as he watched. "They sure are lively," a voice said behind him. Every teacher turned around to see All Might and Izuku standing at the entrance, both still covered in bandages. "Shouldn't you two be resting?" Ectoplasm asked skeptically. "Come now, don't be so cold. Today's the special moves class, right?" "Of course, I want to see something like that," All Might exclaimed. "No, go and focus on your recovery. You need to be ready for next term," Aizawa scolded him. "I too am a teacher after all," All Might said weakly. Midnight was about to say something when a loud explosion interrupted the group. On top of one of the cement mountains, Bakugo emerged from the smoke. "Ectoplasm! Another clone, please," he shouted. "He really is something, huh?" All Might said. "Yeah, he's only going to get stronger from here on out," Aizawa added. All Might took a moment to consider before gathering his resolve and walking toward the students. Aizawa just sweat-dropped as the former number 1 hero started to talk to Kirishima, noticing a book in the back pocket of his pants. Even the biggest idiots can become teachers too. All the teachers thought deadpan. But despite this, they admired All Might's determination to help his students, no matter his condition. Without much to say, the following days saw all the heroic course students pushed beyond their limits in preparation for the provisional license exam. Not only in heroics but also in other subjects, where all the teachers continued to drill information into their minds despite their tiredness. Once again, all the students found themselves in Gym Gamma, working hard to perfect their ultimate moves or trying to cover the weaknesses or flaws they found in them. This time, the teachers, including All Might, were on the ground overseeing them from different points, ready to step in if anything went wrong or to provide new tips. But all activity came to a halt when Bakugo tested his new ultimate move, the AP shot. "Hey, watch out!" he yelled too late as 2 massive pieces of rubble fell, a consequence of the destruction of the pillar he had just used as a test dummy. To the horror of everyone, both pieces were heading straight toward All Might and Slade, the injured teachers. "Damn it, I won't be able to reach them in time, even with my capture tape," Aizawa cursed. Despite the potentially dangerous situation, both teachers remained calm, showing no signs of distress. Then came the big surprise. In the blink of an eye, All Might shifted to his muscular form. With one powerful smash of his good arm, he reduced the rubble to dust. Izuku, on the other hand, stood with his arms crossed and executed a precise sidekick, breaking the incoming rock into smaller pieces. The rest of the occupants gaped at them in complete shock. They thought their last battle would have taken a toll on them, but both teachers showed no signs of fatigue, moving as if their injuries were non-existent. "Holy cow!" Siro muttered. "Wow!" Sato exclaimed. "That was so cool!" Many shouted as they swarmed the 2 teachers. "Tee!" Bakugo spat to the ground, glaring at Izuku's impassive face. "Bua, every day has been so tough," Ashido exclaimed. "They're not kidding when they say it's hard," Toru added. "We have less than a week left, though," Momo said as she sat down. All the girls were currently relaxing in the lounge, as per their agreement with the boys to reserve the space for girls every Friday of the weekend, ensuring some peace and preventing pointless arguments. "Yamamo, how is your special move coming along?" "Terest. I know what I'm aiming for, but my body can't quite pull it off yet. So I'm following Midoriya-sensei's advice for now," she replied. Flashback. Momo collapsed on the floor, having exhausted all her energy and pushed her limits long ago. In front of her stood Izuku, with his coat draped over his shoulders. "I have to admit, that's not a bad idea. But I suggest you don't attempt it yet since your body isn't ready," he advised. "Then what should I do?" she asked, panting. "Yaoyorozu, you are literally a live 3D printer. Your only limit is your imagination and your fuel. While I can acknowledge that cannons are powerful weapons, they take a lot of time to create, which you won't have in a real battle." "So what do you suggest?" she asked now that she had caught her breath. "Since you have a fascination with cannons and explosive projectiles, Focus on modern weaponry. They might be complex to create, but due to their size, they are much faster to produce. With your mind, I'm sure you can pull it off. Oh, she thought, feeling a bit disheartened, something that didn't go unnoticed by the combat teacher. Listen, Yaoyorozu, being a recommended student doesn't mean you have to meet everyone's expectations. Focus on your own first, then on others. Winning and losing are part of life. Everyone has their flaws, even me, he said, lowering himself to her eye level. Your main issue isn't your lack of ability, it's that you tend to overthink everything. While it's good to think ahead of your enemies, one small mistake can bring everything crashing down, and in your case, you panic. Do you understand? He finished. She managed to nod. Then stand up and go rest. Tomorrow, during combat class, I'll teach you about the compositions and structures of some interesting tools, he said. For the first time in many weeks, she smiled genuinely. Momo blushed at the memory, something that didn't go unnoticed by the girls, who seemed to disapprove for some reason. How about you, Tsuyu? She asked, sweating under their glares, trying to change the topic. Oh, I'm working on a more frog-like technique. I bet you'll be surprised, she said. Just then, the boys, except Bakugo, appeared, looking like they had just returned from the gym showers. Sup, Ciro greeted as some boys settled comfortably on the empty spaces of the remaining sofas, while others headed to the fridge in search of something to drink. So, how are your super moves coming along? Mina asked directly once the boys were settled. Oh, I've got a few, but I want to keep them as surprises. Sato began, and the others nodded in agreement. A comfortable silence filled the room as the whole class relaxed and sipped their drinks. Then Ciro blurted out, "Do you think Midoriya-sensei has super moves?" After the return of their combat teacher and the revelation of his true identity, the entire student body had mixed reactions. On one hand, he was one of the greatest teachers they had ever had. On the other, he was the same age as them, despite his appearance. Fortunately, Izuku himself had intervened, saying he was okay with whatever they called him and didn't care much about their opinions. It was later revealed by Aizawa that he had aged a couple of years with a quirk to cover his identity and lend credibility to his mercenary persona. After a few weeks of awkwardness, the students finally got used to his presence again, and classes returned to normal. I suppose, during my first fight with him, I remember him adopting a stance, and the next thing I knew, my flames were cut in half, Todoroki added to the conversation unexpectedly. Now that I think about it, didn't he seem to use some of those during his fight with the supervillain? Jairu added with a shudder. All the students flinched, and those who witnessed the incident trembled. They would never forget the sensations from those three powerhouses, even those who had watched it on TV. All Might's aura of security and peace, the feeling of dread from the villain, and lastly, the expressionless face of their teacher, along with his display of power. Indeed, Jairu, a familiar voice startled everyone. Everyone turned to the entrance, where they saw Izuku in his usual formal attire, carrying a black sports bag over his shoulder. Midoriya-sensei. Welcome back. Lida greeted him. You all talking about super moves? In my case, I wouldn't call them super moves. I would prefer to call them techniques. However, I would rather not use them unless it's an absolute emergency, Izuku said, removing his shoes. Why? Shoji asked, curious. Yeah. They're supposed to be impressive. Mineta chimed in. Because. Ultimate moves are called that for a reason. They are meant to ensure a decisive victory, or at least contribute significantly to it, he explained, his expression turning serious. Remember this, as heroes in training, you are not fighting for glory or attention. You are entering a world where even the smallest conflict can have dire consequences. Losing can mean losing everything. If you want to preserve peace, be prepared to fight for it, no matter the cost, even if it means risking your life, he concluded, before retreating to his room and closing the door. Little did he know the impact his words would have on the class. The next day, Aizawa sighed. Pray tell, what did you do, problem child? Both teachers were in the staff room, grading essays. What do you mean? The younger teacher replied, sipping his coffee. Don't give me that clueless look. Whatever you did over the weekend has fired up the whole class. All the teachers are being bombarded for advice and tips. Even the laziest among us are putting in more effort with their studies. So what on earth did you do? He grunted, receiving nods of agreement from the other teachers who overheard their conversation. A few words of encouragement, the younger teacher responded mysteriously after a moment of silence, earning puzzled looks from everyone. With everyone filled with nervousness, Class 1A arrived at Takoba National Stadium, where the provisional license exam was being held. Much to Nito's disappointment, both heroic courses would be participating in the exam at separate locations to prevent any clashes. Man, I still don't know what this test is about. Can we really get our licenses? Mineta said, shaking as he held his suitcase. It's not a matter of if you can, it's about going out there and getting one. Once you earn these licenses, you won't be just beginners anymore, but you'll be on your way to becoming semi-professionals. Do your best, Aizawa replied from behind him. The unexpected encouragement from their usually monotone teacher startled the class but nonetheless lifted their spirits. Well everyone, gather around. It's time for our cheer. Kirishima exclaimed, now more pumped up. Plus, all the students said in unison. Ultra, a loud voice interrupted. It's bad manners to interrupt another student's huddle, Inesa. Another voice added. I am so sorry. Inesa apologized, dramatically bowing his head to the ground, causing a small bump to form. Everyone turned to see a group of students approaching, all wearing uniforms and distinctive hats. Who is this guy who seems like a combination of Ida and Kirishima? Kaminari asked incredulously. UA to the east, Shiketsu to the west. Of all the hero schools, this is the only elite school that can match UA Shiketsu High, Bakugo explained, frowning. I just wanted to say it is a great honor to compete with UA. I wish you all the best, he yelled. He is hurt, a blonde girl noted as she followed another student. Inesa Yoroshi, Aizawa whispered, recalling the loud boy's name. You know him, sensei? Many asked curiously. He was recommended to UA, and despite having top-notch grades, he declined, he explained. So he's better than Todoroki? Siro said loudly. Recommendations aren't everything, Siro. A soft voice spoke as Izuku appeared, carrying Uraraka's suitcase and handing it to her with ease. Indeed, you all better watch out for him. He is strong, Aizawa added, making everyone wary. Some students were about to ask why he rejected his recommendation when a loud female voice was heard. Eraser? Is that you? A green-haired woman made her way to them. Everyone could have sworn that upon hearing that voice, Aizawa's skin paled as if he had seen a ghost. Of all people, Aizawa muttered. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival. But it has been a long time since we last saw each other. Let's get married, she said gleefully. No, the teacher replied bluntly. Ah! Mina yelled in excitement, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. No thanks. Good one, the green-haired woman laughed. You are the same pain in the neck as always, Joke, Aizawa said, annoyed. Emi Fukato, also known as Ms. Joke, has the quirk outburst. She can incapacitate her opponents with laughter. Midoriya said, answering many questions his classmates had. Oh, is this the famed UA combat teacher? I've heard a lot about you, so how about you and I get married instead? She asked, approaching him. No, the young teacher replied with the same bluntness as his colleague. Joke then tried to use her quirk on him, and seeing there was no reaction, she used her maximum output. To her surprise, Izuku showed no reaction, aside from a small trail of blood that leaked from his mouth. I take it you're trying to make me laugh? Unfortunately. You need more than a quirk to do that, he said as he wiped the blood away. Such an action unexpectedly caught the attention of not only Joke but all the girls in the area. He is attractive, she thought, before blushing. Wait, what am I thinking? He is barely legal. But then, it's only illegal if I get caught, right? Ugh, hanging out with Midnight is affecting me. Her internal monologue was interrupted when Izuku spoke. You should head out. The exams are about to start. And remember, think rationally, don't rush, and don't hold back, he said to his students as they walked toward the admission entrance. Yes, sensei, All of Class 1A nodded, and for a brief moment, their demeanor shifted from cheerful to something more warrior-like. She could feel it, even if just for a second, and she could see the fire in their eyes, a hidden determination behind it. "Hey, Sensei. We were looking for you." "Wait, is that Eraserhead from UA and Slade? Where are the students?" "I want to meet them." The voices of her students snapped her out of her stupor. Seeing that there was nothing more he could do, Aizawa left, leaving her, her students, and Izuku alone. "I'm sorry, but my students already left. Nonetheless, I greet you, Class 2 of Ketsubetsu Academy," Izuku said. What a shame." A boy whined with an overly friendly face. "I should take my leave here. And good luck. On another note, those are some nice masks you are wearing, but it would be in your best interest not to underestimate them." With nothing more to say, Izuku left, following Aizawa in the distance. "Wait, you didn't tell them, Aizawa?" Joke thought, as the rest of the students stared in awe at the back of the combat teacher, who seemed to see through them as clearly as if it were broad daylight. Aizawa and Joke were sitting together in a box with an open view of the arena and the students. "Eraser, your fly is down," Joke said, barely containing her laughter. "Why am I surrounded by obnoxious fools?" Aizawa thought with his arms crossed. "I apologize for the lateness," Midoriya said as he appeared. "What took you so long?" Aizawa asked, clearly irritated. "I got hounded by fans," the other replied, taking a seat next to him. Apparently, after the broadcast of him confronting the media, plus saving All Might and his fight with All for One, Izuku had gained an immense fan base, something unusual for someone quirkless. Yet people flocked toward the strong, and for him, someone who used to operate in the shadows, being recognized was quite a troublesome situation. "So, Eraser, I see you've got 20 students this year. You must be fond of this class," Joke teased him. "Not really," Aizawa replied, glancing at Izuku next to him. "I'm surprised you didn't tell them, Aizawa. The exam format might be different, but there is one tradition," Joke grinned. "The UA crush." "It's not like I didn't tell them for any particular reason," Aizawa said. "To put it simply, Joke, this class is ahead of everyone. One of a kind," Midoriya added. "It is a hero's job to turn the tables in a pinch." Once they went pro, it was a simple fact that their quirks would be known to the whole world, Aizawa said solemnly as they heard the countdown. "If they can't overcome this part of the exam, they aren't worthy to become heroes and should be dropped," Midoriya stated coldly. "Indeed," Aizawa agreed. Ms. Joke thought to herself, amazed at how cold-hearted these two could be. As expected, once the exam started, several other schools, including hers, teamed up against UA. To her surprise, instead of being intimidated, the entire class adopted a fierce determination. While the two strongest students moved independently, the rest sprang into action without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Jiro unleashed her super move, Heartbeat Distortion, targeting the Ketsubutsu students, causing the ground beneath them to crumble. Koda followed suit, summoning all the pigeons around the city to provide cover, which Momo took advantage of by creating a powerful weapon. Without a word, she passed the grenade launcher to Uraraka, who floated into the air and began launching grenades, disrupting the circle of enemies around them. Momo, with a gleeful expression, started launching missiles toward the mountains, forcing the other students to take cover. Meanwhile, the rest of the students provided support from the air, ground, and underground. "What the heck? They are completely different from the sports festival," one student shouted, narrowly dodging a rocket. "Are they really the same class?" another added. It was unsettling how well these students worked together. They didn't seem frightened at all despite the odds against them. Their coordination rivaled that of seasoned hero groups, like the Pussycats. The battle raged for a good 10 minutes, and when Inesa took out 100 students with his wind quirk, Aizawa remarked, after observing this class for a while, "It's clear that two people are always at the center of the storm, and the class revolves around them, even if they don't realize it themselves. They also seem to have a strong dislike for each other. There's a third one, who, despite being the same age, has inspired the class with their fervor. So no, I'm not worried about them, I expect great things." "Geez. If you admire them so much, why not marry them? Joke said, chewing gum. Midoriya chose to ignore the two as he watched several screens displaying different angles of the battlefield. They observed as the class began to scatter and go on the offensive, setting traps and using sheer strength or tactical advantages to eliminate the other students while covering each other's backs. Slowly, all the students began to pass as Mara announced they had enough points. A buzz echoed across the arena, signaling the end of the first phase. Only the first 100 will pass, huh? This will send the attack types into a frenzy, but there's more to it. This first phase might get some examiners carried away, causing them to lose their cool. Joke analyzed, her demeanor turning serious. A few minutes passed as preparations for the next phase began. What are your expectations for this exam, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. I have no doubts that our class will pass, Midoriya replied. Arrogant, aren't you? Joke interrupted, annoyed. But I'm certain that our two most powerful students will fail. What? Both teachers exclaimed in unison. If this exam is progressing as I think it will, both Bakugo and Todoroki will fail. And no, I'm not underestimating the other classes, but considering experience, our class is a cut above the rest. Plus, it's not like I'm going easy on them when I'm facing them down. For someone their age, you're pretty tough, even without a quirk. The worst part is you face them with just a wooden sword, and sometimes bare-handed, and you still dominate, Aizawa replied, amused. Really? He's quirkless and can take on the whole class 1A, alone and bare-handed. Joke said, surprised. A few minutes later, another buzz announced the start of the second phase of the exam, which involved evacuation and rescue. While everything was going smoothly, with students rescuing civilians, an explosion from one side of the arena made the entire stadium tremble. From the smoke, Gang Orca emerged with a group of minions. Rescue and fight at the same time? They're really going overboard for a provisional license exam, Aizawa said, watching the ensuing chaos. But it's necessary, Midoriya said softly, earning curious looks from the other two. So far, this test has involved unity, cooperation, information gathering, and teamwork. This generation of heroes will have to work together until the arrival of the next All Might, Midoriya explained. The fight continued for a few minutes before a certain pair began to argue on the battlefield. And here is where Todoroki will falter along with Yoroshi, Midoriya muttered. Why the last one too? Joke asked curiously. When he introduced himself, just a glance from Todoroki showed his eyes filled with hatred. But why? Having personal issues in the middle of a battlefield equals disaster, he bluntly replied, as both Inesa and Shoto were incapacitated by cement guns. What about Bakugo? Aizawa asked. He's a fierce fighter, but he's not suited to help others or cooperate. Both Joke and Aizawa deadpanned as they watched Bakugo yelling at one of the disaster victims on the screen. After a few minutes, an immense fire tornado engulfed Gang Orca, trapping him inside. Now this is some impressive teamwork. Midoriya stated. Maybe this will make up for their mistakes? Joke said uncertainly. Don't be naive, Joke. They might have recognized their mistakes, but they have already failed, Aizawa affirmed. The three of them sat in silence, watching the rest of the exam unfold. Well, we should get down there, Aizawa said, standing up from his seat and making his way to the parking lot as the students gathered, waiting for the examiners to announce their results. Midoriya and Joke followed his lead, but Midoriya took a different route, saying he needed a drink. For a mercenary, he sure is nice. Even at this age, she thought, feeling a bit sad. He might be a boy, but he sees the world from the same perspective as us. Maybe more, Aizawa commented, as if he could read her thoughts. You know, you and him are similar, she teased. We are not. He is the way he is for a different reason, Aizawa stated solemnly. Psycho Intelli sat on a bench in the resting area, staring blankly at the ground. She was Psycho Intelli, the girl with an IQ of 165 that multiplied whenever she drank tea. Despite this, she had failed the provisional exam, not only her own but also her friends. They all failed because she got overconfident. How could she face her friends now? Her thoughts were interrupted when a cold tea beverage appeared in front of her. She looked up and found herself staring into the emotionless eyes of the famous UA combat instructor, Izuku Midoriya. She had heard many rumors about him. She even saw him on TV when he faced off against a villain who challenged All Might. Being a hero means not only using strategy to ensure your victory but also putting your trust in your allies, he said. Sometimes an unexpected variable can appear and throw all the plans off course, he continued. At that moment, my students put you all in a tough spot. You rushed over your friends' bodies and tried to take them on alone, he observed. I wanted to win so badly. And because of that, I abandoned my friends for the sake of passing. And that girl with the creation quirk, her friends rushed to help her. Unlike me, who left my friends behind for the glory of passing, she exclaimed. She was about to continue when a hand touched her shoulder. Stop. Complaining won't help anything. The important thing now is that you recognized your mistake. Failure is one of the essences of learning. If you heard the man responsible for this, you have another chance. In the next exam, prove that you have changed, not only for your friends but for yourself, he said. She remained silent, processing his words. I will take my leave. My students are here. He stood up and started walking toward the bus area, where Class 1A was slowly gathering. Wait! Psycho Intelli called out. Why do you do this? Why do you help me, a stranger? She asked, holding the unopened tea can. I might not be a hero and may never be one, but long ago, I believed that meddling in someone's affairs was the essence of being one, he said softly before pulling out a small piece of paper where he had scribbled something and handed it to her. Send me a message once you get your license, Intelli, he said before leaving. Psycho remained dazed, holding the piece of paper. As she read what was written on it, she realized Izuku had given her his number. To her, one of the most famous and attractive men in the country, not that she would ever admit it. But she smiled and with newfound resolve, walked toward her bus, where her friends were waiting. It was time for a change. By sheer coincidence, UA's designated bus parking slot was next to Shiketsu's. The moment he arrived, Izuku found the majority of his students there, talking with their rival school while the teachers watched silently from the shadows. As soon as his presence was noticed, he was quickly swarmed by his students, all eager to show him their license cards that they had worked so hard for. We passed, Sensei. Thank you for your teachings. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have passed the test. Meanwhile, the students from Shiketsu University approached, excited to meet the powerful hero up close. This was perfect for Izuku because he needed to address something. Bakugo! Come here, he called. The blonde replied before. What? Todoroki. Yes, the dual-use quirk user responded. What? Inesa Yoroshi. You aren't even my student, but come here, he called to the boisterous wind quirk user. Yes, Essa, he shouted enthusiastically, despite a small injury on his forehead. Apparently, he had just come from apologizing to Todoroki. What? All the students and teachers sweat dropped at the sight before them, where Izuku stood with a smoking hand in front of the 3 down students, who were clutching their heads in pain. During his recovery days, due to being unable to teach combat in a more practical manner, Izuku developed a new form of punishment and teaching, which consisted of a swift chop on the head every time a student misbehaved or made a silly mistake. You 3. What do you think you're doing on the battlefield with an attitude like that? He lectured them, with an angry twitch on his forehead. Bakugo! If you want to be the #1 hero with an attitude like that, you'll drop to the lower rankings faster than the former Ingenium's top speed. The blonde grunted angrily. Todoroki and Yoroshi. If you want to bicker in the heat of a fight, do it in a fighting ring, not on a battlefield with allies and people to rescue. Yes, Sensei, Todoroki said quietly. Yes, sir. Inesa shouted, smiling despite the pain. Izuku then turned to the astonished Shiketsu students and teacher and bowed. I apologize for involving your student in this, he began, but was interrupted by a wave of hands. Don't. In fact, I should be thankful for someone lecturing this hyperactive hothead. And ashamed that a junior had to do it, the Shiketsu student representative, Nagamasa Mora, said, giving a glare to his junior. Yet for someone so young to already be a teacher, You are quite good at it. I hope both of our schools can meet again for some joint training. Until then, farewell. The hair quirk user finished with a bow before walking toward his bus, with the rest of his classmates following him, all casting impressed looks in Izuku's direction. Do you have a pro hero license? Momo asked curiously. I do, Izuku replied as he searched his pockets, earning surprised looks from everyone except Aizawa. Having finally found it, he showed it to his students. It was nothing extraordinary, but per law, it was mandatory for anyone who taught in heroic courses. Principal Nizu had personally taken Izuku to a testing site to obtain one, and despite the Hero Public Safety Commission's attempts to interfere and sabotage the exam, given his abilities, it was like a walk in the park for him. The card was nothing special, it only showed his photo, and on the back was the Pro Hero license. There was no hero name written on it, as he hadn't taken an interest in that. I'm sorry, but it seems that there is no text provided for me to revise. Please provide the text you would like me to edit, and I'll be happy to assist you. Nothing major happened after the provisional exams, and with nothing to do, the students took advantage of the final days of their summer break to relax and engage in leisure activities. For the teachers, however, the absence of classes did not mean relaxation. It provided more time to focus on their pro-hero work. Today marked the last day before the beginning of the second term in September. Many might assume that students would feel down at the thought of returning to classes, but for the heroic courses at UA, excitement filled the air ever since Slade began teaching. However, the main event of the day was not centered on the students but rather on something being broadcasted on television. Ever since the revelation of Slade's true identity as the enigmatic combat instructor at UA and his involvement in the Kamino Ward incident, the Japanese public had been in an uproar. Despite his clear display of abilities during that battle, there were still stubborn critics claiming that a quirkless individual should not be teaching at such a prestigious school as UA. The volume of these complaints even pushed Principal Nizu to his limits. To quell the dissent, Nizu decided to hold a live stream of an intel recovery exercise featuring Izuku alone. This announcement thrilled the population, leading to empty streets across Japan as everyone stayed home to watch the live stream on their televisions, including the students in their dorms. Now, under the watchful eyes of the nation, Izuku found himself in one of UA's simulated cities, standing before a skyscraper swarmed by a small army of military combat-type robots. This is ridiculous, Izuku muttered, bringing his hand to his ear to activate a small communication device attached to it. Eraserhead? Do I really have to do this? He said, unaware that he spoke his thoughts aloud. After a few moments of silence, he listened intently to the device. A show, he replied incredulously. More words were whispered in his ear. If they want a show, so be it. Let's give them a show, he concluded, drawing out his custom-modified 5.7 guns. Without hesitation, sprinted toward the entrance, where dozens of robots awaited him. Dodging the barrage of bullets and missiles fired at him, he unleashed a series of precise shots, taking down the first dozen of robots that confronted him. Each shot found its mark, disabling joints and sensors. He ejected both magazines and tossed the guns into the air. In a fluid motion, he drew 2 new magazines, which clicked into place. With fresh ammunition, he continued his advance toward the entrance. These robots might pose a challenge for a typical quirk user, as their exteriors were covered in composite armor. Despite their weight, they moved with surprising speed. However, Izuku's bullets were made of depleted uranium, packed with 10 times the gunpowder of standard ammunition, making them exceptionally powerful. A lesser gun would have exploded after firing just one of those rounds. It was also worth noting that Izuku's physique surpassed that of an Olympic athlete. Layers of muscle and high-density bones allowed him to withstand and retaliate against significant damage. In addition to his firearms, he wore samurai-style vambraces made of black titanium, one of the strongest and lightest metals available, which he had requested from Power Loader to enhance the impact of his punches. Once inside the reception area, he holstered his guns and prepared for close-quarters combat. With a remarkable display of punches, kicks, and chops, he began to dismantle the line of robots with ease while ascending the stairs. After 10 minutes, he reached the top floor, where a computer awaited him. After a brief scan of his surroundings, he inserted the USB drive and initiated the download of the faux intel, remaining alert for any lingering robots that might attempt to ambush him. Surprisingly, nothing came, which meant, "The main event is here," he said as he extracted the drive. A tremendous rumble shook the entire building as 2 zero-pointers surrounded it, preparing to strike. Izuku pocketed the intel and unsheathed his sword. "A small challenge at least," he said, taking a deep breath before leaping into the air toward the first zero-pointer, adopting a stance mid-flight. Before the first zero-pointer could strike, it was swiftly incapacitated. The second one, however, obliterated the top floor with a single swipe of its massive arm, but Izuku had already vanished from sight. While the first robot fell, Izuku used it as leverage to jump to the second one. Noticing an empty plaza behind it, he prepared for his next technique. Void-style fifth stance, blank shot. In an instant, Izuku pierced through the core of the zero-pointer, located at the center of its chest. He free fell and landed gracefully on the plaza as the robot collapsed beside a ruined skyscraper. He stood up, unfazed by the height from which he had fallen, sheathed his sword, and observed the wreckage of the robot before examining the USB drive. "A piece of cake," he remarked, walking toward the finishing point of the fake city. Across the country, civilians, heroes, and villains alike stared in disbelief at their screens. Those who had witnessed the Kamino Ward destruction thought they understood the teacher's prowess, only to have their assumptions shattered. They realized that the combat teacher had yet to reveal his full potential. Quirk elitists who once deemed Izuku worthless were now frozen in their seats, their earlier words echoing back to them as they recognized that the limited footage of Izuku in action was no mere fluke. From that day forward, the entire population of Japan knew that a new player had officially made his debut, and he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. In the UA cafeteria, the students erupted in cheers. The entire student body and faculty gathered in the auditorium, watching the live feed on a massive screen installed by Nizu. "Way to go, sensei," they shouted. "That's our sensei for you," some exclaimed. "Take that, you quirk elitists," added a few third years. "Dim, he made that look easy. I can't wait to see what he will teach us tomorrow." Others grinned at the impressive display of power. "Amazing, right?" Principal Nizu asked his colleagues, sipping his tea. "Indeed. To think that someone so young could be the most powerful in the world," Toshinori said, completely in awe as various moments from the live feed replayed. "And he has yet to reach his peak." Aizawa added, standing next to the former hero. That was impressive," Snipe commented, rewatching the incredible reload that Izuku performed with his guns. "You said it. But going hand-to-hand against those military-grade robots." Cementos added. "By the way, where is Midnight?" Present Mike asked, noticing the absence of the sole female teacher on campus. "She went to the bathroom, apparently to relieve herself." Ectoplasm replied, deadpan. "My condolences, kid," he thought. On the other side of the auditorium, a certain blonde student fumed, glaring at the screen with all the rage he could muster, specifically at the long-haired teacher. Once the live stream ended, everyone returned to their activities, somewhat dazed, continuing with their daily duties until night fell. After an excellent dinner prepared by Sato, courtesy of one of Izuku's menus, they enjoyed Italian ragu pasta and ice cream for dessert. Everyone went to bed early, as the next day marked the start of the new semester. However, a few hours later, a loud explosion jolted everyone awake, echoing throughout the dorms. All the students gathered in the common room, disgruntled by the unwelcome alarm. Even Ida looked ready to unleash a recipro burst on whoever dared to interrupt his 8 hours of sleep. "What the hell now?" Uraraka yawned. "Who is causing such a racket? This is so unmanly at this hour," Kirishima said, half asleep. A couple of minutes later, Aizawa appeared, his expression promising trouble. Seeing the confused faces of his students, he uttered just one word. "Bakugo." Another door opened, and Izuku emerged, wearing black cargo pants and a dark gray shirt. "What took you so long?" Aizawa grunted. "Melissa didn't want to leave me," he replied, earning curious looks from his classmates. Ignoring their stares, he focused on the direction of the explosions. So he finally snapped, huh? He said quietly. What do you mean? Nearly everyone asked. Many things. That I would prefer not to reveal, Izuku replied before turning to Aizawa. I will deal with this as much as I don't want to. It was bound to happen. With no further words, he walked toward the entrance. The class attempted to follow him, but Aizawa leaped over them, blocking the exit with his body. Where are you going, sensei? Momo asked, realizing they wouldn't be able to pass. To confront my past, Izuku replied enigmatically, heading toward the area where the fake cities stood, a column of smoke already visible in the distance. After a few minutes of navigating the city, he found his target, an angry blonde unleashing explosions in every direction. Why can't I catch a break? Bakugo roared, pointing his hands to the sky and releasing a massive explosion. He grimaced from the recoil but lifted his hands again, ready to unleash another round of explosions. However, he suddenly dropped his arms and collapsed to the ground, panting for air. About time, a familiar voice startled him. Bakugo turned to see Izuku standing a dozen meters behind him, his expression calm and collected. You, he snarled. Yes, me, Izuku replied. Why am I chasing after a quirkless loser like you? Bakugo yelled, standing up. If I had been strong enough, then none of this would have happened. You wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have been captured, he ranted. It's my fault that All Might is now weak. And on top of it, you are stronger than me. You were supposed to be a worthless nobody. A pebble for me to step on, he finished, frustration boiling over. I have no idea what to do. Do you? Bakugo shouted, blasting his way toward Izuku. Oh boy. It's been a while since I heard that, Izuku thought. Using his explosions, Bakugo flew toward Izuku, but this time, instead of using his hands to attack, he aimed with his legs. So he is adapting. Izuku thought to himself as he leaned to one side to avoid the kick. However, Bakugo was far from finished. With an impressive display of flexibility and maneuverability, he turned around and charged at Izuku again, using his explosions to propel himself forward. The fight continued, with Izuku deftly dodging Bakugo's attacks and techniques, deflecting any attempts at close combat without counterattacking. This only fueled Bakugo's frustration as the minutes dragged on. Just attack, you JRK? Am I not even strong enough for you to pay attention to me? He shouted, launching his most powerful attack. Howitzer impact. Izuku focused, adopting a stance he had practiced. For the second time since arriving at UA, he used a technique against a fellow student. Just like his fight against Todoroki, the powerful explosion that was inches from engulfing him was suddenly halted. With an exponential increase in strength, his slashing attack not only cut through Bakugo's assault but also struck him, sending Bakugo flying through the air from the sheer force. Without wasting a moment, Izuku rushed forward, grabbing one of Bakugo's arms and bringing him down to the ground. Bakugo grunted, the sudden impact knocking the breath from his lungs. He tried to rise, but his arms felt too heavy and tired from his last attack. With Izuku on top of him, he found himself unable to move. Back when I was a kid, I used to look up to you. Even though you treated me like dirt, you were amazing, someone born with a quirk to be a hero. But then I became so obsessed with catching up to you that I allowed myself to be bullied and pushed around. Izuku paused, ready to continue when a voice interrupted him. That's enough, you two, All Might said, walking toward them, prompting both to stand up. Tell me, young Bakugo. Have you seen Midoriya's scars? He asked. What the? Bakugo replied, glancing at Izuku. This was the first time he had seen his former friend's arms up close. While he had noticed some of the scars before, he was astonished by the sheer number and how severe some appeared. You are not weak, Bakugo. You just lack experience. For years, I trained every day until my muscles gave out, sparred until my limbs were unresponsive, and studied until I collapsed at my desk. Such efforts and pain led me to gain 2 PhDs, master over 100 martial arts, and then enter the underworld as a solo mercenary. Where I gained my experience, he explained. But I am weak. Because of me, you are like this, All Might. Bakugo insisted stubbornly. You are not, young Bakugo, and it wasn't your fault. What happened to me was bound to happen, All Might replied. There was a moment of silence as Bakugo wiped his tears before he spoke again. What kind of activities did you get involved in to gain experience like that, Deku? Bakugo asked. Midoriya, you don't have to answer that, All Might interjected quickly, recalling how sensitive Izuku was about his past. There's no point in hiding anything anymore. The cat is out of the bag. Sooner or later, everyone will find out, Izuku sighed. I've seen live combat since I was 10, faced my first kill at 14, started working in the underworld at 15, fought my first kaiju at 16, participated in the end of the New Carthage Wars and the China Civil War, cut the puppet strings controlling Mexico, and dismantled large crime organizations. But that is irrelevant, he recounted as he began to walk back to the dorms. Bakugo simply gulped at the thought of Izuku's training involving taking down massive criminal groups as casual practice. As the three walked back, Bakugo spoke up. I'm going to get stronger and beat you, he exclaimed. I'll be waiting for that day then, Izuku replied, his tone calm. Damn right you will. Bakugo shouted, determination in his voice. At last, young Bakugo finally saw Izuku as someone to surpass a true rival, All Might thought with a small smile. After 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the dorms, which were surprisingly quiet. Once inside, they discovered the reason why. Everyone was asleep. Aizawa was in his sleeping bag, and the rest of the students were sprawled across the couches. The three exchanged glances at the sight. That sure looks uncomfortable. All Might remarked. Go sleep, Bakugo. If any of your injuries worsen, see Recovery Girl tomorrow. I'll take care of this, Izuku said, and Bakugo grunted in response as he headed for the stairs. Izuku went to a utility wardrobe and opened it, revealing a stash of blankets. He grabbed some and tossed them to All Might, who understood instantly what to do. Slowly and carefully, so as not to wake the students, they covered them before turning off the lights. They bid each other farewell and took the night off. The day after the incident, many classmates tried to question Bakugo about what happened in the fake city, but he quickly brushed them off, albeit with less intensity than usual, which surprised many. They decided not to press the matter further for their own well-being. Classes resumed with a new syllabus and tougher training, pushing all students to limits they never knew they could reach. By the end of the first week, all the students preferred to stay in their dorms and rest. In the second week, they managed to adapt and slowly began to get comfortable with dorm life, which became a routine filled with playful arguments over who would do the laundry, wash the dishes, and handle other daily chores. Today was their third Sunday, and everyone was in the common room enjoying the weekend. Some were playing with a video console that Bakugo had donated, some speculated that he was under some kind of spell, while others enjoyed ridiculously expensive tea with Momo or worked on their homework. All chatter came to a halt when they saw Izuku coming out of his room. This surprised everyone, as their combat teacher usually spent most of his weekends out. It was the first time they had seen him in the dorms during the day. What caught their attention even more was his outfit. He was dressed in jeans, leather shoes, a gray shirt, and a dark brown leather jacket, a stark contrast to his usual black suit and cargo pants. Quite a sight indeed, especially for the girls, as Mina and Toru secretly snapped a few pictures. Wow, sensei. That outfit. Where are you going? Kaminari whistled. Going out? Or what you might call a date? Izuku murmured as he walked past them. With that, he left the building, leaving everyone frozen, trying to process his last words. Everyone blinked once, blinked twice, and then finally the realization of what Izuku had said sank in, prompting them to react like future pro-heroes should by screaming. What? 45 minutes later. Why are we here? Shinso complained, while the other guys grunted in agreement. Quiet you lot. You didn't have to follow us. Mina said. You practically dragged us here. Sure. Tokage chastised them. All of Class 1A and part of 1B were hiding behind some bushes in a park, with the intent of spying on their teacher, who stood next to a fountain at a popular mall, waiting for his supposed date. How did the others find out? Mina, in her infinite wisdom, decided to share the news in the group chat for both heroic courses, and as a result, the news spread like wildfire across the school, leading many to tale the teacher and his mysterious date. "Quiet everyone. Here she comes," Toru said excitedly. They all held their breath as they saw a female figure approaching the fountain in the distance. She wore jeans and a light blue t-shirt with horizontal white stripes. However, her most noticeable trait was not her beautiful figure or her glasses, but her white hair with traces of red. "Todoroki, isn't that?" Kirishima pointed out. "Fuyumi, glad to see you," Izuku greeted her. "Slade. Or should I call you Izuku?" Fuyumi Todoroki, Shoto's sister, greeted him back cheerfully. "Izuku is fine," he replied, unconsciously making her blush. "Are you ready to learn more about this city?" she asked. "Lead the way." "Good. We have so many things to do," she smiled and then took his hand, leading him away. How dare she?" Many girls spluttered in outrage as they witnessed the girl take their beloved teacher's hand. A slow yet steady cloud of frustration began to gather around the girls, scaring nearby civilians and the boys in the bushes, who wisely decided to keep quiet. "I approve. Sensei as brother-in-law." Todoroki's voice broke the silence, startling everyone. "Say what? Are you serious? Shouldn't you be concerned about this? She is your sister." Shoto merely ignored the comments, thoughtfully resting his chin on his fingers. "Honestly, how did I end up here?" Izuku thought as he let Fuyumi lead him through the streets of a famous shopping district. During the initial visit for the dorm system, he and Fuyumi exchanged numbers, as she wanted updates about Shoto, which he complied with. Since then, they had been chatting regularly. At first, it was puzzling for him, as he had never chatted with someone online due to his upbringing and disinterest in it, only using it for work. It didn't help that he had never been the most social person. But he had to admit, talking to someone outside of UA or the pro-hero world was refreshing. Their conversations often revolved around trivial matters, but they frequently found common ground in cooking. They exchanged recipes and debated whether certain ingredients could change the entire taste of a dish. This was one of the reasons they were out today, visiting several popular markets and hanging out. Throughout the day, both classes spied on their sensei and his date as they explored various markets and coffee shops, engaging in playful banter. They didn't buy much, but they visited several food stalls, sampling a bite or two. They also passed by a couple of fairs, watching parents and children enjoy the day. Slowly, the class began to disperse, as they couldn't hear anything from Izuku and Fuyumi, and given Izuku's instincts and awareness, they didn't dare get too close, not even Hakigure with her invisibility quirk. After an intense day of exploring, they rested in a relatively calm park, watching the sun set. As night approached, Izuku drove her back home. Inside the car, they settled into a comfortable silence as they passed by the closing stores. The night deepened, and the street lamps began to glow. He glanced at her, recalling the advice he had received from an older mentor about dating. At first, it had elicited laughter, but in the end he had received valuable tips that he followed without question, as this situation was entirely new territory for him. He stopped the car in front of a large Japanese villa. "I should say, today was truly enjoyable. It's been such a long time," he said after a thoughtful pause. "I could say the same," Fuyumi replied softly. "Shall we do this again next time? Shall we do this again next time?" They both spoke in unison, and after a brief moment of silence, Fuyumi chuckled. Without another word, she quickly brushed her lips against his cheek, just near his lips, before opening the door and practically dancing toward the gate of her home. She waved at him before disappearing behind the metal doors. "Again, huh?" he murmured to himself, gently touching the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him moments before. Chapter end. That was what the entire class was feeling at the moment. All of them were sprawled on the floor, clutching their stomachs in pain, while a semi-naked Mirio Togata struck a victorious pose. Power! They thought they had a chance, but instead, they were figuratively and literally overwhelmed. Judging by the blank looks on Bakugo and Todoroki, who chose not to enter the fight due to their own pride, all the students realized that even if the two powerhouses had joined in, the outcome would have been the same. This feeling of complete helplessness, quickly overwhelmed, and then ending up on the floor writhing in discomfort was familiar. They experienced it every lesson with their combat teacher. The only difference was that instead of an emotionless green-haired boy, there was a muscular Mirio, half-dressed, radiating energy like he had chugged a whole pack of energy drinks. 20 minutes before. Well, class, today we will be resuming our normal classroom activities. It is time to renew yourselves and break your limits again. Today's activities will be more lecture-based, but the training this semester will only get tougher. Izawa began the class. The reason for today's lecture format is because of the upcoming new hero activities. Izuku explained. Are those the activities the principal mentioned during the opening ceremony? Tsuyu Azui asked. To put it simply, these are hero activities done off campus. Think of it as a more formalized version of the field training you did with the heroes before, Izawa clarified. Now that you've acquired your provisional licenses, you are no longer eligible for more formal, long-term activities. In the past, there weren't many first-year students with provisional licenses, but with the rise of villains, we are being very deliberate about your participation. So, to give you a more personal insight into how an internship works and how different it is from field training, these 3 students will be your guides, Izuku announced as the classroom door opened and 3 third years entered, causing those who had been to Island to widen their eyes in recognition. These 3 students are considered the most powerful at UA and throughout Japan, known as the Big 3, Izawa explained. After a brief yet strange introduction of the 3, Mirio decided to challenge the whole class to test their mettle. Despite their efforts, they couldn't even land a single hit and were quickly overwhelmed. I am so impressed by these juniors, Mirio shouted, completely pumped up. I feel like I could take on the world. Sensei, I challenge you. We, the Big 3, challenge you, he exclaimed, earning surprised looks from everyone. Wait, are you serious, Mirio? Tamaki asked, astonished. Of course, the overly excited blonde replied, infecting the other 2 with his enthusiasm. Well, we might get our butts kicked again. But it's worth a try, Tamaki and Nijire said, smiling as they radiated a different energy, their personalities doing a complete 180 as they walked alongside Mirio. You are always welcome to try, Izuku replied, taking off his coat and loosening his tie. Wait, what? This is a completely different vibe. How? Oh no. Izawa sighed, pulling out his cell phone. After dialing a number, he said, Nizu, the Big 3 challenged him again. Yes, please start the protocols. What is happening, Sensei? Momo asked, alarmed, as both sides approached each other. I will explain later. For now, I suggest going to the dorms, the tired teacher said, heading toward the exit. Today we are going to beat you. Our first win after 99 losses. You keep count of that? Of course. Every loss is a new experience to learn. Seeing that no one else was in the gym except for them, the trio grinned. Shall we, Sensei? Whenever you want, the teacher replied, unsheathing his katana with one hand and placing the other behind his back. And, almost as if an invisible signal had been given, both sides rushed toward each other. The whole class had just left Gym Gamma, still confused and disappointed about why their homeroom teacher didn't let them stay and watch the fight when All Might and Principal Nizu arrived. So Mirio Togata is at it again? Nizu asked with an amused expression. That boy. All Might let out an exasperated sigh. Not only Mirio, but the rest of the Big 3, Izawa groaned. Oh dear, should I call the mayor of Mizudafu to not worry about mini earthquakes and sudden weather changes that are about to happen? The principal said cheekily as he quickly tapped on his mobile phone. Excuse me, Sensei, but what is happening? Momo asked, bewildered by her teacher's reaction. As you know, young Izuku not only teaches the first years but also the second and third years, which includes the Big 3. As you have just experienced firsthand, they are the strongest students in Japan, All Might explained. So every time they train, whether alone or in a group, they should always be supervised by one teacher. As you can see, they can unleash a lot of destruction, and even more if they decide to go all out, which should be starting right. Nizu continued cheerfully, ignoring the frantic buzzing from his phone. A large explosion rocked the building, shaking the floor violently and causing all the students to lose their balance. Now, All Might lamented. They are not only the strongest students but also the youngest who might achieve level S in terms of power, Nizu added cheerfully, completely unfazed by the tremors. What is level S? Shiro asked curiously. An international ranking system, Aizawa explained, earning inquisitive looks from all the students. Nowadays, if you want to categorize heroes in terms of powers, don't look at popularity polls. They are completely irrational. Instead, refer to the heroes' archives. The ranking goes from the lowest to the highest, D, C, B, A and S, he said, not taking his eyes off the gym, where for a brief moment, Nijire could be seen unleashing her quirk with an intense look on her face. However, what is special about this ranking is that it is not calculated by sheer strength alone, but also by other capabilities like adaptability and tactical thinking, All Might added. S rank means that the individual is capable of taking on a whole city, and taking on a city does not mean pure destruction only, but could also involve actions that affect all its inhabitants. All Might is a rare case of SS rank, as his power alone could take on nations, Nizu added, shocking everyone. What about our sensei? Leadist. Shaking off his stupor. Midoriya is a special case, as he is not a hero, and during his license exam, he was not tested to his maximum capabilities, Nizu immediately answered. What ranking would you give him then? Aizawa asked curiously, since everyone except the principal had not witnessed Midoriya's testing. Well, based on his combat history and what we have seen so far, and considering he has yet to reach his peak, I would give him a solid level S ranking, and he might be the youngest to attain level SS, Nizu said casually. Silence filled the group as the fight continued. After 30 minutes, the fight abruptly stopped, and everyone rushed in to see the aftermath. Amidst the smoke and dust, the students couldn't help but stare in astonishment at the destruction before them. Gym Gamma was practically in ruins, with craters and cracks everywhere. Nijire was hanging from a piece that had once been part of the roof, while Tamaki lay sprawled on the floor, both panting and covered in bruises. Not far from them, on a mountain of rubble, lay a battered Mirio, partially exposed, in front of Izuku, who stood over him, resting his sword on his shoulder. Izuku had a bruise on his face, and blood trickled from his mouth, but the rest of his clothes were completely intact. Strangely, his hair was loose. Ugh, Nijire aimed in pain. I don't want to live anymore, Tamaki muttered. Even going against the three of us at the same time. That's the 100th loss for us, Mirio said with a half-smile. A chuckle interrupted them. Don't say that, Mirio. All of you managed to push me this time, you even scored a few solid hits and made me bleed. You've improved a lot, congratulations, Izuku said with a small smile. It still hurts a little to be beaten. Our pride is the big three, Tamaki added. Don't be such a killjoy, Tamaki. You were the one who nearly managed to bind him with your tentacles. Nijire pouted. Still, good work, you three. I will treat you to dinner tonight, Izuku said. Immediately after the words treat and dinner left his mouth, all three rushed to him, completely ignoring their battered states. Really? What are you going to cook? See, Tamaki. I told you it was worth the try. Ignoring the three, Izuku turned to the class with a challenging look. From now on, if you all manage to land a solid hit, dinner is on me, he finished. A pin dropped, and after the class processed his words, they erupted in excitement. Be prepared, sensei. You will be cooking for us every night. And it will be all thanks to me. Hell no. I will be the one to land the hit. The sudden fire in their eyes quickly turned into bickering, making the teachers and third years sweat at the sight of it. Once the students were sent to the dorms, all the teachers gathered in the staff meeting room for their weekly reunion. After each one gave their report to the principal, they began to discuss the upcoming student internships, which would mean the students would spend more time outside, allowing the teachers to focus more on pro-hero work. What about you, Midoriya? What will you do? Ken asked his colleague who was deep in thought. I don't know. There aren't many interesting contracts here to take. If I were to take an international one, I would be absent for at least a month, which obviously I can't do. Maybe I should go hunting? I heard it's deer hunting season now in Hokkaido. Izuku pondered. How about you do some pro-hero work, Mr. Midoriya? You have a license after all, Nizu suddenly suggested, shocking everyone. Everyone stared in silence at the question. The teacher crossed his arms and stared at the table in deep thought. As much as I don't want to involve myself in pro-hero business, it does sound interesting. After all, I can't just wipe out all the major yakuza in Japan. All the teachers released the breath they had been holding. They had thought he would outright reject the proposition. Excellent. I knew you would agree. What will you specialize in? When will you do your patrols? Where will you do them? Will you do it alone? If not, with whom will you do it? Nizu asked in rapid succession. How did he manage to ask that in one breath? All the teachers wondered in astonishment. Combat and hostage rescue, nighttime and daytime, around Mizudafu, alone, the boy replied bluntly. How did he? He is a military-type mercenary. I will likely start from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day, beginning around Nagabumo and Sorisu districts, alone, Midoriya specified. Do you even sleep? Cementos asked. I am trained to sleep only 3 hours to be completely rested. You are going alone. Snipe shouted. I have gone against full battalions and infiltrated cities alone. Wait, in my territory you are going? Aizawa asked, perplexed. You complaining? That means less workload for you and more sleep, Midoriya replied. Aizawa seemed to consider this for a moment before smirking. All right, you problem child, see you next week at 11. Indeed. Say, are you planning on going like that, or do you have a hero costume? Power Loader asked. I am already wearing my working clothes. You call that working clothes? The excavation hero eyed the suit with doubt. Never judge a book by its cover, Izuku said, taking out his coat and tossing it to the support course teacher, who caught it. What is this? Power Loader exclaimed before he fell to the floor, dragged down by the weight of the coat. Triple layered, all made from titanium and carbon nanofibers, with 2 internal coatings, one designed to spread the kinetic force across the suit, and the second to lessen the load. A hand grenade could hit me from behind, and it would probably not harm me. That's not the point, everyone shouted. Demon Kid, where did you get one of these? And how do you even handle it? It probably weighs 10 kilograms or more. Power Loader said, handing back the coat with some difficulty. This suit is the standard model that many use in the underworld, though it has been modified by me. My war armor weighs around 50 kilograms. See you at night, Eraserhead, he finished, leaving the room. What kind of armor weighs 50 kilograms? Everyone wondered. Monday, 11 p.m. Nice coat there. Thanks. Both Eraserhead and Izuku stood on the rooftop of a building, dressed in their usual attire. This time, Izuku wore a black long coat with a hood attached to his shoulders. Coupled with his formal attire, he could easily be mistaken for a businessman rather than a mercenary, except for the visible sword and guns he carried. So what's the deal with this area? He asked, examining the city. It's considered one of the most chaotic and dangerous zones in Japan. There aren't many hero agencies here, and if there are, I can't guarantee their loyalty. This makes it a perfect hideout for multiple gangs and human trafficking rings, Aizawa replied. And let me guess, ever since All Might's retirement, things have been as lively as ever, Izuku concluded. Correct, Aizawa affirmed, just as his radio started to beep, followed by the sound of explosions. Speaking of the devil. Disturbances reported in multiple locations. Send heroes immediately, a police officer shouted over the radio. I'll take the northeast, you take the south. The Ryukyu group seems to be handling the west, Aizawa said, putting on his goggles. Sounds good, Izuku replied, pulling up his hood and leaping into the air. The Ryukyu group looked satisfied as both villains were escorted by the police containment unit, which would send them directly to a secure facility. After offering a few words of encouragement to her 2 newest interns, personally vouched for by her favorite sidekick, they flew toward the parts of the city that desperately needed law enforcement. About the commotion in the south. They say there are 2 villain groups with different quirks, Ryukyu said in her dragon form. Right? I can't wait to see their quirks. Nijire exclaimed enthusiastically, flying next to her. Now, you know the protocols. First, we have to… Ryukyu began, but as they arrived at the scene, all her group widened their eyes. Apprehend them. The avenue, where two gangs of villains had been fighting just moments before, was now littered with injured individuals, some unconscious, others barely conscious, miming in pain or cradling broken limbs. In the middle of the street stood a familiar figure, wearing a black long coat over a suit, with an iconic black katana strapped to his belt. Izuku Midoriya, the youngest teacher to ever grace UA, turned his head toward them, sensing their presence. Ryukyu, hello again, he greeted. Sensei. Wait, you know him? All her interns asked, shocked by how casually their combat teacher greeted their mentor. Sensei. Nijire exclaimed, rushing toward him. What are you doing here? Are you working as a pro hero now? Where are you patrolling? Where is your agency? Are you working with anyone? Before she could continue her barrage of questions, a piece of capture tape wrapped itself around her mouth, silencing her. Everyone looked in the direction it came from, spotting Eraserhead standing on top of a building. He's with me, he said, jumping down and landing silently before approaching them. I trust you had no problems? He asked, examining the street. Not a big deal. Really? You didn't use your sword? Not even your guns? Against 24 guys with quirks? Eraserhead said, amused as he signaled the police to come to their location. Bring me an army, Izuku replied. Eraserhead then turned his attention to the heroine and her interns. Ryukyu, long time no see. I take it you already know her, Midoriya? Aizawa greeted his colleague. Well. Flashback. Izuku let out a small sigh as he relaxed in the warm waters of a natural hot spring. It was supposed to be a simple trip to the Nagano prefecture to buy some pure honey, enjoy some famous soba, Todoroki would be proud, and head home. However, on his way back, while flying over some mountains, he spotted some natural hot springs well hidden among the peaks. The first time he spotted them, he was in a rush. This time, however, he had time to spare. As he sipped some warm sake he had just bought, he wondered if anyone ever came here. He explored part of the hot springs and found 3 caves, 2 of which were empty. He left the third one for later, keeping an eye on it. A large yawn echoed, and then from the third cave, a beautiful woman emerged. Is it already time? She yawned again, turning around and finding herself face to face with the famous Izuku Midoriya. Despite her age, in her mid-20s, she couldn't help but admire his toned physique before a breeze reminded her of her current state of dress. Hello, Izuku greeted uncertainly. Her cheeks flushed, and she released a sound of surprise. Well, that was an embarrassing introduction. Izuku said, a little sheepishly. But so worth it, Ryukyu thought dreamily as she recalled the glimpse she had of him. As much as I'd like to chat, we have patrols to do, just like you, Aizawa said as sirens could be heard in the distance. Indeed, you all better make the most of this experience. Izuku spoke to Uravity, Froppy, and Nijire. Yes, sir, all 3 exclaimed. Take care of my students, and until next time. Ryukyu, Izuku said, before he and Aizawa leaped to a nearby building and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Ryukyu stared after them longingly before feeling someone poke her. Mao. How can you be so mean, Ryukyu? How long have you been in contact with our sensei? How could you not tell me? Nijire pouted at her. But we only met once, she managed to say, bewildered by the conclusion Nijire had jumped to. Lies. Your expression tells a completely different story. Nijire insisted, while the 2 interns stared at them, sweat dropping, but also sharing the same question. But, hey Kirishima. Your hero name is all over the internet and news. That is awesome. Kaminari shouted, while Bakugo fumed in the background. Tsuyu. Uraraka. Your names came up too. It is amazing. Mina exclaimed, showing her fellow classmates her phone, which displayed the headline, New Allies at the Ryukyu office. A week had passed since the internships began, and some of the UA students were already making a name for themselves. Kirishima had bravely defended a crowd from a villain enhanced by drags, while Uraraka and Tsuyu had teamed up to take down two villains with gigantification quirks. Man, I am so happy, Uraraka said, a little embarrassed. I wonder where they got that photo, Tsuyu mused, glancing at their picture. Wait, look at your phones. The latest news, an excited Hagakure shouted, grabbing everyone's attention. Everyone pulled out their phones and stared in surprise at the headlines on the local online newspaper. UA combat teacher now working as a pro hero? Accompanying the article was an image of Izuku standing confidently among a pile of unconscious villains, wearing a long black coat. Izuku had heard about how imposing and serious Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick, could be. The man had a glare that rivaled Aizawa's. Currently, he was sitting in the pro hero's personal office, which was filled with All Might memorabilia and a few posters of his late father. However, he had no time to admire the decor, as he was engaged in a staring contest with the hero. This whole idea of being at the Night Eye Hero Agency was Mirio's doing, as the successor of All Might was eager to introduce Izuku to his second mentor since the internships began. The moment Mirio left them alone, the staring began, neither moving an inch. After 5 minutes, both decided to act simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Night Eye was in a launching position, holding 2 of his hyperdensity seals, while Izuku had drawn his sword, ready for a counterattack. You are a blemish on your father's legacy, Night Eye said sharply. I know. But why invite me here? Izuku replied dryly. Just then, the door burst open, revealing a smiling Mirio. So how are you? He started, but froze at the sight before him. Never mind. I'll come back later, he quickly finished, scrambling out of the room. With synchronized precision, both men sat down and sheathed their weapons. I need your help, or rather, your services, Night Eye said with a hint of distaste, realizing he wasn't going to provoke a reaction from Izuku. Shoot away, Izuku replied, adopting a businesslike demeanor. What do you know about Overhaul? The young head of the Shai Hasaikai, an old Yakuza group dating back to the pre-quirk era. His quirk, Overhaul, allows him to disassemble and reassemble anything. He leads the 8 expendable bullets, and if I heard correctly, he's trying to restore his group to its former glory. He even made contact with the League of Villains. Indeed, they made contact 2 weeks ago in an abandoned warehouse, but it apparently didn't end well, as remains of the villain known as Magna were found. What do you need my help for? I'm heading an operation to capture the entire organization. Overhaul has been stirring things up in the underworld, first by selling the quirk-enhancing drag trigger, and now he's trying to acquire high-tech medical equipment. They're preparing for something bigger, Izuku frowned. Yes, and that's where you come in. We're used to dealing with small-time groups and gangs, but this is Yakuza criminals who know how to stay hidden, something today's heroes aren't accustomed to. While I consider myself adept at tracking covert operations, you have much more experience in dismantling large criminal cells. Where did you hear that? The Menendez cartel. Your epithet, the Vanquisher, came from its extermination and 2 years ago, one of the main branches of the Camorra in Italy. Izuku was surprised that Night Eye had uncovered this information, as the first case was classified Omega-level intel, and the second had been declared a cold case by the Italian Carabinieri. But he was speaking to a man who had once been the brains behind All Might's operations. What do you need me to do? He sighed. Gather intel and assist in the eventual raid. For now, you'll be patrolling with Mirio in an area where Shai Hasaikai activity has been frequently spotted. See if you can find anything. Copy that. Is lethal force authorized? Denied. Even if they are villains, try to avoid altercations. If it's unavoidable, contact me and try to restrain the attacker. I suggest you contact Mirio and tell him to be ready for patrol, Night Eye declared. Man, I was so scared that you and Sir would end up in a fight, Mirio said as they patrolled the streets, ignoring the murmurs from passers-by. There are heroes patrolling. Wait, those clothes? That sword? Is that Slade? So the rumors were true. So young, yet so dreamy. Mirio chuckled at the comments. Sensei, you're already popular. I'm so jealous, he teased. Don't mention it. Izuku grumbled. shuddering at the thought of the recent fan mail he had been receiving. Their patrol came to a halt when a small figure collided with Izuku's leg. Looking down, he found himself staring at a little girl with red eyes and white hair, wearing a long sleeveless dress, with bandages covering both her arms. Behind her, emerging from the shadows of the alley, a young man wearing a bird mask appeared. Really? Of all rotten luck, Izuku and Mirio thought in unison. Come on, Slade. Look at this, a 16-year-old girl shouted, dragging him to the hill to watch the sunrise. Everybody move. 7 refugee camps are under attack. I want 7 teams on it, each with a field medic. A commander shouted as alarms blared throughout the outpost. Please, Hannah. Tell me you are safe. From this madness, he thought as he checked his guns and sword. After putting on a badge with a red cross on his arm, indicating his status as a combat medic, he headed to his assigned group. He was wrong, completely wrong, as he and his group stood at the gates of the refugee camp, which was engulfed in flames, with bodies scattered everywhere. His squad had already checked, and by body count, some were missing, while the rest. DMN it, he cursed. Several hours later, after receiving the green light, they followed the trail left by the attackers' trucks, tracking them to a nearby enemy outpost. After receiving the commander's approval, they launched an assault. A brief fight later, they stormed in and found, to their horror, that it was not a simple military outpost, but a research facility. Inside the main building, they discovered testing devices and multiple chambers that suggested horrific experiments, with bodies and barely alive individuals inside. Despite some members feeling sick at the sight, Slade pressed on. No, he thought as he began to recognize some faces. No, he said aloud as he approached some cages, drawing the attention of everyone. In a cellar lay a young woman, clutching the small body of a boy. Hannah, he managed to say as he forced the door open. Slade, the girl rasped, holding her little brother tightly. She was in terrible condition. Her dress was torn, and dark spots covered her body, indicating various injuries. Signs of trauma and experimentation, he assessed mentally as he examined her. He touched her stomach and ribs. 4 broken ribs, 1 punctured lung, and internal bleeding from a severe blow to the abdomen. He concluded grimly as the rest of the squad entered. Maybe we could call for a chopper, one suggested, but fell silent at the sight of Slade's pained expression. It is too late for her, they all understood. Everyone, out, the squad leader commanded, giving Slade a moment alone, which everyone complied with. I am sorry, Hannah, he said softly, kneeling in front of her. Don't be. You protected us. Healed us. You gave me something I thought I would never find in these times. A friend. She thought of me as a friend? Will you stay with me? She managed to rasp. Till the end, he said solemnly, holding her in his arms. Thank you. My dear friend, she smiled as she slowly closed her eyes. Izuku woke up with a jolt, drenched in sweat. Was that, he thought, glancing at the clock. 2 a.m. just great, he thought. He looked at Melissa, who was sleeping peacefully next to him. Ever since he started living with David Shield's daughter, he had been startled during the first night when she sleepwalked into his room. How she managed to sneak up on him without him noticing was still a mystery, but judging from her occasional tossing and whimpering, he could guess she had her own nightmares, which he completely understood. That was why he now placed a chair next to the bed. Every time she came in, he let her have the bed while he sat next to her, monitoring and protecting her. Probably from that night, he thought. Seeing it would be impossible for him to go back to sleep, he quietly left the bedroom after checking that she was sound asleep and went to his small common room to prepare some coffee. As he waited for the kettle to boil, he opened his laptop. After typing a few codes and commands, he entered the underworld net, which was bustling with activity as usual. Cartels selling drags, hitmen offering their services, smugglers posting transportation fees, arms dealers showcasing their stock, and people putting up contracts for hiring mercenaries or placing bounties on someone's head. But those didn't interest him. He was searching for something deeper, beyond even the mercenary world. The further he delved, the more twisted the net became. Quirk booster drags, poisons, organs for sale, trafficking rings, and lastly, terrorist cell recruitment. He clicked to go deeper. Since he was shot by the poisoner, Izuku had been trying to keep tabs on the dark net, searching for any sign that the hand was back in action, but frustratingly, there were no hints. The cult was very adept at hiding their tracks. It didn't help that ever since the emergence of quirks, religion had been dismissed, with society favoring scientific research, leading to very few active groups and the eradication of extremist factions, which limited his leads. He left the laptop as the kettle whistled, signaling that the water was boiling. After patiently waiting for the water to filter through, the coffee was ready. He filled a mug and returned to his seat. As he savored the aroma of the coffee, a beep from his phone caught his attention, a message from Night Eye. So the raid will be in 2 days, huh? Hang in there, Eri, he thought. 2 days later, at 8 a.m., Tsuyu commented, doing all this detective work and cooperating with the police. It's been nothing but unfamiliar territory. She watched as all the heroes and policemen waited outside the Chie Hasakai compound. You know, they didn't cover this kind of stuff in school, so it really tripped me up in my rookie days, Ryukyu assured her, as other heroes nodded in agreement. So cool. The heroes being calm and everything. Kirishima whispered to Tamaki. Despite the nervousness, I'm really glad that both of our teachers are here, Uraraka said. But why are they attracting so much attention? Her words rang true, as both Eraserhead and Izuku stared impassively at the compound, ignoring the whispers and gazes filled with admiration. Well, despite not being widely recognized, Eraserhead is considered one of the top underground heroes. He's the reason there aren't many crimes in the districts where he patrols. Something that the police force admires as it lessens their workload, Ryukyu explained. And for your other teacher? I don't know. It's also kind of strange for the police to admire a mercenary, but he must have done something remarkable to earn it, Fat Gum added. Everyone fell silent as the leading police chief rang the bell. Shortly after he finished reading the warrant, the response was anything but expected. Both metal doors were knocked down with such force that they were ripped from their hinges, revealing a tall, muscular man wearing a black plague mask and knuckle dusters. What are you doing? It's too early for this, he drawled. He swung again, sending 2 police officers flying, but they were caught swiftly by Eraserhead. The man attacked once more, but to everyone's surprise, Izuku caught his fist with one hand, twisted it, and slammed him to the ground, creating a small crater. You all go. I'll handle this guy. Ryukyu, group with me, he commanded, dodging another punch. But Bubble Girl stammered. You heard him. Come on. Eraserhead shouted, sprinting into the main courtyard of the compound, where many Yakuza were waiting. Izuku then focused on his opponent, one of the 8 bullets, Rikia Katsukame, if he recalled correctly. He sensed Ryukyu beside him, already in her dragon form, and after assessing his surroundings, he charged toward the villain. Mirio clenched his teeth as he stood before the figures in front of him. He had intended to retrieve Eri, but instead of a strong opposition he found Chisaki and his aide, Chrono, who was holding Eri. His surprise was short-lived. After a few exchanged words, he attempted to charge at them, only to lose his balance and crash into a wall. Ha! Feeling tipsy, aren't we? The drunken voice of Deidori Sakiki echoed from above. Mirio had no time to respond before he activated his quirk as 3 bullets passed through him. What kind of quirk was that? While my permeation is in effect, everything will slip through me, he shouted, then covered his mouth in shock. Did I just? I see. That's how you were able to reach here so quickly and avoid mimic detection, the voice of Shin Nimuto drawled. DM it. Even just by looking, these 2 will do everything to block me from reaching their master, but... Mirio thought. Nimuto was about to taunt his opponent, one of his usual tactics to make them confess, when the young hero submerged himself into the wall. Killing move, Phantom Menace. In the blink of an eye, he ejected himself from the floor and punched both expendables at the same time, stunning them. I'm sorry, but I have to save her and be her hero, he shouted, before using his quirk again to launch himself at Overhaul and his aide. While the young boss barely dodged the punch, the aide was caught off guard when Mirio permeated his foot to pass through Eri before turning off the permeation to land a kick on him, causing him to release the girl. What are you doing? He will hurt you. Eri exclaimed, distressed, as Mirio caught her. I'll never let you feel sad again. I swear it. Everything is okay now. I will be your hero. Mirio replied. The real fight starts now, he thought as he watched Chisaki recover. Izuku grumbled in annoyance as he faced Rikiya. The villain had taken a dose of trigger before the fight, and now its effects had enhanced his quirk to the point where he could drain the vitality of everyone around him just by breathing. This surprise attack allowed him to steal the stamina of nearly everyone, using it to gain strength and break free from his restraints. In the process, he had incapacitated Nijire, Uraraka, and the remaining police force, leaving only himself and Ryukyu standing, though she was barely holding on. This made things more complicated for Izuku, as he couldn't simply defeat Rikiya. He needed to restrain him without causing serious harm. He was quickly running out of ideas on how to do so. Who are you? You should be on the ground like the others, Rikiya said, a hint of surprise in his voice. This drainage is nothing compared to fighting for a week straight, Izuku replied, preparing to act again. It all happened in an instant. One moment, he was fighting for his life, trying to keep Eri safe from her captor, who showed no restraint in his attacks. Despite managing to knock out Chrono, the aide was healed by Overhaul, and to make matters worse, Nemuto joined the fight, maintaining consciousness through sheer will despite the damage he had taken from Mirio earlier. Overhaul tossed a small box to his pawn, who already had a gun. The moment he saw a particular bullet being loaded, he understood what he needed to do. Even using one for all wouldn't be fast enough to move Eri out of the way, so he did what a hero would do. He used himself as a shield for the little girl, offering her a reassuring smile. But Eri, despite her young age, sensed what was about to happen. She knew the bullets and their effects. Because of me, she thought as her horn began to tingle. Nobody could explain what happened in the following minute. The moment the bullet struck Mirio was the exact moment Eri's quirk activated, amplified by Mirio's All for One, which he had activated unconsciously. What followed was unexpected. Eri's quirk turned the organic remains of the bullet against itself, canceling its negating properties. From Mirio's fists, black tendrils erupted, thrashing against the surrounding spikes, though Overhaul and Chrono narrowly evaded them. What is this? Overhaul exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the situation. His attention was soon diverted when the wall sealing one of the entry points to the chamber crumbled, revealing the figures of Night Eye and Eraserhead. Izuku dodged a blow from the massive villain and executed a drop kick, forcing him to his knees. Uraraka! See you now! Uraraka, having snuck behind the villain, used her quirk to negate his gravity, while Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around his waist and hurled him against a wall, stunning him. Ryukyu! Nijire! The heroine, using the enhanced strength of her dragon form, punched him with all her might, sending him into the air. Nijire followed up with her spiral shockwaves, disorienting him. Izuku then leaped above him and delivered a powerful axe kick, sending him crashing down and creating a massive crater. The villain lay there, completely unconscious. He landed beside Ryukyu. That was some teamwork, he commented. Yes, but we need to go inside, the heroine began, but a tremor shook the ground beneath them. He knelt, placing his hand on the floor, and after sensing the vibrations, he turned to Ryukyu and Nijire. Stay back, there's an underground chamber here, he said, drawing his sword and pointing it downward. Void-style 6 stance, blank shot. Ryukyu couldn't help but admire how the young teacher's attack easily penetrated cement and steel, despite having watched footage of him in action multiple times. Looking down, they found a chamber completely devastated. On one side lay Chisaki, but on the other, Night Eye. Ryukyu shouted, horrified. The hero was in terrible shape, covered in cuts, but the most noticeable injury was the spike that pierced his abdomen. So even with his foresight, he couldn't evade all the attacks, but he protected those too, Izuku thought as he jumped down, spotting Eri next to Mirio, who lay beside her, surrounded by black tendrils. I don't know what happened here, but it seems he still retains his quirk and one for all, he concluded as he landed. Before he could assess Night Eye's condition, a pillar rose beneath Eri, who was holding a piece of Mirio's cape, launching her toward Overhaul. But Izuku was quick, using the falling debris as platforms to leap, snatching her just before Overhaul could reach her. Her horn is bigger than before and pulsing. Her quirk is about to activate again, he thought, glancing at her. Give her back! Overhaul shouted, leaping from his platform and launching spikes at them. Void-style second stance, empty leg. With great strength, Izuku kicked the incoming villain upward through the hole he had made to enter, sending Overhaul flying out in a blur. Seeing no more villains, he rushed to Mirio, who was desperately trying to stop Night Eye's bleeding. Sir, this is bad. He has lost a lot of blood. Mirio has a couple of superficial cuts, but the small piercing in his abdomen is concerning, he assessed. Sensei, Eri's quirk. She can rewind anything organic to its previous state. Mirio managed to say. So that's her quirk. Izuku thought. Sensei, what's the situation? Uraraka shouted, drawing his attention. This is all my fault. Eri whimpered, tears filling her eyes. Don't say that. We're doing our job as heroes, saving people, just like Lemillion. We're saving you this time for sure, he comforted her, gripping her shoulder before looking up, where a commotion could be heard in the streets. So he has woken up. Good. Izuku took a deep breath. Uraraka, contact Ryukyu for an ambulance, then use your quirk to lift Night Eye. Lemillion, take Eri and go for Chisaki, he commanded. But... Mirio stammered. I'm the only field medic right now, I have to stabilize Night Eye. His mentor's gazed briefly before swallowing hard and adopting a serious expression. Yes, sir. Give her back. Overhaul's voice echoed, accompanied by more crashing sounds. Let's do this, Eri. Lend me your gift. Mirio exclaimed, securing her with his cape before activating One for All and leaping into the air. The aftermath of the raid was chaotic. While they managed to capture all the 8 expendables, the members of the League of Villains managed to escape after betraying the Shirahosakai. Among the students, Kirishima endured the most injuries, having taken a barrage of blows from one of the expendables, Rappa. However, his bravery bought Fat Gum enough time to resist the stored energy and defeat the 2 villains they were facing. In an impressive display, Tamaki single-handedly defeated 3 expendables, despite sustaining injuries during the battle. With Eri's quirk activated, Mirio achieved a full 100% full-body One for All, as her ability continuously healed his broken bones. Together, they managed to defeat Overhaul, who had fused with Rikia. However, the mysterious power Mirio had shown while protecting Eri did not manifest in this battle. As the villain had previously mentioned, Eri did not have full control of her quirk, a fact that became evident after the fight when her quirk went into a wild frenzy. Had Eraserhead not intervened, Mirio might have faced a fate similar to Eri's father. Once the outburst was contained, all the injured were sent to the hospital, which coincidentally was the same one where Night Eye was taken. While Eri was placed in quarantine, everyone received treatment. Despite the nurses' protests, everyone rushed to the emergency department, where they found Centipeter, Bubble Girl, Ryukyu, as well as All Might and Recovery Girl. All Might, Aizawa greeted him. Why are you here? Fat Gum asked, puzzled. It's just because. Sir was always thinking about All Might. Bubble Girl sobbed. The doors to the surgery room opened, revealing Izuku in a surgeon's outfit over his formal robes, accompanied by another surgeon. Everyone looked at him expectantly, their hearts sinking as they saw him shake his head. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. He has lost so much blood and cells that not even my serum can save him. It is a miracle that he is still alive, Izuku stated. At this point, not even my quirk can help, Recovery Girl added. I am sorry to say, but we don't think he will last to see tomorrow, the surgeon concluded grimly. The beeping of the heart monitor, which usually made people anxious, was oddly comforting in this situation, serving as a reminder that the person was still alive. In a dimly lit room, everyone gazed at Sir Night Eye, who lay motionless on his bed, connected to a complex array of tubes and machinery designed to keep him alive. To everyone's surprise, he was still conscious. Despite All Might's and Mirio's pleas to continue fighting against the destiny he had envisioned, the man merely smiled and gently rebuked them. He expressed his regret for not being able to make amends with those he had troubled, regret for not fully repairing his relationship with All Might, and regret for having initially viewed Mirio merely as a vessel. Izuku felt a deep sense of remorse for Mirio. No matter how much he screamed or begged, it all fell on deaf ears. His mentor, the person who had pushed him to reach his current level, was going to die. Midoriya. Izuku. Night Eye turned his head toward him. You might be different from your father, but you have the same fire in your eyes as he did, he smiled. Keep an eye on both while I'm gone, he said, his voice growing weaker. I will, Izuku replied. Thank you. Night Eye said, closing his eyes and drifting away. A moment later, the monitor emitted a long, steady beep. Sir Night Eye passed away with a serene smile on his face. September passed and October began, bringing with it the chill of autumn. After the raid and the subsequent recovery of all involved, Aizawa and Izuku took the interns to Sir Night Eye's funeral, attended by many prominent heroes. Once the reports and discussions at schools and hero agencies were completed, the interns found themselves in a state of waiting and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Night Eye's sidekick, Centipeder, took charge of the agency and welcomed Mirio, who needed to take a temporary leave from school to manage the surge of his new quirk and learn to control it. The 8 expendables were sent to prison after their injuries were treated, while Chisaki was transferred to Tartarus due to the threat his ideologies posed and his knowledge of creating quirk-erasing bullets. However, during his transfer to the maximum security prison, the convoy was ambushed by the League of Villains for reasons unknown. Security footage revealed an altercation between him and Shigaraki, who seemed to be searching for something but left frustrated after rendering Overhaul armless. Eri, on the other hand, regained consciousness once her fever subsided but remained in quarantine due to her emotional instability and the risk of losing control of her quirk, which they had learned was emitted from her horn. As a result, visitations were restricted for the time being. Shit too. You shouldn't be stumbling around a place like this. You're better than that. Now get out and show them that you're in a class of your own. Endeavor shouted. Next to him, Izuku and All Might exchanged glances. They were in an athletic gymnasium borrowed by the Hero Commission for lessons for those who had not passed the provisional license exam, including Todoroki and Bakugo. Since Aizawa, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, was unable to take the students to the supplementary lessons due to paperwork from his recovery and the raid, he had requested All Might to step in, with Izuku accompanying as a bodyguard. They were seated in the stands, waiting for the lesson to begin when Endeavor appeared. That's Endeavor! The #1 pro hero, one of the trainees exclaimed. Seriously? What is he doing here? Another asked. Scary, someone muttered. But wait. Next to him, another voice chimed in, this time with excitement. All Might. And Slade. The 3 ignored the murmurs and cheers, which quieted as pro hero Orca arrived to explain the day's lesson. All Might turned back to Endeavor. So, what did you want to talk about? I would prefer if he weren't here, Endeavor said, casting a small glare at Izuku. I'm here for protection, and I'm not planning to leave. Once I'm given a job, I see it through to the end. So speak up, it's not like you're going to have a confidential conversation in this place, Izuku replied, meeting the hero's gaze. Seeing that intimidation wouldn't sway the young teacher, Endeavor sighed. He took a deep breath as a group of preschoolers entered the gymnasium, causing chaos among the trainees. Are you aware that over the last month, crime has risen by 3% compared to the average year? I thought I resolved more incidents than anyone else during my career, but now it feels like that invincible something I built over the years is crumbling away. Something that the son of Draken is trying to uphold. Both teachers remained silent, surprised by his question. Tell me, former #1 hero, what is the symbol of peace? Endeavor asked. They briefly observed the students struggling to win the children's hearts, which, judging by the chaos, was not going well, as the kids were quite rebellious due to the quirk singularity and their age. To be honest, I have no idea what to say. I simply believed that this country needed a symbol, so I ran full speed toward my goal, All Might admitted. A powerful light can serve as a beacon of hope for people and a warning for villains. I swore to become that light and kept running until I made it this far. Endeavor, you and I are different. There's no need to follow my footsteps to become the symbol I aimed for. Just choose your own way of doing things. Don't rush it. Endeavor took a moment to absorb the answer before turning his gaze to Izuku. And you, son of Draken, what are your plans here? He asked. I don't know, Izuku replied. Of all the answers that All Might and Endeavor expected, this was not one of them. The only reason I returned to my homeland was to avenge my parents' deaths, my life goal since then. But now that it's done, I feel lost. Granted, I still have 3 years of teaching at UA, but then what? I don't know, I'll just follow whatever path I have found, he whispered. The conversation came to a halt as they watched Todoroki, using the quirks of his classmates, create a massive slide. With Inasa's help, he lifted the kids up, and to add to the magic, the entire gymnasium was filled with a stunning aurora, courtesy of Kami's quirk, leaving nearly everyone in awe. All Might smiled as he observed the children's amazed expressions. Although he wanted to continue his conversation with young Midoriya, he knew the lesson had come to an end. Shall we wait for them outside? He gestured toward the exit. 2 days later, UA Class 1A dorms. The entire class, except for Bakugo and Todoroki, gathered in the common room, brainstorming ideas for the cultural festival. While many ideas were tossed around initially, several were quickly dismissed due to protocols and rules, like a petting zoo, others were too predictable, a maid cafe, and some were simply out of the question. Seriously, Bakugo, a deathmatch. It was getting late, and they still hadn't settled on any ideas, growing more anxious with each passing hour. If they didn't present something to Aizawa tomorrow, the festival would turn into a public lecture for them. There has to be something, Ida said as he scrolled through the internet. Something entertaining and enjoyable for both the audience and us. Momo murmured, searching on her phone. It pains me to admit, but we can't compete with Lunch Rush's food, Siro consoled a downcast Sato. It'd be really fun to dance with everyone, Mina pouted. Well, we could work with that, Todoroki said from behind them, startling everyone. He borrowed Ida's laptop, typed a few things, and then turned the screen toward the rest of the class. Well, we could do this, he suggested. It won't turn out well. Following Todoroki's idea of a dance concert, the class began planning with renewed energy. They managed to outline the stage design and determine who would be part of the special effects team. However, when it came to the band, you all think you're trying to play nice with the other departments to help them relieve some stress, right? But what's the point if we're the ones causing it in the first place? It's just self-satisfaction. Bakugo glared at the class. They're all upset with us. There's no way they'll just accept this. Hold on. Don't put it that way. Hagakure tried to interject. You all are trying to get friendly with them, despite how they see us. It's so frustrating. It's not like we want to be tossed around by villains. Why do we have to be the ones acting all sensitive? Bakugo silenced her with a more intense glare. If you're trying to win their favor, then stop while you're ahead. We need to give it our all. This isn't a friendship party. It's a showdown. If we're going to do this, we go all out. We're going to blow everyone away with our music, he concluded. Normally, such a speech would make any reasonable person question the sanity of the blonde, but this was Class 1A class of heroes in training who had already faced real villains. They were used to Bakugo's fiery personality. Instead of startling them, his words invigorated them, and slowly, a wild, determined grin spread across everyone's faces, even the soft-spoken ones, a habit they had unconsciously picked up from a certain yellow caterpillar. In Izuku's room, Aizawa and Izuku were in the common area, correcting essays. They exchanged slight grins as they overheard the commotion. I told you they would get the idea, Izuku said with a smile as he sipped his coffee. Meanwhile, at a police station. Is he serious or just messing with us? Chief of Police Kenji Tsuragami said incredulously. He was watching a video on his computer, where a man in extravagant formal robes was seen exiting a convenience store. Some heroes attempted to stop him, only to be dealt with effortlessly in mere seconds. The figure then turned to the camera. Yes, my dear viewers, it is I. Gentle. Midoriya was walking toward Yue, carrying 2 bags, one filled with items his students urgently needed for the festival and the other with ingredients to make candied apples. This last bag was at the request of Mirio, who wanted to cheer Eri up. During a recent visit, she had revealed that she struggled to smile or laugh due to her past experiences. However, she mentioned that she liked apples and sweet treats, which inspired Mirio to buy the ingredients. He could have purchased them at the festival, but why bother when the person making them was his culinary rival? This was the perfect opportunity to gain the upper hand. His thoughts were interrupted when he nearly collided with 2 individuals wearing oversized trench coats. "Excuse me," he said, keeping his gaze fixed on them. The aftertaste of this imperial golden tips was almost ruined, the masked man said cheerfully, attempting to walk away. "So you two are the ones planning to mess with Yue, huh?" Midoriya replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Instantly, both individuals froze in their tracks. "I wouldn't dream of it, young man. I was just getting my tea." The man gestured toward a rundown shop. "Please, it's Saturday, with no one on this street and few hero agencies nearby. You smell nothing but trouble. Maybe sneak through the forest? Once you reach the top of the hill, you can mask your scent to evade Hound Dog. After that, I would guess your little helper will hack into the systems and take down the sensors and cameras in this area." Midoriya continued. "Gentle, what do we do now?" La Brava asked, frightened that the teen had uncovered their entire plan in seconds. "La Brava, get the camera ready," Gentle announced, removing his disguise. In the process, he grabbed La Brava and used his quirk to make a quick getaway. "Theatrics. I hate those," Izuku muttered before leaving the bags behind and using his powerful legs to pursue the criminal duo. Seeing that the teen was rapidly approaching, Gentle quickly touched the ground, rendering it elastic with his quirk. When Izuku stepped on it, he bounced high into the air. But the teen was unfazed. He began propelling himself through the air using his legs. "He can kick air?" Gentle thought, incredulous, a sentiment mirrored by La Brava. As the situation became more dire, he never expected to encounter one of the people he was trying to avoid the most. He knew that confronting the son of Draken would be reckless. Even without a quirk, he had witnessed what the teenager was capable of during his fight against All for One. Gentle attempted to use a nearby construction site as a distraction, destabilizing the structure and launching metal beams toward the few civilians nearby. His plan was thwarted when Izuku, without hesitation, drew his guns and accurately shot the beams away with powerful bullets. Gentle created more elastic barriers, which to his astonishment were cut cleanly by Izuku's katana. "Give up, you two, before I decide to enforce serious measures," Izuku shouted. Ignoring him, Gentle saw that they were nearing the forest. Once they crossed into its boundaries, he gently dropped La Brava and turned to face Izuku, intent on confronting him. La Brava, once on the ground, immediately pulled out her computer and began hacking through the school's cybersecurity. Meanwhile, Gentle tried to buy her time, but it was proving difficult as Izuku moved with the speed of someone with a quirk, and he was running out of ideas to restrain him. Traps were easily avoided, and attacks were swiftly countered. He couldn't create much distance, as the teen remained just a few meters away. He stopped speaking and smiling, consumed by the need to complete his plan. "I will defeat you, son of Draken, even if I have to abandon my own style and reputation," Gentle shouted, creating numerous barriers around Izuku. The teen merely dodged them, and a series of kicks approached the criminal, who widened his eyes in surprise. La Brava was on the ground, typing furiously, trying to unlock one security gate after another. However, it was taking longer than expected. The cybersecurity was completely different from the previous year. "Dimn, is it just my imagination, or has the security improved? I can't fail now. I'm doing all this for Gentle," she thought. Her thoughts were interrupted when Gentle crashed next to her, covered in bruises. "Huh!" Before she could react, a blur passed by, a katana slicing through her computer, and a hand grasped her throat, lifting her into the air. "It's over for you two. Surrender," Izuku whispered coldly, placing his katana next to Gentle's throat and pressing his foot down to hold him to the ground. Damn it. We're trapped. Maybe we should use Lover's Quirk. Gentle thought desperately. As if reading his mind, La Brava stopped struggling, and a pink aura began to manifest around her. Don't even think about it. I know about your quirk and its requirements for activation, but I guarantee that before it is fully active, both of you will be incapacitated, the teen said coldly, glaring at the duo. To emphasize his seriousness, he inched the blade closer to Gentle's neck and tightened his grip on La Brava's throat. Continue, and you will find yourselves in dire circumstances, he warned. You would kill. Gentle shouted, outraged. For the sake of my students? For the sake of peace? For the sake of a smile? Always, he replied without missing a beat. Seeing the conviction in those words, Gentle resigned himself, knowing he was going nowhere. Even if he had used Lover's Quirk before, he doubted he could win this fight. When I came to Japan, I did a little research on the most infamous villains in the country's history. The peerless thief Aji Harem. The leader of the Meta Liberation Army, Destro. The legendary underground ruler, All for One. And among them, there is you. Danjuro Tabita. Looking at your past, you wanted to be a hero. But after saving that man with your quirk, you were shunned and punished for trying to do the right thing. So once your dreams were crushed by this so-called society of heroes, you took up this role as a last-ditch effort to maintain it, he said, this time in a more neutral voice. The man remained silent, trying to process his words. In all honesty, I can't blame you for taking that path, but in the end, a choice is a choice. Given your crimes are not serious, you will be sentenced for a few years. Once you are free, restart again. Izuku merely stood in silence before nearby sounds attracted their attention, and slowly they began to hear the voices of Hound Dog and Ectoplasm. I should take my leave here. I have a festival to supervise, he said, leaving La Brava next to Gentle, and sheathed his sword. Farewell. It was an honor to meet you. Messer, Gentle smirked. Izuku managed to mask his shock over the man knowing that title, but nodded, and in a blur he disappeared. Gentle merely smiled, and as they were surrounded by the heroes, he embraced his accomplice and said, "Yue, I would like to surrender." Well, time to get to work. Izuku muttered, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. Could hear the music of the concert Class 1A was giving from the kitchen, and by the cheers, it sounded like the students were having a great time. Hope she enjoys it. The rest of the day was a blast, at least for the little girl and Mirio. He and Aizawa merely chaperoned, standing back and watching. They couldn't deny that the festival worked wonders on the little girl, from the Class 1A concert to Class 1B's Ultra Crossover and the Beauty Pageant Contest, where Nijire won first place. They also made her try different treats, like crepes and ice cream, but unfortunately for her, the candied apples that Lunch Rush was selling were all sold out. Despite this, it was clear that the girl enjoyed the festival. As the afternoon grew late, he, Eri, Aizawa, and Mirio stood in front of the school gates. I take it she enjoyed the festival, Izuku whispered to Aizawa, watching the little girl talk animatedly with Mirio. The latter merely grunted in affirmation before interrupting the other two's conversation. So how was it? Izuku asked, kneeling in front of Eri while hiding a package behind his back. It was pretty fun. It would have been better if you participated or something. I ate a lot of tasty things. But we couldn't get candied apples, she finished with a little smile. I'm sorry about that. But that is inexcusable, Izuku said, handing her a candied apple, making her eyes shine. Were they selling those? I couldn't find them. Mirio exclaimed, surprised. I bought the ingredients in a nearby store and cooked it myself, Izuku replied. It's even sweeter than I thought. Eri smiled after taking a big bite. I have a batch, each one with a different topping on it. So she may have another tomorrow, Izuku said, handing a small box to Aizawa. Never took you for a soft one, the aloof teacher teased his colleague, earning a small glare. I'll see you soon, Eri. Izuku ruffled her hair, an action that earned a giggle from her. Once they had said their farewells, the group separated, with Izuku escorting Mirio back to the dorms and Aizawa accompanying Eri back to the hospital. It is the first Billboard chart since the Kamino incident. And everyone everywhere understands how important it is. Never before have heroes taken the stage in person at this presentation. The times, however, are changing. Stay tuned. Just cut the nonsense. Why did you bring me to Kyushu? The newest #1 hero exclaimed. The rumors, the winged hero replied, casually enjoying a skewer of grilled chicken. Both the #1 and 2 pro heroes were at a renowned yakitori restaurant, courtesy of Hawks, who had invited Endeavor after the first hero Billboard chart was presented since the Kamino Ward incident. However, the atmosphere was different this time. With All Might's retirement, the Hero Society felt the weight of the responsibilities that the former #1 had carried as a symbol. Many heroes had the opportunity to speak, with Mirko indirectly warning villains, Ryukyu humbly stating she didn't deserve her rank, and Edgeshot insisting he was not a hero but would do his best to maintain peace. The new #1 hero left the audience puzzled with just one line, "Just watch me." The public was particularly eager to see if Izuku Midoriya, the son of Draken, would be included in the official rankings, given that he held a pro hero license. Disappointment swept through the crowd when the announcer revealed that the young hero would be introduced to the top 10 ranking, but at his personal request, he chose not to. His reasoning was that he held the license solely for teaching and to pass the time. After Endeavor's brief speech, the heroes present dispersed, returning to their agencies. Endeavor and Hawks, however, headed off to grab a bite, as per Hawks' invitation. Those Nomo, the League's creepy, modified puppets, Endeavor remarked. When we captured all for one, we found a dozen of those stashed in Kamino. The League has caused some trouble since then, but there haven't been any more sightings of Nomu, Hawks replied. Yes, but they aren't appearing here. Haven't you heard? Stories are popping up all over the country, becoming common gossip among housewives and children. Hawks adopted a more serious expression. What do you mean? The #1 hero asked, skepticism evident on his face. The mere presence of those creatures is making everyone anxious, and now with All Might's retirement, things are getting dire. Recently, some old-school criminal autobiographies have been flying off the shelves. I think that's influencing people. Those kinds of things tend to sell well when society is unstable. What do you want then? Endeavor asked, irritation creeping into his voice. I want... Hawks began, but he noticed Endeavor's gaze fixed on the window, specifically on an object approaching their building at high speed. First year's dorms. I am so bored. Mina Ishido complained, a sentiment echoed by the rest of her classmates. It was Saturday afternoon, and normally students at UA had only one break day on Sunday. However, classes were canceled today due to the Hero Billboard chart announcements, which also meant internships were off for the day. Despite having watched the event much to their disappointment, their combat teacher hadn't appeared. They had done the laundry, with the exception of Kirishima and Mina, who had been banned from using the washing machine since that incident, and cleaned the entire dorm. It was still afternoon, and they had nothing to do, not even homework. So they stood in the common room, watching the news on the channel that had just aired the Hero Billboard chart live. Maybe we should play something? Like board games or... Tsuyu suggested suddenly, but was interrupted by the buzz of the television. Breaking news. 2 Nomo have appeared across Kyushu and Mizudafu, the broadcaster shouted, showing footage of the Nomo from a helicopter. But why would they attack those 2 cities? They could have targeted Tokyo or Hokkaido. They hold more significance, Shoji muttered. Wait, Mizudafu. Doesn't that mean? Momo said, realization dawning on her. Flashback. Remember, every attack has an intent, from causing simple damage to sending a message. The fewer the numbers the enemy sends, the more impact the attacker is likely to make. Izuku had lectured Class 1A. The target may vary, but all villains and criminals tend to go after the biggest fish in town to announce their presence, he concluded. It's coming for you, everyone shouted as the alarm blared across the campus. All teachers, go to your respective positions. First and second years, remain in your dorms. Third years, don your hero gear and stay on standby. This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill, Nisa's voice echoed from the speakers. The big three waited atop the school's main building, clad in their hero gear, alongside Izuku, who was dressed formally, and Snipe, who lay in a sniping position with a mounted machine gun. Meanwhile, Izuku used binoculars to scan for the bioengineered beings. Despite hearing a lot about them, "I've never encountered one yet," Mirio said, attempting to ease the tension. "Then hope you never do," Snipe replied, his tone serious. The Nomu that was present at the USJ had a multitude of quirks stored inside its body. If All Might hadn't been there, we wouldn't have known how to contain it. And this one is quite different from the others. In both color and body language. I could say it's in a league of its own, Izuku interrupted as he placed the binoculars on the desk beside him. The target is 4.5 kilometers away, moving through the city. I'll go after him. He dropped his long coat and weapons in a pile on the floor. Wait, Sensei, you're going alone? Tamaki asked, surprised. I'm in the mood for a fight, Izuku replied dryly. Snipe, Sun Eater, Nijire, Lemillion, you stay behind. If that thing somehow gets the best of me, you'll be the first line of defense. The rest of the teachers are positioned around the perimeter of UA. Copy that, Snipe agreed, readying his weapon. But... Mirio began to interject, but a sudden breeze signaled that his teacher had vanished. I know I might be a blockhead, but isn't this Nomu a bit stronger than the others? Kaminari said, staring at the screen. 15 minutes had passed since the two Nomus were spotted, and one was already engaged in combat with Endeavor and Hawks. It was putting up quite a fight, if not winning, despite the damage both heroes inflicted on it. They could only switch between channels, watching Endeavor struggle against what many considered a losing battle or the other Nomu rampaging through Mizudafu. What was most astonishing and terrifying was that these Nomus were sentient. They had personalities and could think and analyze their opponents. The one rampaging in Mizudafu showed no signs of being stopped. Some resisted the urge to look away as they saw it strike one hero with such force that he was sent flying. To their frustration, they could do nothing. The teachers were all spread across the campus, including their homeroom teacher. However, are my eyes deceiving me? Is that who I think it is? The reporter shouted from a news chopper. The camera suddenly focused on the destroyed streets where the Nomu had been, moments ago, strangling a hero. Suddenly, it evaded an attack, and seconds later, its hands were severed cleanly. Who dares? It spoke in a sinister tone, before dodging another slash. That would be me, Izuku declared, landing on the ground, holding the downed hero with one hand and his sword with the other. Incredible! In an astonishing turn of events, Izuku Midoriya has appeared, the reporter exclaimed. A strong opponent, at least, the Nomu said with newfound excitement as its hands slowly began to regenerate. Izuku grunted before tossing the hero behind him, where other heroes were rushing to assist. Without missing a beat, he lunged at the Nomu, only to be caught off guard by its elongated arm, sending him crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed around him. Sensei, all the students shouted in worry. That thing is fast, Aizawa thought, calmly analyzing the fight. But it takes more than that to bring down my problem child. Such speed, the reporter screamed, witnessing the young hero being thrown aside. He was interrupted when the ruins exploded, and Izuku emerged, bruised but determined, spitting blood onto the ground. Are much stronger than this, the Nomu mused aloud. Izuku narrowed his eyes and charged at the creature again, this time moving faster than before. What followed was a blur of action, with both sides exchanging blows, neither showing signs of slowing down. Izuku took hit after hit while the Nomu suffered cuts that its regeneration struggled to heal. In their fierce exchange, they demolished 10 blocks of buildings. Izuku dodged a punch that would have crushed his skull, then another aimed at his ribs. Seizing the moment, he aimed to cut off the Nomu's arms again, but the creature leaped back, creating distance between them. Realizing he couldn't prolong the battle much longer, as they had already devastated nearly an entire district, Izuku took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes, and removed the hair tie from the back of his head. As if an invisible breeze had passed through, his long hair began to float. He gripped his sword with both hands and raised it above his head, the tip pointing back and the blade facing upward. "What is he doing?" the reporter asked incredulously. "What is that stance?" Mina exclaimed. "That's a kendo stance. It's called Jodenhimi. Out of all 5 traditional kendo stances, this one is the most aggressive," Momo explained, recalling her lessons with Izuku about swordsmanship. "But why is he adopting that stance? And those movements?" Shuji asked. "Because he is done playing," Aizawa answered, startling the students who looked at him curiously. Seeing their expressions, the teacher cleared his throat and continued. "Sometimes heroes have to maintain different personalities for different scenarios, whether on duty or off. But Midoriya's case is different. He is a warrior, not just a hero. He knows when to hold back and when to unleash his full potential. The action he just took is akin to flipping a switch, transitioning from one state to another," he concluded. "If you don't understand, just watch carefully," he said in response to their puzzled faces. Thanks to the advanced camera capturing everything, they saw him open his eyes, and true to their teacher's words, the change was instantaneous. Like a switch being flipped, everyone felt it, even those watching from home. An aura radiated from him, one that transcended mere intent to harm or bloodlust. This was pure, undiluted power. The heroes near the battlefield felt paralyzed, their instincts screaming at them to flee, while some civilians dropped to their knees or fainted on the spot. The Nomu, despite experiencing fear for the first time, felt a flicker of excitement within itself. "Strong," it said, acknowledging the bioengineered human before it. "Consider yourself honored for pushing me this far," Izuku said darkly before vanishing from sight. Just moments ago, the Nomu had been locked in a stalemate with the combat teacher, but now the difference in power was clear to everyone watching. For every punch the Nomu managed to land, it had already taken multiple hits in return. The tide of battle had turned, as Izuku began to completely overwhelm the bioengineered creature with his speed, strength, and skill. In the blink of an eye, the Nomu found itself disarmed, and then, in another instant, it was incapacitated, leaving every spectator in shock. "Farewell," Izuku said, his voice calm. With a swift motion, he executed his technique, slicing through the air with precision. The Nomu was reduced to fragments, so quickly that it didn't have a chance to react. The pieces fell to the ground with a dull thud, twitching momentarily as if attempting to regenerate, but after a brief struggle, they lay still. Civilians and heroes alike erupted into cheers as they realized the monstrosity was not coming back. At UA, the entire student and teacher body celebrated, witnessing both Nomus defeated simultaneously, Endeavor transforming into a towering pillar of flames to neutralize his opponent, while Izuku employed his technique to prevent the other from regenerating. Izuku ignored the cheers around him. After tying back his hair, he searched among the remnants of the Nomu, pushing through the pain in his torso from the heavy blows he had taken and the soreness in his muscles from removing his limiter. It had been a while since he had been pushed to this extent. "It's been a while since I got injured like this," he mused, tentatively touching his rib cage. "I wouldn't be surprised if I have a few broken ribs or even internal injuries." Ignoring the discomfort, he knelt among the remains and began to sift through the fragments. Minutes later, he found what he was searching for: a shiny black button, a communication device. Seeing that no one was near, he brought it close to his mouth and whispered, "I am insulted by this, Doctor. Is this the best you can produce?" He mocked, not caring if his message was overheard, and crushed the device in his hand. "We are changing locations?" Aizawa asked, focused on grading papers. It was a Saturday afternoon at UA, and while the students enjoyed their weekend freedom after a long day of practical lessons, the teachers were busy in the staff room with paperwork. A week had passed since the incident known as the Nomu double attack. Thanks to the efforts of Izuku, Endeavor, and Hawks, the damage and casualties were kept to a minimum. With this victory, Endeavor solidified his status as the #1 pro hero. Now that a little peace had returned to society, the heroes had the chance to take a break. "Well, apparently during one of our nights out, some heroes saw us and asked if they could join," Midnight explained. "So, we obviously accepted. Since they're quite a lively bunch, we changed locations, but the time remains the same. Mike exclaimed enthusiastically. This is the place, Izuku said to himself as he stood in front of an old-looking izakaya, laughter and chatter spilling out from inside. As he entered through the double doors, he was greeted by a spacious room that combined elements of an izakaya and an old English pub. A pool table occupied the left side, a bar faced the kitchen on the right, and tables were scattered throughout the middle. However, the most surprising aspect was not the traditional decor or the impressive collection of beverages on display, but the clientele. A group of revelers occupied one table, while the rest were filled with pro-heroes in civilian attire, all of them of high rank. Mount Lady, Edgeshot, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Mirko, and even Hawks were among them. Problem child, Aizawa called from the bar, drawing everyone's attention. Ignoring the stares, Izuku took an empty seat between Ryukyu and Aizawa, who was visibly annoyed by joke. I trust everything is okay here? He asked. If by okay you mean that Hizashi and Namuri are already tipsy, Vlad and Snipe have challenged Fat Gum to a drinking contest, and Joke is right next to me being a nuisance, then yes, everything is just fine, Aizawa replied flatly. PFFFFF. Come on, Eraser, you like that joke? Emi Fukato laughed, banging her mug on the table, where several empty mugs were piled up. Listen here, you little. Aizawa turned his head toward the green-haired woman, causing Izuku to sweat nervously. Hello again, Izuku, Ryukyu said to his right. Hello again, Ryukyu. How was your day? He greeted as he ordered a highball. I am. Ryukyu began to reply, but her words were interrupted by a loud yell. So you're the new big shot. Mirko, the rabbit hero, announced as she approached. And here I thought present Mike was the loud one, Izuku blurted out, earning several gasps. Heh, you want to fight, punk? Mirko asked with a playful grin. Up to you, but I would be happy to oblige, Izuku replied. In an instant, they both sprang into action. Izuku blocked Mirko's incoming kick with his left arm, feeling the force behind it, while his right hand instinctively reached for his tactical knife, holding it just inches from Mirko's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fat, aren't you? Mirko remarked, her tone teasing. Izuku merely glared at her before sheathing his knife and relaxing his stance, which Mirko mirrored. So you're the one who charmed Ryukyu. I can see why, she said more calmly. Huh. Izuku and the other heroes echoed in unison. What do you mean by charmed? The young teacher asked, utterly confused, prompting everyone to facepalm. So dense. You didn't notice. Well, Rumi began, but her words were silenced by Ryukyu covering her mouth, blushing. Izuku tilted his head in question, but Ryukyu gave him a reassuring look, signaling that everything was fine. He shrugged and took a sip of his drink, while Ryukyu dragged Mirko to another table for a hushed discussion. Hey, Midoriya. Hawks greeted him, munching on some yakitori. Hawks. Izuku muttered. Flashback. Izuku had been surveying a busy avenue from the top of a building when his instincts kicked in, warning him just as he was suddenly bombarded by a flurry of red feathers. Though caught off guard, he quickly recognized them and drew his sword, parrying the sharp edges with swift cuts, gradually slicing through them. He halted his actions when he sensed a presence. Behind him and turned, sword pointed toward the chest of the figure. What do you want? Hawks? He whispered without looking back. My, so cold. Is this how you treat an elder? The winged hero exclaimed dramatically. How do you expect me to treat you after you attacked me like that last week? Respect is earned, not given, Izuku replied. Such a mean kohai. Hawks sulked back to his seat, where Edgeshot patted him on the back. Really? And here I thought I was the antisocial one. Aizawa chuckled as Izuku continued to sip his highball, surveying the bar. Midnight and Empty Lady were engaged in a drinking contest, cheered on by a crowd of heroes. Fat Gum was chatting with All Might and Nizu, while Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Edgeshot were deep in discussion. Vlad, Gang Orca, and Hound Dog were playing pool, and as for Ryukyu and Mirko. Come on, lass, I know you want to share a drink with us. A drunken man tried to get closer to Ryukyu, his friends laughing as if supporting him. Unaware that the woman he was flirting with could easily take him down if she wished, it was clear to everyone that Mirko was itching to intervene, held back only by Ryukyu's hand and the knowledge of the potential chaos that could ensue if Mirko unleashed her full strength. As winter approached, nothing significant happened on campus, except that Eri was now officially under Yue's care. Or more like under Aizawa and Izuku's care, as they were the only two people the little girl could trust, aside from Mirio, of course. While Aizawa filled the role of her new paternal figure much to the delight of the staff who teased him mercilessly, it didn't stop a wave of rumors from spreading across Japan once Izuku was spotted with Eri in a mall shopping for her winter clothes. Flashback. Izuku was quietly sipping his coffee while reading the morning news on a tablet. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual car accidents on the highways, typical nighttime robberies, and the arrest of a wannabe villain trying to make a name for himself. Those were his thoughts until he read a particular article that nearly made him spit out his coffee, a reaction mirrored by the rest of the teachers. Our hero has a secret love child? Who is the mother? Could it be one of them? In a large edited picture, he was in the center, carrying Eri with one arm while she enjoyed a caramelized apple, and in the other hand he held dozens of shopping bags. Surrounding him were 4 other images: him talking with Ryukyu on top of a skyscraper, enjoying a date with Fuyumi, escorting Melissa on one of her shopping trips, and flying with Nijire while patrolling. It was that day that Izuku truly realized how bizarre the Japanese media could be, lacking any ounce of rationality and logic. Despite his outer appearance, he was technically 18, regardless of how strange Japanese laws were regarding relationships. He had only been in Japan for 9 months, and even if he had somehow managed to father a child, the child would either still be growing inside a womb or on the verge of being born, while Eri was already 7. As far as he knew, he was not in a romantic relationship with anyone, at least from his perspective, and he doubted anyone was interested in him. Even then, it was puzzling why Melissa, Ryukyu, Fuyumi, and Nijire blushed every time they were with him and the words baby and birth were mentioned. Women were truly mysterious beings. He pinched the bridge of his nose to calm the incoming headache before focusing on more important matters, like the lesson he was preparing for the first-year UA heroic courses, or rather, the upcoming surprise for the students of Class 1A, who were eager to showcase the results of their internships. In all honesty, seeing them demonstrate new moves against the robots made him proud. Some, like Ida and Jiro, kept perfecting their original moves, while others, like Tokoyami, discovered latent abilities, now fighting alongside Dark Shadow as a duo, or Shinso, who was beginning to create his own fighting style, distinct from Aizawa's. But out of all of them, nobody could compare to the transformation that Bakugo and Todoroki underwent. Under Endeavor's guidance, both powerhouses not only developed new moves but also subtly changed their personalities. He had heard rumors about an incident involving a duo and a fanatic villain who sought to confront the Flame Hero, where their display of abilities was outstanding. Midoriya-sensei, the bubbly voice of Ochako Uraraka, interrupted his musings. "Yes. Did you come up with any new techniques during these months?" she asked excitedly, a sentiment echoed by the rest of her classmates, even All Might, who was silently making cotton candy next to him. "Well, I am certainly working on something," he replied. After all, he was a mercenary, and no mercenary survives long without new tricks and moves. "Can you show us?" Kirishima shouted, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "I suppose." "Stand back," he commanded, grabbing a remote control from his pocket and instructing the dozen or so robots to attack him. As the class wisely took 10 steps back, he entered an Iaido stance and sprinted toward the approaching robots. What followed was astonishing, not only for Class 1A but also for Toshinori, Aizawa, and Class 1B, who had just arrived. One moment they stood on the solid ground of ground beta, and the next, it felt as if everything around them had turned white, leaving them unsure of where they stood. They could only watch as Izuku, in a rapid motion, sliced through the robots as if they were made of cardboard. When the illusion faded, they saw he had also cut through several trees behind the now broken heap of robot scrap. "What?" some students exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor. "What was that?" All Might, Aizawa, and Vlad echoed, trying to regain their balance. "What on earth did we just experience?" It felt so real. they all thought as they watched Izuku slide his sword back into its scabbard. It is not complete yet, Izuku grumbled, examining the results of his new stance before turning to the shocked class. For today's lesson, he began, completely disregarding the fact that he had just dismantled a dozen robots and some trees, much to Ibra's dismay. He is already starting the lesson, all the students thought, noticing their rival class. So, you come back from your internships, having gained new abilities, acquired experience, and covered most of your weaknesses, he continued, while the rest of the students tilted their heads in curiosity, wondering where he was going. And then on the other side, we have a completely normal and friendly rivalry between both heroic courses, he said sarcastically, as the students slowly began to grasp their sensei's idea. So why don't we put those abilities to the test in a match? And see which class comes out on top, he concluded. You sure this is a good idea? Aizawa commented to his colleague. Nothing brings up camaraderie like a good spar, Izuku replied. Yeah. Wasn't the original idea to divide them into teams of 4 and have them face each other in a series of matches? Vlad King muttered, examining the screen. The 3 teachers were in a tent similar to the one used during the final exams, which served as both an observatory and a place for Chio to await the injured students who would soon arrive. Yes, but at this point, with all the drills I have put them through, they are accustomed to working together, no matter the situation or team size. It would be pointless to do that, so instead, I decided to have an entire class work as a team against the other, Izuku explained, watching the screen where Class 1A was brainstorming various scenarios and strategies, just as Class 1B was doing. A long silence settled in the room before Aizawa spoke again. I take it there's an ulterior motive for pushing this exercise. Yes. Which is? Vlad asked. Preparation for conflict, Izuku replied, not taking his eyes off the screen as both classes began to head toward Ground Gamma, all wearing determined expressions. Among the many training grounds of UA, Ground Gamma was built on an industrial site composed of various factories, forming a labyrinth. Each class stood on opposite sides of the site. Attention! Izuku's voice echoed from the speakers spread throughout the area. Today's exercise is simple, it's a team deathmatch. Both classes will fight until only one remains standing, even if it's just one student. A student will be considered defeated if they are knocked unconscious, completely restrained, or sent to one of the various cages scattered throughout the labyrinth. Maiming and killing are forbidden. This announcement caused the more competitive students, like Bakugo and Kamakiri, to grumble in annoyance. Without further ado, let the battle begin. The story was set in UA during the first heroic course's deathmatch. It was a day when all the teachers who observed the event realized the true potential that both classes had while fighting together. As the match began, the atmosphere was charged with excitement and tension. Students from both classes showcased their skills, working in tandem to outmaneuver their opponents. The sound of their abilities clashing echoed through the arena, a testament to their hard work and determination. In the midst of the chaos, 2 students found themselves facing off against each other. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were rivals, yet there was a mutual respect that fueled their competitive spirits. With a nod, they charged at each other, each determined to prove their strength. As they engaged in a fierce battle, their movements were swift and calculated. They dodged and countered, each strike filled with purpose. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the display of talent and strategy. It was clear that both students had grown significantly, pushing each other to their limits. Meanwhile, the teachers observed closely, taking notes on the students' teamwork and individual growth. They exchanged glances, impressed by the resilience and creativity displayed by their pupils. This match was more than just a competition, it was a demonstration of their potential as future heroes. As the match progressed, the intensity heightened. Students from both sides rallied together, combining their powers in a spectacular display of teamwork. The arena was filled with flashes of light and bursts of energy, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In the end, the match concluded with a sense of camaraderie. Regardless of the outcome, the students had learned valuable lessons about collaboration, perseverance, and the spirit of heroism. The teachers smiled, knowing that they had witnessed something special that day, a glimpse into the future of hero society. With the event behind them, the students left the arena, their hearts filled with hope and determination for the challenges that lay ahead. They were ready to face whatever came next, united in their goal to become the best heroes they could be.